Martial Peak Chapter 268 to Chapter 300. What the hell are you doing? Dong Qinghan had been putting on an older cousin's smile as he looked at Yang Kai, but after being scolded by the young girl, his image was immediately ruined. It's him. The young girl pointed at Yang Kai with her delicate finger, her face filled with shock. Dong Qinghan finally managed to sweep the tea leaves off his head and frowned. What do you mean it's him? Speak clearly. The man I met outside the mountain valley, the bad guy who grabbed me and threw me out. The young girl quickly explained. Dong Qinghan was stunned, turning his head to look at Yang Kai, then back at the young girl, a trace of astonishment flashing across his fat face. What a coincidence, Yang Kai was also puzzled, he hadn't expected this mischievous girl to appear here. This was the Dong family's territory, and she was able to sit at the same table as Dong Qinghan. Her status was definitely not low. Could it be? His brow furrowed, Yang Kai faintly guessed. You still dare to appear in front of me? The young girl remembered what had happened that day, but now that she had the support of Dong Qinghan and the Wind and Cloud dual guards, she immediately became spirited, gritting her teeth as she rushed over to Yang Kai, tilting her chin up proudly, seemingly imitating someone else's demeanor as she sneered, what's this called? There was a path to heaven but you refused to take it, there was no door to hell but you still rushed in. You're dead. Although she said this, there was no trace of anger or murderous intent on her face, instead she stared at Yang Kai with great interest. Yang Kai grinned, is this how you treat your savior? Saying so, he slapped the young girl's head. The young girl's big eyes narrowed. Her body suddenly shrank, and she quickly ran back like a rabbit, hiding behind Dong Qinghan, gnashing her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai, her face full of arrogance. Don't be presumptuous. Dong Qinghan scolded with a straight face. The young girl immediately straightened her back and shouted at Yang Kai, don't be presumptuous. I said you. Dong Qinghan turned back and glared at her. Ah? The young girl suddenly froze. No matter what, he did save your life. Don't you know how to thank me? You're already so old, yet you don't even have the slightest bit of etiquette. Dong Qinghan reprimanded sternly. I don't want that. If he hadn't thrown me back that day, I would have been able to escape into Medicine King's Valley. The girl stomped her foot and made a face at Dong Qinghan. Impudent. Get out. Dong Qinghan angrily slammed the table. The young girl pursed her lips and her eyes immediately turned red. She angrily rushed out. Before he left, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai. After the young girl left, Dong Qinghan smiled wryly and shook his head, signaling to the Wind and Cloud dual guards. The two of them immediately released their divine senses and nodded to Dong Qinghan. Sit down. Dong Qinghan motioned. Yang Kai sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. He frowned and asked, that person just now? Yan You've met before. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile wryly. If that was the case, then did they really have a cousin's relationship? He hadn't expected that what she had just casually called out that day would actually become true. Dong Qingyan, Yang Kai had some impression of her. However, the only time he had ever met her was 10 years ago. At that time, she was still a little girl running around behind Dong Qinghan. 10 years later, how could Yang Kai recognize her? A woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Yang Kai shook his head. Not only did he not recognize her, she probably didn't recognize him either. Who would remember so many things from their childhood? Yan said that a few days ago she was rescued by a young man about her age. I didn't expect that person to turn out to be you. Dong Qinghan also sighed, sometimes the world was full of coincidences. It was a chance encounter. Yang Kai nodded slightly, not bothering to claim credit for himself. Not to mention that he hadn't spent much effort that day, the person he had saved was his cousin, so naturally there was nothing worth mentioning. While the two of them were talking, Dong Qingyan came back and tiptoed towards them. In her hand was a piece of ancient jade that exuded a faint energy fluctuation. As these fluctuations spread out, all of her aura was concealed. This kind of shielding was very thorough, even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master wouldn't be able to detect her with their divine sense. A short time later, Dong Qingyan arrived outside the door like a cat, her small ears perked up as she listened. Yang Kai and Dong Qinghan seemed to be quite familiar with each other, which naturally aroused her curiosity. On top of that, her big brother usually didn't reprimand her, but just now he had actually directly asked her to leave. Dong Qingyan immediately thought that the two of them must have some kind of secret to discuss, so her big brother had deliberately sent her away. Humph. This young lady wants to hear what you two are talking about. The sound of their conversation drifted out from inside the house. Dong Qingyan bit her red lips, her small face flushed red with nervousness. Although she was nervous, she was also excited. When she was in the Dong family, she had relied on this ancient jade to eavesdrop on countless secrets, so she was already familiar with this. Why are you here? Dong Qinghan looked at Yang Kai and asked. I've come to ask for your help. What kind of help? I want to enter Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai got straight to the point, taking a sip of his tea and looking at Dong Qinghan faintly. Do you have any idea how to do so? Which peak? Dong Qinghan's expression became serious. Pale Saint's Peak. Hearing this, not only did Dong Qinghan's eyes narrow, even the wind and cloud dual guards standing behind him glanced towards Yang Kai. Dong Qinghan smiled bitterly. Medicine King's Valley has 12 peaks, 10 of which are the residences of the 10 Great Elders, 1 is the residence of the Valley Master, and the central peak is the Pale Saint's Peak, which is also Medicine King's Valley's restricted area. If you want to enter one of the other peaks, I have a way, but this Pale Saint's Peak. I really don't have the ability. There's no way at all? Yang Kai didn't want to give up. He also knew that the Pale Saint's Peak was special, otherwise, he wouldn't have come looking for Dong Qinghan. He couldn't use the power of the Yang family right now, but Dong Qinghan was different. He was the young lord of the Dong family, the future successor, so naturally he could use the Dong family's connections. Dong Qinghan frowned, tapping his fingers on the table for a moment before saying, It's not impossible. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Let's hear it. In 2 months, the Alchemy Summit will be held here. At that time, all the alchemists from all over the world will come here to compete with one another. The top 50 alchemists of each realm's alchemist assembly will be allowed to enter the Pale Saint's Peak to look at the Pale Saint's portrait and comprehend the secrets of alchemy. If you can enter the top 50, you can legitimately enter the Pale Saint's Peak. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Do I look like an alchemist to you? Dong Qinghan shook his head. You don't, but this is the only way to enter the Pale Saint's Peak. Other than that, unless you become an elder of Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Both of these methods were fantastical. Becoming an elder of Medicine King's Valley was obviously impossible, and obtaining a top 50 ranking at the Alchemy Summit was also nonsense. Yang Kai had never even touched upon the alchemic way, so how could he stand out among the world's alchemists? Anyone who dared to show off their skills at the Alchemy Summit must have a deep understanding of the alchemic way. Considering all this, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Besides the Pale Saint's Peak, if you want to go to any of the other peaks, I can find a way, and it won't be difficult. Dong Qinghan also felt a little embarrassed. This was the first time in his life that his cousin had asked him to do something, yet he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Won't be difficult? Dong Qinghan smiled faintly. It's very simple, just find some precious treasures and ask the elders of Medicine King's Valley to refine them. That way, you can enter one of the peaks, but at most you can only stay for half a day. If you stay any longer, Medicine King's Valley will expel you. Those elders have very bad tempers, and the disciples of Medicine King's Valley are also very arrogant, even more domineering than the young lords of your central capital's 8 great families. Yang Kai listened to this and secretly shook his head. Only being able to enter for half a day was definitely not enough time. If that's the case, if you're not in a hurry, you can go back first. I'll think of other ways to help you. Dong Qinghan's expression became dignified and serious. I won't ask you what you want to do with the Pale Saint's Peak, but if you make any mistakes, don't sell out my Dong family. Listening to him speak so seriously, Yang Kai grinned. What do you think I'm going to do? Who knows what you want to do, little brat? Dong Qinghan snorted, sighing. I can only say I'll think of a way to help you. I don't have any assurance of success. I know. Yang Kai nodded. After bidding farewell to Dong Qinghan, Yang Kai returned to the inn and sat down to meditate while thinking about how to enter the Pale Saint's Peak. The meaning of Dong Qinghan's words was obvious. He didn't have a good way to send Yang Kai to the Pale Saint's Peak, so he couldn't pin his hopes on him. Just as he was thinking hard, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai frowned, stood up, and opened the door. Opening his eyes, he saw the mischievous Dong Qingyan smiling at him shyly, hee. The hatred and hostility from a moment ago had disappeared, replaced by a sense of cordiality and curiosity. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai looked at her curiously. "You really are here?" Dong Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief, glancing around the room, lightly coughing. "Big brother asked me to tell you that he's found a way." Hearing this, Yang Kai's mouth slowly rose, revealing a strange grin as he stepped aside and said, "Come in." Dong Qingyan didn't show any fear and quickly entered the room. Looking around the room with great interest, Dong Qingyan pursed her lips and said, "You live in a place like this? So small and messy, you're, cough asterisk." Dong Qingyan knew that the identity of the Yang family's young lord couldn't be spoken casually, so she quickly swallowed her words. "Your brother said he has a way?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "N." Dong Qingyan nodded quickly. "Did he tell you that himself?" "Of course." Dong Qingyan's long eyelashes trembled slightly. "Then why didn't he tell me himself? Wouldn't it be the same if I did?" Dong Qingyan sat down on the bed and playfully said, "Big brother said that I will be fully responsible for this matter. He has another important matter to attend to and has already left Medicine King's Valley, so there's no need to look for him in the future." Dong Qingyan spoke as if she was telling the truth, but how could Yang Kai believe her? "Really?" Yang Kai smiled even more strangely. "Why would I lie to you?" Dong Qingyan stuck out her chest and patted it with her hands. "Don't worry, I promise you that you'll be able to get close to where you want to go." Heh. Yang Kai grinned as he stared at Dong Qingyan. This laughter was both obscene and evil, causing Dong Qingyan to feel a prickly heat rise up on her arm, quietly swallowing her saliva, and timidly saying, "You're so scary when you laugh." Yang Kai's expression became serious, no longer trying to beat around the bush with her. "Tell me, how do you know all this?" "What?" Dong Qingyan pretended to be confused, her expression somewhat unnatural. "You know where I want to go." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at her, raising a finger and shaking it. "Don't tell me it was your brother who told you. Dong Qinghan wouldn't do such a thing." In the Dong family medicine shop, he had sent Dong Qingyan away before talking to Yang Kai, obviously not wanting her to know Yang Kai's identity, so how could he suddenly involve her in this for no reason? Moreover, the two of them had only been separated for less than an hour. An hour ago Dong Qinghan was helpless, so how could he have come up with a solution in such a short time? Coupled with this mischievous little cousin of his, it would be strange if Yang Kai didn't see the problem. "It really was my brother who told me," Dong Qingyan firmly asserted. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, grabbed Dong Qingyan's arm, and dragged her out. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Dong Qingyan refused to leave, screaming in horror. Yang Kai frowned. "If you keep shouting I'll knock you out." Dong Qingyan quickly closed her mouth and tried her best to retreat, but her strength was much lower than Yang Kai's, so how could she escape? In the blink of an eye, she was dragged to the door. "What the hell do you want to do?" Dong Qingyan looked at Yang Kai pitifully, a pleading look upon her face. "I'll send you back to Dong Qinghan, I'm sure he hasn't left yet." "Don't. I barely managed to escape, if you send me back I'll be finished." Dong Qingyan panicked. Yang Kai grinned. "Then tell me, how do you know all this?" Okay, I'll tell you." Only then did Yang Kai release her. Dong Qingyan glared at Yang Kai bitterly. She rubbed her aching wrist and slowly tidied up her messy clothes. Only then did she angrily sit back on the bed. "If you dare to lie, I'll really send you back to your brother," Yang Kai said seriously. "I overheard it myself." Dong Qingyan quietly glanced over at Yang Kai, but seeing his expression sink, she quickly added, "I'm not lying to you, I really overheard it myself." Yang Kai smiled. He asked, "How did you overhear it?" "You're just a peak separation and reunion cultivator. How could you hide from the wind and cloud dual guard's divine senses?" When he was talking to Dong Qinghan, the wind and cloud dual guards had been monitoring the nearby area. If Dong Qingyan had really been eavesdropping at that time, She certainly wouldn't have escaped the detection of those two old men. I naturally have my ways. Dong Qingyan said smugly, sitting on the edge of the bed, her two legs swinging back and forth. Seeing Yang Kai's distrustful expression, Dong Qingyan couldn't help but frown. I'm the Dong family's young lady, how could I not have at least one or two defensive artifacts? Artifact? Yang Kai's brow rose, a look of surprise on his face. What kind of artifact could hide from the divine senses of an immortal ascension boundary master? On top of that, the Wind and Cloud dual guards were both late-stage immortal ascension boundary masters, roughly the 7th or 8th stage. To be able to hide from them, the role of this artifact was really not small. Realizing that she had spilled the beans, Dong Qingyan's face filled with annoyance, hesitantly looking at Yang Kai. Quietly whispering, she said, I'll show it to you, but don't try to steal it from me. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, silently nodding his head. He was also very curious about this so-called artifact. Seeing him agree, Dong Qingyan solemnly took out a piece of ancient jade from her sleeve. Yang Kai stared at it and saw that this piece of ancient jade had a dark yellow color, as if it was made by nature. However, there were some crisscrossing lines on the surface of this jade, obviously it had been refined by someone. Dong Qingyan poured her yuan qi into it, causing Yang Kai's brow to wrinkle as he discovered that her aura had disappeared in an instant. Dong Qingyan said, You haven't reached the immortal ascension boundary yet, so without your divine sense, you won't be able to understand this artifact. You won't be able to understand the wonders of this artifact, but I'm not lying to you. It was because I used this artifact that I was able to hide from those two old men. While she was speaking, Yang Kai had already released his divine sense to investigate her surroundings and found that it was indeed as she had said. As his divine sense swept across the area, there was nothing unusual about her. If he closed his eyes, he wouldn't even notice that there was another person here. This artifact is quite interesting. Put it away, don't expose this thing in front of strangers in the future. Yang Kai sternly exhorted. Dong Qingyan giggled, I don't want to show off my wealth, I'm not stupid. Saying so, she put away the ancient jade. How much did you hear? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Almost, all of it. Dong Qingyan stuck out her tongue. Then how much do you know? I know that place you want to go. And I also know, you really are my cousin. Dong Qingyan was speechless. She had just casually called him that day, but he had been so accurate. You said before that there was a way for me to get close to that place, is that true? Of course it's true. Dong Qingyan nodded repeatedly, her eyes rolling as she said, but I won't tell you the method now. Yang Kai suddenly smiled, do you have a condition? If you do then state it. Don't let my brother catch me. Dong Qingyan hurriedly said. Yang Kai frowned, he had long noticed that this little girl had secretly run out. Dong Qinghan appearing in Medicine King's Valley was probably because he had chased after her. Although he had some kinship with the Dong family, in the end, this was their family's business, how could he make such a decision? A few days ago, she had been chased by a group of villains, if something really happened to her, how could the Dong family let it go? Cousin. Dong Qingyan saw him hesitating so she put on a pitiful look, shaking Yang Kai's arm, I'm bored to death at home, I just came out for a walk, after a few days I'll go back, please don't tell them anything. Yang Kai remained silent. Dong Qingyan continued to plead, finally saying fiercely, if you don't protect me. I'll tell everyone you're the Yang family's young lord, let's see who's going to have a hard time. Yang Kai couldn't help rubbing his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. If it had been someone else threatening him like this, he would have directly silenced them, but this girl in front of him couldn't. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai said, I'll definitely inform Dong Qinghan of your whereabouts. Young Lady Dong suddenly jumped up. She cursed, you have no conscience. Smelly cousin. I hate you. Let me finish. Yang Kai glared at her, but I can also protect you, provided you don't make trouble for me. NN. Dong Qingyan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I promise to be obedient. Helplessly shaking his head, Yang Kai could only write a letter. Inside the Dong family medicine shop, Dong Qinghan was furious, young lady disappeared? How could she disappear? Did you all grow up eating shit? With so many pairs of eyes watching you, in the blink of an eye she disappeared? The several Dong family disciples in front of him were being scolded so badly they couldn't help feeling like crying. There was nothing they could do, they didn't have much strength. Medicine King's Valley was filled with people, and with the young lady's strange behavior, she had disappeared into the crowd. What can we do? Thinking so in their hearts, they didn't dare to say anything. What are you waiting for? You bunch of idiots, hurry up and find her. If you can't find the young lady then don't come back. Just find a place to chop yourself up and feed yourself to the dogs, useless things. Dong Qinghan's face was livid. The group of people felt as if they had been granted amnesty. Quickly scattering like birds and beasts, all of them muttering in their hearts, "Young lady, please come back quickly, if you don't we'll all die." "Young master, Medicine King's Valley strictly forbids fighting. The young lady won't be in any danger, don't worry. Maybe she'll come back soon." One of the Wind and Cloud dual guards comforted. "I'm afraid she'll run away." Dong Qinghan said helplessly, "This little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She suffered a big loss a few days ago and now she still hasn't learned her lesson." His face filled with resentment. The two guards glanced at each other and didn't say anything more. Just as he was feeling annoyed, a young servant came in from outside and bowed respectfully. "Which one of you is the Dong family's young lord?" Dong Qinghan quickly replied, "I am." "Hello, young Lord Dong." The young servant smiled flatteringly, "A guest asked me to deliver a letter to you." Dong Qinghan's expression shook. "Where is it?" The young servant quickly handed over the letter. Hurriedly opening it and glancing over it, Dong Qinghan finally put down a big stone in his heart. One of the Wind and Cloud dual guards gave the young servant some silver and sent him away. Seeing his young lord's furrowed brow relax, he couldn't help asking, "Have you found the young lady's whereabouts?" Dong Qinghan rubbed his forehead and took a deep breath, whispering, She went to Yang Kai's place. Since she's with young Lord Yang, there's no need to worry." Inside the inn, Yang Kai gave Dong Qingyan a room next door. Such a thoughtful arrangement greatly increased the Dong family's young lady's impression of Yang Kai. "Cousin, you're so kind." The next day, when Dong Qinghan came to visit, Yang Kai briefly explained the whole story, causing Dong Qinghan to smile wryly. Dong Qingyan's threat made him not dare to use force. If Yang Kai's identity was exposed, it would not be a joke. In desperation, he could only comply with his little sister's temperament. Time flew by, and 7 or 8 days passed in a flash. These days, Yang Kai spent most of his time cultivating. Although there were many cultivators in Medicine King's Valley, the world energy here was still abundant, so it was a good place to cultivate. From time to time, he would be dragged out to play by Dong Qingyan, and after these days of contact, Yang Kai was surprised to find that his cousin was also an alchemist. However, her grade was not high, only a common grade mid-rank alchemist. She was the Dong family's young lady and had never had to worry about food or clothing since childhood. The family had spent a huge amount of manpower and material resources to cultivate her. If she wanted to refine pills, she could directly obtain them from the family. Why would she need to perform alchemy herself? So even though she showed a strong interest in alchemy, she didn't have much practical experience. After arriving in Medicine King's Valley, it was like arriving in heaven. Everything here made her forget to return. On this day, before dawn, Yang Kai's door was knocked open and Dong Qingyan excitedly rushed in, directly standing in front of Yang Kai. "Ku. Ku what ku?" Yang Kai glared at her and cut her off. Dong Qingyan stuck out her tongue and quickly corrected herself, calmly saying, "Guard Yang, come with this young lady." After all, she was the Dong family's young lady, and the Dong family and Yang family were related by marriage. If someone were to hear Dong Qingyan call out to Yang Kai, they would definitely be able to guess Yang Kai's identity. So, after some discussion, the two decided that Yang Kai would play the role of Dong Qingyan's guard. When a young lord or young lady of a great family went out, they would always have a few servants around them, so it was reasonable to call them this. Looking at the sky outside, Yang Kai faintly said, "Go play by yourself, I won't accompany you today." Dong Qingyan didn't become annoyed, instead just giggling, "Guard Yang, don't you want to go to that place?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious. "Is today the right time?" For the past few days, Yang Kai had been asking her if she had a way to get close to the Pale Saint's Peak, but Dong Qingyan had never given him any details, only saying that the time wasn't right yet. Bringing it up today naturally gave Yang Kai a glimmer of hope. Then do you want to go out with this young lady? Dong Qingyan looked at him triumphantly. Yang Kai quickly got out of bed. Inside the Medicine King's Valley town, Dong Qingyan shuttled through the crowd, as agile as a fish swimming through water. Yang Kai was wearing a set of martial arts robes, his hands folded behind his back, a serious expression on his face as he followed closely behind her. At a glance, it was obvious he was Dong Qingyan's attendant. Arriving at the eastern end of the town, Dong Qingyan's face immediately flushed with excitement and nervousness. Yang Kai could even clearly hear her heartbeat. She took a deep breath and covered her chest with her hand, calming herself down after a long time. Yang Kai looked around and found that there were many people gathered here. Moreover, each of these people had a unique flower petal embroidered on their chests. There were 2 pieces, gold, silver, and white. These people were all alchemists. Most of them were earth-grade low-rank alchemists, but there were also many common-grade alchemists. There were at least 200 people gathered here, bustling with activity. Dong Qingyan also pulled out a single silver petal ornament from somewhere. He pinned it on his chest. Puffing up her chest, it was as if she wanted to let the whole world know that she was a common-grade mid-rank alchemist. What the hell are you doing? Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. He asked softly. Wait. Whether you can enter or not will depend on this. Dong Qingyan responded softly, her small face filled with seriousness. Yang Kai frowned. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly released his divine sense and listened to the nearby alchemist's whispers. After a while, his expression became strange. These people had come from all over the world, but they had all gathered here in order to become a disciple of Medicine King's Valley's Hidden Cloud Peak's elder Xiao Fuxing and learn alchemy. Yang Kai opened his eyes, looked at Dong Qingyan, and asked, "Did you come here to become a disciple?" Dong Qingyan smiled. "Of course, Grandmaster Xiao is accepting a disciple. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I ran away from home just for today." Saying so, she looked at Yang Kai pitifully. "Guard Yang, you don't want to tell my big brother, do you? I just want to know what this has to do with my goal. Hidden Cloud Peak is not far from there. If you can enter," Dong Qingyan said meaningfully. Yang Kai listened to her and his heart moved. Indeed, if he could enter Hidden Cloud Peak, he might be able to find an opportunity to enter the Pale Saint's Peak. The 2 peaks were only separated by 2 mountains. But I don't understand alchemy. Dong Qingyan chuckled. Grandmaster Xiao is accepting a disciple, so there must be a secret behind it. Even if you don't understand alchemy, you still have a chance, it just depends on whether you have the aptitude. Guard Yang. Dong Qingyan gently shook Yang Kai's arm. You see, I've done so much for you, so please don't tell my big brother about this, okay? Besides, being able to become Grandmaster Zhao's disciple can be considered as winning glory for my family. Even if my father finds out later, he will only praise me, so please don't do something so thankless. Yang Kai faintly said, "If you can go in, then we'll talk." "I'm sure I can." Dong Qingyan said confidently, "For this day, I've made a lot of preparations." "Humph, just wait and see, I don't know if you can go in." Yang Kai secretly shook his head. He really hadn't expected Dong Qingyan's method to actually be this. The method was very good, but Yang Kai didn't have any confidence. He had never touched alchemy before, so how could he pass Grandmaster Zhao's test? However, right now he could only bite the bullet and try. In any case, he wouldn't lose anything. As time passed, more and more alchemists gathered here, each of them full of enthusiasm. Like Dong Qingyan, there was a mixture of nervousness and anticipation, many of these alchemists even showing pious expressions. It was obvious how much these people respected and worshipped Hidden Cloud Peak Xiao Fuxing. Yang Kai listened to the conversations of these people and learned a lot. Xiao Fuxing was one of the top 10 elders of Medicine King's Valley. His alchemy skills were even better than the Valley Master of Medicine King's Valley, and he was one of the few mysterious grade top-rank alchemists in the world. Above mysterious grade was spirit grade, a height no one had ever reached before. Xiao Fuxing had been obsessed with alchemy all his life. Although he occupied one of Medicine King's Valley's peaks, he had never accepted a disciple, nor did he have a wife or children. He had dedicated his life to alchemy. In the world of alchemy, Xiaofuxing had unparalleled prestige. A few months ago, news spread from Medicine King's Valley that Xiaofuxing wanted to accept a disciple, shocking the world. Countless alchemists scrambled to worship Grandmaster Xiao and inherit his legacy. The central capital's 8 great families and first-class great forces even wanted to send their own alchemists to Hidden Cloud Peak, but they were all rejected by Grandmaster Xiao. Until today, in Medicine King's Valley town, there was a test set by Grandmaster Xiao. Only those who passed this test could enter Hidden Cloud Peak. Grandmaster Xiao didn't care about the requirements for accepting a disciple. No matter where they came from or what kind of force they belonged to, as long as they had the aptitude, they could learn his alchemy skills. The only requirement was that they had to be at least 25 years old. Therefore, those gathered here were all alchemists of the younger generation. Some of them, in order to enter Hidden Cloud Peak, had even given up participating in the alchemy summit. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai stood behind Dong Qingyan, paying attention to the surrounding movements while secretly observing the situation. The sun was high in the sky. With a burst of commotion, the disciples of Medicine King's Valley finally appeared. These disciples of Medicine King's Valley were not Grandmaster Zhao's disciples, but rather alchemists from other peaks who had been entrusted to handle and monitor today's test. Not far ahead was a high platform that had been set up in advance. This high platform was several dozen meters in length and width, and all the alchemists who had come to participate in the test were gathered around it. 4 Medicine King's Valley disciples leapt onto the high platform. The one leading them was a middle-aged man. Embroidered on his chest was a 3-petal golden flower, and his expression was cold and dignified. Holding a huge medicine pot in his hand, he walked forward with a majestic gait. A burst of exclamations rang out. It's Medicine King's Valley's Xianxia, only 35 years old. He's already reached the level of a heaven-grade top-rank alchemist. He's also a genius of Medicine King's Valley. I heard he's the next Valley Master. Shoo, quiet. Xianxia came to the high platform and placed the huge medicine pot in his hand on a table. The 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples behind him also stopped. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, my martial uncle Xiao has set up a test here today to accept disciples. This Qin is not talented enough. I will be the supervisor." The special and important status of an alchemist made this group of Medicine King's Valley masters look down on them. Moreover, they were often accompanied by alchemy furnaces all year round, so many of them did not understand the ways of the world and were disinclined to exchange pleasantries with others. As a genius alchemist, Xianxia's arrogance and indifference were even more obvious. After a few simple words, Xianxia opened the huge medicine pot with a straight face. Suddenly, a strange medicinal fragrance filled the air, and when everyone smelled it, their spirits shook. The test is very simple. Here are some pills that my martial uncle Xiao has personally refined for today. He wishes to join Hidden Cloud Peak. He took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it to refine its medicinal effects. If there is nothing else, you may pass the test. Everyone, please help yourselves. Saying so, Xianxia stepped aside. The 3 young Medicine King's Valley disciples stepped forward and looked down at the crowd, their expressions cold and indifferent. Hundreds of people stood around the platform in a daze, none of them daring to be the one to eat the crabs. Xianxia's words were understated, but everyone knew that Grandmaster Zhao's test was definitely something special. Everyone was now waiting for someone else to try, so who would take the initiative to step forward? The Medicine King's Valley disciples were not in a hurry, they just stood on the high platform and waited quietly. After a long time, someone asked, "Dare I ask, what kind of pill is this?" One of the Medicine King's Valley disciples sneered, "A poison pill." The crowd was in an uproar. Although everyone knew that Grandmaster Zhao's test was not easy to pass, this kind of test was still far beyond everyone's expectations. Forcing someone to take a poison pill as soon as they came up, who could withstand it? Everyone only had one life. If they failed to pass the test and died here, wouldn't that be too bad? Xianxia lightly said, "Although it is a poison pill, it is not fatal. However, if one's aptitude is not high enough to take it, they will at least be weakened for 3 to 5 months. Hearing that it was not fatal, many people's minds became lively again. Grandmaster Xiao was still a famous grandmaster, so naturally he would not harm anyone. With this large pot of poison pills here, it was likely that those who wanted to fish in troubled waters would retreat. But of those who came here, which one of them was not confident in themselves? After thinking for a while, someone jumped onto the high platform. "I'll try." "Me too." With someone taking the lead, many people followed suit. Shwa 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 shwa, more than a dozen people rushed up. "Please." The Medicine King's Valley disciple gestured. These people stepped forward, took a pill from the pot, and put it in their mouths. "Please refine the pills." The more than a dozen people who took the pills quickly sat down cross-legged and began circulating their secret arts. The hundreds of people below all stared with wide eyes, carefully observing, not wanting to miss a single thing. In just 10 breaths of time, one of the alchemists who had taken a poison pill went pale, and without warning, his entire body began to tremble as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Everyone in the audience exclaimed, never having expected the poison pills refined by Grandmaster Xiao to be so potent. Before the exclamations had even ended, 3 loud puffing noises rang out from the stage, followed by a strange stench that drifted over with the wind. It turned out that the alchemist had let out several loud farts while he was distracted. Many people who were nearby were caught off guard and inhaled the stench, nearly vomiting it on the spot, all of them showing looks of disgust. The pale face of the alchemist who had participated in the test instantly turned red. This was not due to the effects of the poison pill but due to shame. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he had let out 3 farts. How could he endure this? Seeing countless eyes filled with pity and disgust directed towards him, the alchemist suddenly felt ashamed and hurriedly stood up, jumped off the stage, and fled in panic like a stray dog. He actually dared to participate in Grandmaster Zhao's test without any ability. He really overestimated himself. What a disgrace! Which alchemist is this? If word of this gets out, how will he face others in the future? The ridicule coming from behind was like a stab to his back, making him not dare to stay, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the crowd. The crowd had not yet recovered from the ugliness of the alchemist when suddenly there was a soft thump from the high stage. Looking over, they saw the 2 alchemists who had just taken a poison pill actually fall backwards, their eyes wide open as they maintained a meditative posture, completely unconscious. The 3 young disciples from Medicine King's Valley glanced at each other and coldly snorted before walking over to the 2 alchemists and kicking them off the stage. Their attitudes were cold and their expressions were arrogant, as if they were just kicking 2 objects instead of people. However, no one dared to accuse them of anything. They had already been warned beforehand. Grandmaster Xiao had refined a bottle of poison pills. Since they dared to take it, they should be mentally prepared to be poisoned. Not dead. Immediately, someone went up to test the aura of the 2 alchemists and found that they were not dead, but for some reason they were still motionless and wouldn't wake up. So hot. Another alchemist suddenly jumped up from the high platform. His exposed skin was as red as blood, emitting a monstrous heat. Steam was rising from the top of his head. He kept tearing at his clothes, and in a short while, his upper body was bare, but he seemed to be unaware. It was still tearing. Dong Qingyan's pretty face blushed as she hurriedly covered her eyes. A few cultivators scurried up from below the high platform and dragged that person away with ashen faces. These few cultivators should be from the same clan as that alchemist. They didn't want to see him embarrass himself anymore. In less than 30 breaths of time, the first batch of alchemists who had participated in the pill trial had been completely annihilated. There were all kinds of living things, and the symptoms of poisoning were also all kinds of strange. Such a tragic experience not only did not deter these alchemists from joining Hidden Cloud Peak, but instead made them even more enthusiastic. The poison pills that Xiao Fuxing had refined were clearly the same kind of pills, but they could produce so many different effects. It was indeed the work of a master. Because of this, these alchemists who had come felt that Grandmaster Zhao's alchemy skills were unfathomable. After this group of alchemists left, another 30 alchemists stepped onto the stage. As time passed, more and more people were poisoned, either falling unconscious, or making a fool of themselves. In total, more than 200 alchemists had stepped onto the stage, but not a single one had safely passed Grandmaster Zhao's test. The entire test site was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Another group of alchemists was poisoned, and one of them, who had become as stiff as a stone after being poisoned, shouted loudly, "I don't accept this, I don't accept this. How can a single poison pill test my extraordinary aptitude? I don't accept this. I want to go to Hidden Cloud Peak to see Grandmaster Xiao. Grandmaster Xiao, please give this junior a chance. Drag him away." Xianxia coldly shouted. The three young Medicine King's Valley disciples all wore cold expressions. Walking up to this man, they directly threw him off the high platform. The man continued to shout, "Grandmaster Xiao, I can inherit your mantle, please give this junior a chance." This group of people is crazy. Yang Kai coldly observed, shaking his head. Dong Qingyan softly said, "You don't know Grandmaster Zhao's prestige in the alchemy world, that's why you say that. Look at that man, even though he's so ugly and unsightly, has anyone ever laughed at him?" Yang Kai turned his head and found that no one was ridiculing him, most of them had dull expressions, many of them even showing sympathy. "Grandmaster, in the eyes of us alchemists, is a supreme existence. In order to worship him as our master, what does it matter if we suffer a bit of hardship and lose face?" Dong Qingyan lightly bit her red lips, her face filled with both nervousness and expectation. "Are you sure you want to go up and take that poison pill?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "You also saw the reaction of those people. Directly falling unconscious is already good, but if you can't pass this test, you'll have to tear off your clothes on the spot." Dong Qingyan's pretty face immediately paled. "And everyone gathered here is young, I'm sure they would be willing to see such a scene." TSK, the Dong family's young ladies' clothes are in disarray. That's a good topic to talk about after dinner. Really? Even if you don't, if you let out a few loud farts in front of everyone. Don't say that. Dong Qingyan's face went pale. No matter what kind of ugliness it was not something a little girl like her could accept. Once it happened, she would never be able to raise her head again in the future. Glaring fiercely at Yang Kai, Dong Qingyan waved her small fists. "I knew you were up to no good and wanted me to go back to my brother's place, but I still want to try this test. I've been preparing for this day for a long time, now that I've come all the way here, how could I give up now?" Saying so, her voice softened again as she blushed. "If it's really like you said, you'll have to take me away sooner rather than later." Yang Kai shook his head slightly. It seemed that his cousin was determined to go up on stage. No matter how he tried to dissuade her, it would be useless. The crowd once again burst into an uproar. "An Earth-grade top-rank alchemist. Isn't that the Wang family's alchemy genius, Wang Qiren? He's also here? If it's him, I'm afraid he really can pass Grandmaster Zhao's test. Good, this is going to be interesting. Look at that one, an Earth-grade mid-rank alchemist, trained by the Xiong family. That one is also an Earth-grade mid-rank alchemist, from the Chang family. The alchemists of the great families are finally going to take action, a good show is about to begin." This group of alchemists were all young alchemists who had been trained by the great families and great forces, all of whom had come here to inherit Xiao Fuxing's mantle. Those who had just gone up. All of them were alchemists from small places, so it was normal for none of them to pass the test. Now that this group of people had gone up on stage, many people were looking forward to it. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, and as the voices reached the ears of the dozen or so Earth-grade high-rank alchemists on the stage, these young men all showed proud expressions. They also showed their good upbringing and stepped onto the high platform. First, they bowed to Xianxia. After performing a disciple's salute, they stepped forward one by one and stood in front of the pill pot. "Brother Wang, please go first. Among all of you, only Brother Wang has reached the Earth-grade top-rank alchemist level, so naturally he should go first." The Chang family alchemist smiled and gestured. The others also nodded. Wang Qiren smiled and cupped his fists. "Since that is the case, this Wang will accept." Saying so, he turned to the direction of Hidden Cloud Peak and bowed before reaching out and taking out a poison pill, placing it in his mouth before sitting down and refining it. From his attitude, it was clear that he was determined to pass this test and had a card up his sleeve. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bowed to Hidden Cloud Peak. That was the mountain peak where Xiao Fuxing lived. The three Medicine King's Valley disciples couldn't help sneering when they saw this. So what if it was an Earth-grade top-rank pill? The poison pill refined by Martial Granduncle Xiao, even if a heaven-grade alchemist took it, if their aptitude wasn't high enough, they would still suffer. This Wang Qiren really thinks he's some big shot. The three Medicine King's Valley disciples glanced at each other and secretly sneered, waiting for the situation to develop, ready to see Wang Qiren make a fool of himself. Not long after, this group of people took the poison pill and found a good place to sit down. While everyone on the stage was absorbing the medicinal efficacies, the spectators below also held their breaths, craning their necks to watch, as if they were more nervous than if they were participating in the test themselves. These alchemists were truly worthy of being from great forces. All of them had extraordinary attainments and high aptitude. Those who had gone up to take the test before had lasted at most half a cup of tea's worth of time. However, this group of people only reacted after a cup of tea's worth of time had passed. The first to do so was an Earth-grade low-rank alchemist, who suddenly frothed at the mouth and fell unconscious. Immediately after, someone jumped off the high platform and a few muffled sounds rang out. One after another, the alchemists of these large forces all had problems. This result left everyone dumbfounded. It wasn't that these people were unworthy of their reputation, but that the difficulty of Grandmaster Zhao's test had exceeded everyone's imagination. After a stick of incense worth of time, only Wang Qiren remained on the high platform, everyone else had left. Countless people's hearts were tense. If Wang Qiren couldn't pass this test, then they really didn't know who else could. After a long time, Wang Qiren's body suddenly moved and a faint black qi appeared on his forehead. Xianxia, who had been sitting there motionless since the beginning of the test, suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Wang Qiren's reaction. As time passed, the black qi became more and more obvious, more and more solid. Suddenly, the black qi disappeared without a trace, but instead, Wang Qiren opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of black blood. The crowd burst into an uproar. This was the first time they had seen Wang Qiren react like this, so they couldn't help wondering if he had passed the test. The Wang family cultivator quickly rushed up and hurried to Wang Qiren's side. Wang Qiren waved his hand and stood up with difficulty, looking towards Xianxia with a trace of expectation. Xianxia sighed, fail. Wang Qiren's expression darkened, but he didn't give up, cupping his fists and asking, "Dare I ask, Senior, how can I pass this test?" Xianxia saw that he was also a talented alchemist, so he patiently explained, "In fact, you were just one step away from passing, unfortunately, you failed." Junior understands. Wang Qiren smiled bitterly and jumped off the high platform with the other cultivator. Once again, they were all annihilated. Even an alchemy genius like Wang Qiren had failed to pass Grandmaster Zhao's test. This result was far beyond everyone's expectations. After Wang Qiren left, the scene was silent for a long time, no one daring to step onto the stage. No one was confident they could pass Grandmaster Zhao's test, so no one dared to step onto the stage and disgrace themselves. From beginning to end, the people from Medicine King's Valley were not anxious, so no one stepped onto the stage, they simply stood there and waited. Yang Kai glanced over at Dong Qingyan and found that her two small hands were constantly clenching and opening, clearly showing her extreme nervousness. Her face showed some eagerness to try, but also some lack of confidence. Even an Earth-grade high-rank alchemist had failed. Could she, a mere common-grade mid-rank alchemist, succeed? If you miss something, you may regret it for the rest of your life. Yang Kai said lightly. Dong Qing. Yan's tender body shook as she turned to look at Yang Kai, a trace of contemplation flashing across her eyes, but soon they became firm as she took a deep breath and said, let's go. Yang Kai smiled lightly, and together with Dong Qingyan, both stepped onto the high platform. Seeing that there was still someone who dared to step onto the stage, the crowd below suddenly burst into cheers and shouts of encouragement, causing Dong Qingyan to smile shyly. But soon after, someone discovered her rank through the embroidery on her chest. Only a common-grade mid-rank alchemist. With such a low rank, she's probably going to make a fool of herself. Poor little girl, if she makes a fool of herself here, how will she have the face to show her face in the future? Dong Qingyan listened to these words, biting her lip and not saying a word. The three young disciples from Medicine King's Valley actually smiled at her. A beautiful woman was always able to win good impressions wherever she went. "Young lady, please." Dong Qingyan nodded gently, took a deep breath, walked over to the medicine pot, and took out a poison pill, turning back to look at Yang Kai questioningly. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, "Don't worry, I'll watch from the sidelines." If Dong Qingyan really couldn't pass the test, he would definitely take her away. He definitely had to take her away. He couldn't let her embarrass herself in front of so many people. On the high platform, besides the Medicine King's Valley disciples, only Dong Qingyan and Yang Kai were present. On top of that, Yang Kai's outfit made it obvious he was this woman's attendant, so the Medicine King's Valley disciples didn't immediately chase them away. Dong Qingyan took a deep breath, placed the poison pill into her mouth, and swallowed it down before walking over to the side and sitting down cross-legged. He circulated his energy to neutralize the effects of the medicine. Yang Kai put his hands behind his back. Like a javelin, he stood in place, vigilantly observing Dong Qingyan's movements. Half a cup of tea's time passed, but she did not respond at all. 10 minutes passed. She still did not respond. Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he secretly released his divine sense to sweep Dong Qingyan's body, quickly discovering that the yuan qi in her body was rapidly circulating. He was burning some of the impurities in his meridians. These miscellaneous items should be the poison contained in the poison pill. "Oh, this little girl isn't bad, she managed to hold on for so long," someone in the audience exclaimed. Of the several hundred people who had come up before, except for the alchemists from the great families, few had been able to hold on for so long. Moreover, it wasn't as if no common grade alchemist had come up before, but those people had only lasted a dozen breaths, so Dong Qingyan's performance had impressed everyone. How did she do it? She's another genius suited for alchemy. Compared to that Wang Qiren, she's not much better. I know her, she's the Dong family's young lady, Dong Qingyan. What, the Dong family's young lady? As the crowd exclaimed, a faint black qi suddenly appeared between Dong Qingyan's eyebrows. Quickly, this black qi became thicker and thicker, and then the black qi quickly moved and disappeared into her body, but Dong Qingyan suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a black qi visible to the naked eye. After exhaling this black qi, Dong Qingyan opened her big eyes in amazement. Xianxia also stood up from his chair. His stiff face finally bloomed into a smile as he praised, "Good, good. Someone finally passed Marshal Uncle Zhao's test." Passed? The hundreds of people present were silent, almost unable to believe their eyes. In total, more than 300 alchemists from all over the world had taken the stage. Many of them were geniuses with outstanding aptitude, some were even Earth-grade high-rank alchemists, but all of them had somehow failed. Now, a single common-grade mid-rank alchemist had actually passed unscathed? What kind of mysteries were hidden in this? Dong Qingyan was also dumbfounded, blinking her big eyes as she stared at Xianxia in amazement. Yang Kai lightly coughed and said, "Young lady, this senior said you have passed the Grandmaster's test." WH. What? Dong Qingyan didn't seem to have recovered. Xianxia's cold expression suddenly changed, replaced by a kind smile. "Young lady, congratulations on passing the test. From now on, you are my Marshal Uncle Zhao's disciple." This Qin should also call you junior sister." Dong Qingyan was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, she jumped up and burst into tears of joy, covering her face with both hands, her eyes immediately becoming red. Happiness had come too suddenly. The little girl was obviously not mentally prepared. She was at a loss for words for a long time, not knowing what to say. Tears began streaming down her cheeks. After a long time, Dong Qingyan turned to Xianxia and said, "Yener greets big brother Qin." Xianxia laughed, "Junior sister is too polite. Marshal Uncle Xiao accepting you as a disciple is my Medicine King's Valley's blessing." After the two exchanged pleasantries, the atmosphere immediately became much more harmonious, causing the group of people below to stare dumbfounded. When had they ever seen Medicine King's Valley's Xianxia act so friendly? Every time they asked him to perform alchemy, he would always put on a straight face, as if everyone in the world owed him money. But now, he was smiling so widely that his molars could be seen. It wasn't that he didn't know how to smile, but rather that they couldn't enter his discerning eyes. "Since junior sister has passed Marshal Uncle Zhao's test, you are now a disciple of my Medicine King's Valley. If there is nothing else, you can come with us to Medicine King's Valley." If there is something you need, please handle it as soon as possible. Xianxia said with a smile. Dong Qingyan nodded. If she wanted to enter Medicine King's Valley, she would need to inform the Dong family first. However, since things had reached this point, she believed that her big brother would definitely not stop her. Being able to enter Medicine King's Valley was also a matter of pride for the Dong family. Think about it, no matter which great force in the world wanted to have a good relationship with Medicine King's Valley, the Dong family's young lady was already the direct disciple of Medicine King's Valley's Grandmaster Xiao. This was a unique advantage. No one could compare to him. Big brother, Yan also wants to try. Dong Qingyan glanced over at Yang Kai and said. Guard? Xianxia frowned, glancing over at Yang Kai faintly. Although he didn't show much disgust, the disdain in his eyes was obvious. Yan has been protecting me since I was a child, so. Xianxia gave her a meaningful look, apparently misunderstanding that she had developed feelings for him over time. Not wanting to delve deeper, he just nodded and said, since he wants to try. It's fine. In any case, Martial Uncle Xiao has refined a large number of poison pills. Saying so, he casually asked, what grade of alchemist is he? Dong Qingyan blushed and said, he doesn't know alchemy. Doesn't know alchemy. Xianxia's expression suddenly became ugly. If you don't know alchemy, then what's the point of trying? Do you really think alchemy is a child's play? My Medicine King's Valley is not so easy to enter, if you don't have a heart for alchemy. If you want to pass this test, then don't try. Yang Kai looked at him faintly and said, dare I ask, when Senior Xiao set up this test, did he say that those without alchemy experience would not be able to participate? Xianxia sneered, Martial Uncle never said such a thing. But since you have never studied alchemy before, you naturally won't be able to go far on this road in the future. If you don't intend to devote your life to alchemy, then don't come here to make trouble. This is not a place for you to play around. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he said lightly, as far as this junior knows. Grandmaster Xiao himself was only 26 or 27 years old when he first started learning alchemy. This junior is only 17 this year, 10 years younger than Grandmaster Xiao. All of this information was what he had just heard from others. Xianxia's brow furrowed as his expression became quite unpleasant. Suddenly, someone from the crowd cursed, who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to Grandmaster Xiao? Grandmaster Xiao is a genius, born for alchemy. Not to mention that he only started learning alchemy at the age of 26 or 27, even if he was 40 or 50 years old, it wouldn't be too late. What qualifications do you have to compare yourself to Grandmaster Xiao? Silence. Xianxia angrily shouted, immediately silencing the crowd. Xianxia stared deeply at Yang Kai, not saying a word. After a long time, he nodded and said, what you said makes sense. Since Martial Uncle did not say that only alchemists must participate in this test, you are qualified. Go and take a poison pill. Yang Kai nodded, and under the sneers of the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples, he took out a poison pill and threw it directly into his mouth. Dong Qingyan looked at him nervously, but Yang Kai just smiled and walked over to the side and sat down. Circulating his true young secret art, a burning sensation spread out, causing Xianxia's brow to wrinkle slightly, and he couldn't help secretly nodding. Although he had looked down on Yang Kai a moment ago, now that he felt his yuan qi, he knew that this boy was not simple. At such a young age, he had already reached the yuan qi boundary. This kind of aptitude was not something an average person could compare with. If he did not distract himself with alchemy and instead concentrated on the martial Tao, he would surely achieve great things in the future. A trivial guard is so powerful? The Dong family's heritage was not shallow. Xianxia was really surprised. As soon as the poison pill entered his stomach, Yang Kai felt it completely dissolve and flow directly into his meridians. Worthy of being personally refined by a grandmaster, this kind of medicinal efficacies were simply too fast. Not to mention that Yang Kai was now at the second stage of yuan qi. Even if a cultivator had just reached the initial element boundary, as long as they circulated their yuan qi, they would be able to effortlessly absorb the medicinal efficacies. The medicinal efficacies flowed through his meridians, but after being tempered and burned by his true young yuan qi, they were not able to harm him in the slightest. After a few circulations, Yang Kai felt that the poison had completely lost its effect, and instead continued to flow up to the top of his head, converging into a turbid gas in his mouth. Gawking for a moment, Yang Kai secretly cursed. Dong Qingyan had just spent the time it took to drink a cup of tea to pass the test, which had already caused Qinzhe to lose his composure. Now, after just a few circulations he had passed the test, who knew what kind of disturbance would arise? This speed is too fast. Thinking so, Yang Kai swallowed the turbid gas in his mouth, not spitting it out, while continuing to circulate his secret art as if nothing had happened. After half a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai quietly began circulating his yuan qi, guiding the turbid qi from his mouth to his forehead. From an outsider's point of view, Yang Kai's forehead was now filled with a faint black qi. Qinzhe was suddenly surprised. This was clearly a sign that would only appear at the final juncture of the test. Of the hundreds of alchemists who had taken the stage before, only Wang Qiren and Dong Qingyan had reached this point, but the former had failed while the latter had succeeded. How could a mere guard do this? Could it be that he was another genius suited for alchemy? Qinzhe was quite nervous as he stared at Yang Kai deeply, his heart almost jumping into his throat. His martial uncle Xiao had personally told him that as long as he could find a suitable successor for this trial, he would be satisfied. Now that Dong Qingyan had passed, if another one passed, wouldn't his martial uncle laugh his head off? Not only would Hidden Cloud Peak have a successor in the future, but it would also be able to carry forward its legacy. Just as Qinzhe's heart was filled with nervousness, the black qi between Yang Kai's eyebrows suddenly disappeared. Qinzhe held his breath on the spot, his eyes widening. Success or failure would all depend on the next moment. As he anxiously waited, Yang Kai didn't respond, but after a long time, Qinzhe's eyes began to ache, only to see a wisp of black qi appear between Yang Kai's eyebrows. What's going on? Qinzhe was really confused. The reaction of this young man in front of him wasn't like Wang Qiren who spat out a mouthful of black blood, nor was he like Dong Qingyan who successfully forced out the black smoke, so how could this black gas appear back and forth between his eyebrows? This situation was inconsistent with what his martial uncle had told him before. Just as he was feeling anxious and confused, the black qi disappeared. But before he could calm down, the black qi reappeared. Qinzhe's heart began to beat erratically as the black qi continued to rise and fall. This kind of waiting without knowing the result was really too torturous, especially since the other party's performance was constantly fluctuating between success and failure, making him feel even more tormented. The black qi fluctuated at least a dozen times before the boy in front of him suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a thick turbid qi. As this turbid qi was expelled, the boy's entire body seemed to become sluggish, his head drooping down. He had lost his spirit. F***K. You finally spat it out. Qinzhe cursed in his heart. If you keep tormenting me a few more times, I'm afraid I won't be able to take it anymore. But, how could something like this happen? Qinzhe furrowed his eyebrows in deep thought. Could it be that this youth's aptitude had barely reached the standard set by his martial uncle, and that was why he had passed the test with such difficulty? Thinking about it this way, it did make sense. Brother Qin. Dong Qingyan looked at Qinzhe and hesitantly asked, "How is he?" Qinzhe regained his senses and laughed heartily, Not bad, not bad. Although his aptitude is slightly worse than yours, but, he barely passed." Passed again? Everyone below the stage was stunned by this sentence. So many people had gone on stage before, but none of them had succeeded. Even Wang Qiren had spat out a mouthful of black blood, but now, a common grade mid-rank alchemist had passed. Even though her rank as an alchemist was very low, she was still the daughter of the Dong family. The Dong family was quite powerful, so it was acceptable that they could cultivate such a talent. But what about the guards? They were just young Lady Dong's followers. How could such a person pass? Senior Qin, that little brat shouldn't have cheated, right? Someone below shouted. That's right, Senior, this person doesn't even know alchemy. How could he pass Grandmaster Zhao's test without an alchemist's rank? He must have used some dirty tricks to achieve this. I refuse to accept this. The smile on Qinzhe's face immediately froze, his eyes flashing like lightning as he swept his eyes across the crowd, coldly snorting, this is a poison pill personally refined by my martial uncle Xiao, no one can cheat. Even if an immortal ascension boundary cultivator takes this pill, those without alchemy aptitude will not be able to bear it. If there is anyone who disagrees, come up and give it a try, but if there is anyone who dares to question it, then that is an insult to my Medicine King's Valley, an insult to my martial uncle Xiao. As soon as this big accusation was made, the crowd immediately quieted down. Damn, a little guard who can't even perform alchemy can pass. I don't believe it. An alchemist grit his teeth and fiercely rushed up the stage. Many people quickly followed. A moment later, a large group of people were poisoned. A whole pot of poison pills, at least 500 to 600 of them. By noon, all the poison pills had been taken, but from start to finish, only Dong Qingyan and Yang Kai had safely passed the test. There were also many people who suffered the same fate as Wang Qiren, reaching the final step but failing at the final step, causing many people to sigh with regret. Only now did everyone realize that Grandmaster Xiao had not set out to recruit disciples, but had set up such a difficult test in order to find a suitable successor. After the test ended, Xianxia walked over with a smile. Junior brother and junior sister, when will you come with me to Hidden Cloud Peak? If martial uncle knows that 2 people have passed this time, he will definitely be very happy. Yang Kai's face remained expressionless, not saying a word, his expression cold. His current status was that of a bodyguard, so naturally he could not overstep his boundaries. Dong Qingyan smiled and said, I'm going to say goodbye to my big brother. Oh, let's go together, quickly say goodbye and we'll go to Hidden Cloud Peak. He couldn't wait to take them to Medicine King's Valley. On the 3rd floor of the Dong family medicine store, Dong Qinghan's fat face wore a wry smile. The news that Dong Qingyan had passed Grandmaster Zhao's test had reached his ears early on. Although he knew that his little sister had been obsessed with alchemy since childhood, he had never expected her to be able to accomplish such a feat worshipping Xiao Fuxing as a disciple. This was a good thing no one could refuse. But in the end, she was a girl who had been pampered since childhood, now suddenly changing to an unfamiliar environment. He didn't know if she could handle it. But now, what was done, unless the Dong family was willing to break off all ties with Medicine King's Valley, it would be impossible to poach someone from Medicine King's Valley. The Dong family naturally could not break off relations with Medicine King's Valley, the stakes were too high. Just as Dong Qinghan was smiling bitterly, the Wind and Cloud dual guard's expression suddenly changed and whispered, Young lady and young Master Yang are coming, and there is another person with them, he should be the steward of Medicine King's Valley. Dong Qinghan was startled and quickly got up, come with me to greet them. Before they reached the door, the sound of someone running up the stairs could be heard. Opening the door, Yang Kai saw Dong Qingyan running up the stairs at a brisk pace. Big brother, I succeeded. Dong Qingyan couldn't wait to tell Dong Qinghan the good news. Dong Qinghan's face immediately stiffened as he reached out and knocked her head, scolding, nonsense. Such a big thing, why didn't you discuss it with me in advance? Dong Qingyan rubbed her small head, still grinning, not showing the slightest annoyance. Just as Dong Qinghan finished reprimanding her, Xianxia, who had followed closely behind, lightly coughed. Dong Qingyan's expression immediately became serious as he quickly bowed, Junior greets Senior Qin. N. Xianxia nodded lightly, frowning slightly, Young Master Dong, since your little sister has passed the test, she is now a disciple of my Medicine King's Valley, the disciple of my martial uncle Xiao, and also this Qin's junior sister. Although she is still a member of your Dong family, you can't hit her at will. Dong Qinghan was stunned. Xianxia continued to casually scold him, alchemist is a noble profession, different from you spear-wielding barbarians, what you need is brains, do you understand brains? What if you break her head? Junior sister is a genius in alchemy, if you really break her head, can you afford the loss? Can you afford the wrath of my martial uncle Xiao? Can your Dong family afford the wrath of my Medicine King's Valley? Spear and stick scolding, Dong Qinghan's young master Dong was left speechless. Xianxia snorted and continued, you call me senior, but Yan'er is now this Qin's junior sister, in terms of seniority, she is higher than you, how can you hit her, do you not understand this simple truth? N? Dong Qinghan was dumbfounded, wanting to cry but having no tears. I just greeted you, I didn't say anything. I know your medicine King's Valley is overbearing, but she's my little sister, can't I even teach her a lesson? I've never seen anyone so overprotective. You haven't even entered Medicine King's Valley yet and you're already acting like this. Once you really enter Medicine King's Valley, what kind of trouble will you cause? However, although Dong Qinghan was extremely depressed, in his heart he was also quite happy. Xianxia being so protective of his little sister, after entering Medicine King's Valley, she wouldn't suffer any hardships. Junior knows he was wrong. Dong Qinghan cleverly admitted his mistake. Xianxia nodded lightly. Good, young Master Dong doesn't look like an uneducated person, knowing your mistakes and correcting them is a good thing. Dong Qinghan's fat face squeezed out a forced smile, a smile that was even uglier than crying. Xianxia turned around and looked at Dong Qingyan, junior sister, if you and young Master Dong have anything to say, make it short, I'll wait for you downstairs. Saying so, he floated down the stairs. He had come up here to support Dong Qingyan. After Xianxia left, Dong Qinghan ground his teeth and glared at his little sister. You've got the ability, should I call you Senior Dong? Hee hee. Dong Qingyan giggled, stepping forward and shaking her brother's arm, softly saying, Father. Dong Qinghan helplessly shook his head. I'll tell him, I believe he won't try to stop me. Father will be proud of me. Dong Qingyan nodded quickly, suddenly feeling like a big stone had been lifted from her heart. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Dong Qinghan whispered, once you enter Medicine King's Valley, be careful, if anything happens, don't involve Yan. He was naturally referring to the Pill Saint's Peak. I know what to do. Yang Kai nodded. Half an hour later, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan came downstairs. Xianxia and the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples had long since become impatient, so when they saw them come down, they immediately rushed back. Of the 12 peaks of Medicine King's Valley, Hidden Cloud Peak was located in the middle, only 2 mountains away from the Pill Saint's Peak. Arriving at the foot of the peak, looking up, there was only a vague rugged mountain road leading to the top, both sides of which were lush greenery, creating a beautiful scenery. At the foot of the mountain was a stone tablet with 3 large characters engraved on it, Hidden Cloud Peak. At the bottom right corner of the stone tablet was a line of small blood-red characters. Yang Kai took a closer look and saw that the line of small characters was actually, Trespassers will die. This line of bright red characters demonstrated the overbearing and extraordinary spirit of Medicine King's Valley. Only people from Medicine King's Valley would dare to erect such a majestic stone monument in front of their own home. There was no one guarding the foot of the mountain, so Xianxia led the group up the mountain. Dong Qingyan and Xianxia walked side by side, followed by the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples, with Yang Kai bringing up the rear. When the 3 young Medicine King's Valley disciples looked at Dong Qingyan, their faces were filled with envy, worship, and even love. On the other hand, when they looked at Yang Kai, they were still disdainful, not even bothering to say a word to him. Alchemists were a group of people who were not good at communicating with others and had eyes above their heads. The alchemists of Medicine King's Valley were even more so. Dong Qingyan's background was extraordinary and her natural beauty naturally attracted their attention. Although Yang Kai had also passed the test set by Grandmaster Xiao and was qualified to enter Hidden Cloud Peak, in essence, he was just a small attendant with a low status. How could they lower themselves to interact with him? Since they didn't speak, Yang Kai was like a taciturn gourd, secretly observing as they walked. On the other hand, Dong Qingyan was like a sparrow. From the moment she set foot on the rugged mountain road, she had been constantly asking questions. She was about to enter the Holy Land in her heart and see the senior she worshipped, so Dong Qingyan was both nervous and looking forward to it. Xianxia didn't speak much, most of the time he was silent, but when faced with Dong Qingyan's questions, he carefully answered one by one, not showing the slightest impatience. Listening to the conversation between the two of them, Yang Kai also learned a few things. Hidden Cloud Peak had only had one alchemist, Xiaofu Xing, since several decades ago. Besides the 2 maidservants who served him, there was no one else. Moreover, these 2 maidservants were ordinary people who had never cultivated before. Xiaofu Xing had been obsessed with alchemy all his life and had never accepted a disciple until this year when he changed his mind and decided to pass on his life's knowledge. That was why today's test had occurred. Why did Master suddenly change his mind? Dong Qingyan asked curiously. Xianxia's expression darkened, but he didn't answer. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Martial uncle's thoughts, I dare not speculate. You should ask him yourself one day." Oh. The first half of Hidden Cloud Peak was nothing out of the ordinary. As far as the eye could see, there were only rugged rocks and forests. From time to time, there would be some wild animals roaming about. However, they were all small animals such as rabbits and roe deer. There was nothing dangerous about them. But in the second half, instead, it was the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It made people feel relaxed and happy. There were many exotic flowers and herbs in the mountains. Just like that, they grew there openly, swaying in the wind. There were many types of them. It was a dazzling sight. There are so many herbs here, why didn't anyone secretly come up here to pick them? Dong Qingyan couldn't help feeling curious when she saw no one guarding the mountain forest. Who dares? Xianxia coldly snorted, "Whoever dares touch Medicine King's Valley's herbs will have their entire family annihilated." Hearing these murderous words, Dong Qingyan quickly spat out her tongue. The herbs that were planted in the mountains were definitely not too valuable, so it was not worthwhile to offend Medicine King Valley for these things. An hour later, the group arrived at the top of the mountain where there was a row of houses. There weren't many of them, only about 7 or 8, most of which were newly built. These should be the residences that Xiao Fuxing had prepared for his disciples. Arriving here, Xianxia stopped and turned to the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples and said, "You wait here." The 3 of them listened. Quickly putting on a bashful face, they smiled and said, "Martial uncle, we also want to go in." "What are you going to do?" Xianxia asked unhappily. One of them wore a look of yearning. "Since we entered Medicine King's Valley until now, we've only seen Martial Uncle Xiao once, but now we're here, heh." Xianxia frowned and pondered for a moment. Nodding, he said, "Good, then don't speak. Martial Uncle doesn't like to be disturbed." "Yes, we promise we won't speak." The 3 immediately cheered up. Yang Kai observed from the side and found that these 3 people's expressions were filled with awe. Even Xianxia's expression became serious. It seemed that Xiao Fuxing's reputation in the hearts of alchemists was far beyond what he had imagined. Even these disciples of Medicine King's Valley were proud to see him. Under the leadership of Xianxia, the group of people walked straight towards the row of houses. Before they had even arrived, 2 beautiful women appeared in front of them. These 2 beautiful women were both plump and gorgeous, with a hint of charm between their brows, a faint dignified air, and a light smile. At first glance, these 2 beautiful women appeared to be only 25 or 26 years old. In fact, both of them were over 40 years old. Because as early as 25 years ago, they had come to Hidden Cloud Peak to serve Xiao Fuxing. 25 years ago, they were only 16 or 17 years old. These 2 beautiful women were ordinary people who had never cultivated, but they were still able to maintain their youth and beauty. Compared to many other cultivator, they were even able to maintain their looks. All of this was thanks to Xiao Fuxing's methods. Seeing the 2 beautiful women come over, Xianxia quickly cupped his fists, not daring to show the slightest disrespect, respectfully saying, "Ladies, please report to Martial Uncle that we have brought the people he wants." "These 2? One of the beautiful women wearing a moon-white dress looked at Dong Qingyan and Yang Kai with a smile. "Greetings, senior." Dong Qingyan also understood etiquette and quickly bowed with Yang Kai. The beautiful woman chuckled, "Call me Aunt Xiang, this is Aunt Lan." Dong Qingyan giggled and obediently bowed again. Aunt Xiang then said, "You don't need to be so formal here, just treat this place as your own home. In the future, the 2 of you will be living here for a long time. If you are too formal, you will feel uncomfortable, and we will also feel uncomfortable." The other beautiful woman, Aunt Lan, smiled and said, "When we first came to Hidden Cloud Peak, we were about the same age as you. In a flash, more than 20 years have passed." Dong Qingyan saw the 2 of them acting so cordially and her tension gradually relaxed. "Ladies, Martial Uncle is." Xianxia waited for them to finish their small talk before respectfully asking for instructions. "Grandmaster is currently performing alchemy, news from the bottom of the mountain has already been sent back. You can go back first, when Grandmaster finishes refining that furnace of pills, he will meet with them. Hearing this, not only did the three young Medicine King's Valley disciples look sad, even Xianxia was slightly disappointed. Many thanks. Xianxia quickly adjusted his expression, cupped his fists, and led the three Medicine King's Valley disciples away. After they left, the two beautiful women waved to Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan, smiling as they arranged a place for them to live. Hidden Cloud Peak had only been inhabited by the three of them and Xiao Fuxing. Xiao Fuxing would often retreat to perform alchemy and would not appear for more than 10 days. The two of them had been companions for so many years, so now that Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan had arrived, they were naturally happy. Hidden Cloud Peak was not like any of the other peaks. There was nothing to pay attention to, nor were there so many restrictions, everything was very free. After arranging a place for Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan to live, the two women left. They stayed on Hidden Cloud Peak for 3 days, but Xiao Fuxing still did not show up. Only the two beautiful women came to see Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan from time to time, inquiring about their well-being. 3 days later, just as Dong Qingyan was muttering to herself about when Xiao Fuxing would come out, a tyrannical energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from nearby. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, exchanging a glance with Dong Qingyan before quickly rushing out of the house. The two beautiful women had also walked out and were staring at a room in a daze. This was Xiao Fuxing's residence. Not long after, the door opened, and an old man in his 60s with white hair and beard walked out. The old man had a peaceful face, but at this moment, his eyebrows were tightly knitted. He was holding a golden pill in his hand, and while walking, he frowned and observed it. Dong Qingyan suddenly became nervous. The man she had always worshipped had appeared in front of her, her mood could be imagined. Yang Kai was also looking at this legendary figure in the alchemy world and was surprised to find that this person didn't have the slightest fluctuation of yuan qi. He was like an ordinary old man, bland and plain. However, Xiao Fuxing was not an ordinary person, he was at least an immortal ascension boundary master. Yang Kai couldn't help but become solemn. Being able to restrain his aura to such an extent, this Xiao Fuxing was not simple. No pill veins, without pill veins, what use is there for me? Xiao Fuxing muttered a few times with a pained expression before letting out a long sigh. Yang Kai glanced over at the pill in his hand and found that this pill was full of world energy. Even from a few dozen meters away, he could smell its pill fragrance. On top of that, it was round and full, clearly a heaven-grade or above pill. But now, this pill had been degraded by Xiao Fuxing to be worthless. Grandmaster. Auntie Xiang, one of the two beautiful women, called out softly, "He's here." Only now did Xiao Fuxing recover from his contemplation, tossing the pill he had been holding to one of the beautiful women before turning his eyes towards Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan with great interest. Not bad, not bad. Circling around Dong Qingyan a few times, Xiao Fuxing repeatedly praised. At this time, Dong Qingyan's small face suddenly became serious, not daring to move at all. After circling around Yang Kai a few more times, Xiao Fuxing suddenly frowned. Not bad, but the murderous aura is too heavy. Yang Kai's heart went cold. Xiao Fuxing, on the other hand, casually said, "You too, stretch out your hands." Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan both stretched out their hands. Xiao Fuxing flicked his finger and placed it on their wrists. After examining them for a long time, his old face filled with a smile and his eyes flashed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai meaningfully. "You cheated during the test." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before immediately letting out a laugh. "Senior's eyes are sharp." Dong Qingyan was stunned on the spot and quickly defended Yang Kai. "He didn't cheat, he took that poison pill and forced the poison out of his body, how could he cheat?" Xiao Fuxing smiled and said, "I'm not saying that his aptitude isn't good, on the contrary, his aptitude is probably better than yours. It's just that he deliberately delayed forcing out the poison, obviously he didn't want to show off too much." Ah. Dong Qingyan was stunned. The two beautiful women's beautiful eyes also flashed a strange light as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "How did Senior see through it?" Xiao Fuxing chuckled and patted the dust off his clothes. "I set this test myself, how could I not know?" After Xiao Fuxing's simple explanation, Yang Kai finally understood what was hidden in his poison pills. The pot of poison pills was not complicated to refine, and the materials required were not expensive, otherwise there would not have been so many of them. However, the biggest function of these poison pills was to test the purity of a person's yuan qi. An alchemist was also a cultivator, and all of them had yuan qi in their bodies, but this group of people regarded alchemy as their main occupation. Increasing their cultivation and strength was all for the sake of alchemy. When a poison pill was taken, if one's yuan qi was pure enough, it could completely expel the poison from the body, otherwise, it would not work. The purity of yuan qi was related to many things, such as a cultivator's secret art, martial skills, the pills they had taken, their physique, and various other factors could all affect it. Although these alchemists regarded alchemy as their life's occupation, because of various experiences, their yuan qi was impure, so they failed Xiao Fuxing's test. Yang Kai had only practiced the true Yang secret art since he began cultivating, and had constantly tempered his yuan qi, so it was not surprising that the purity of his yuan qi could meet Xiao Fuxing's requirements. Dong Qingyan's situation was similar. She cultivated a fire attribute secret art. The Dong family was a big family, and when she was at the peak of the separation and reunion boundary, in order to help her break through to the yuan qi boundary, the family had spent a lot of precious treasures to help her condense her yuan qi, so naturally her yuan qi would not be impure. Xiao Fuxing smiled wryly. In fact, this old master's pot of poison pills, if an alchemist were to take them, 90% of them would fail the test. Because they don't take the purity of their yuan qi too seriously. When refining pills, many alchemists have to personally test the properties of the pills themselves. The various medicinal efficacies in their bodies would clash and condense, so how could there be any pure yuan qi? But if it were to be taken by those who cultivate a fire or yang attribute secret art, I'm afraid it would be a different story. Yang Kai suddenly realized why the time it took him to resolve the poison was shorter than Dong Qingyan's, so there was such a reason. However, of those who came to participate in Xiao Fuxing's test, which one of them was not an alchemist? Only a cultivator with a special purpose like Yang Kai would try it. Wanting to find such a successor among the alchemists was indeed somewhat difficult. Dong Qingyan being able to pass this test smoothly was also thanks to the Dong family not supporting her in alchemy all these years. If she had started studying alchemy from an early age, this test would likely have ended with regret. Many people have taken the wrong path as an alchemist. This old master was wrong. Xiao Fuxing let out a long sigh. There was an indescribable sense of loneliness and regret. Yang Kai frowned and said thoughtfully, "Master, according to what you said, wouldn't it be better to find a child with excellent aptitude and train him from a young age?" A child. Xiao Fuxing shook his head and smiled bitterly. This old master can't wait that long. Yang Kai's heart stirred. Staring at Xiao Fuxing in surprise. The two beautiful women were also dejected. They wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Dong Qingyan couldn't help but gasp, "Grandmaster, you." Xiao Fuxing chuckled. With an indifferent expression, he said, "It doesn't matter, I can still live for a few more years. In this lifetime, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through to the mysterious grade top rank. I really want to see what the spirit rank is like." His words were full of yearning and regret. His expression suddenly brightened and he said, "I can't, but I want to train a spirit grade alchemist. Breaking through the shackles of the spirit rank will depend on the two of you." It was for this reason that Xiao Fuxing wanted to accept a disciple. He had devoted his entire life to alchemy, but had never been able to break through to the spirit rank. How could he not regret it? He had unparalleled alchemy knowledge and his own personal experience on the alchemy path, so he firmly believed that he could cultivate a disciple who surpassed himself. Perceiving Xiao Fuxing's determination, Yang Kai struggled for a moment before quickly saying, "Senior, please forgive this junior. The reason why I came to Hidden Cloud Peak was not to study alchemy." Xiao Fuxing's brow furrowed as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. "I want to reach the peak of the martial Tao. If I study alchemy, I'm afraid I won't be able to," Yang Kai said sincerely. He had come to Hidden Cloud Peak this time just to take advantage of its geographical advantage to get close to the Pale Saint's Peak. Xiao Fuxing had confided in him, so Yang Kai didn't want to deceive him too much. He definitely couldn't say that he wanted to go to the Pale Saint's Peak, but he also couldn't learn alchemy, otherwise he would be unable to escape. Hearing Yang Kai say this, the two beautiful women suddenly frowned and looked towards Yang Kai with a slightly unhappy expression. On the other hand, Xiao Fuxing just chuckled, who said that alchemy can't help one reach the peak of the martial Tao. Yang Kai's expression shook as he thought about it. The first time he had met Xiao Fuxing, this old man had left a deep impression on Yang Kai. Although he was already half buried in the ground, the kind of high-spirited spirit he displayed and the kind of mentality he had to compete with the heavens was something that many young people didn't possess. The Grandmaster didn't ask him to become Dong Qingyan's disciple and instead just stayed here. A few days later, Xiao Fuxing didn't show up much. Dong Qingyan insisted on calling him master and disciple, while Yang Kai only called him Old Xiao. Although the two beautiful women were somewhat displeased with Yang Kai's attitude and tone that day, their self-restraint was excellent and they didn't embarrass him. Every day they still greeted him with a smile and took care of the daily life of the entire hidden cloud peak, silently contributing. On this day, Xiao Fuxing called Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan into his room. The two of them stood in front of Old Xiao, Yang Kai's expression indifferent while Dong Qingyan was somewhat restrained. Xiao Fuxing smiled faintly and nodded. I haven't taught you anything these past few days, but I've been observing your character. Although time will reveal a person's heart, this old master has lived for many years, so his eyesight is still somewhat profound. Yen, you have a kind heart and come from a great family, but you don't have the spoiled temperament of those young ladies. Even if you inherit this old master's mantle, I believe you won't do anything evil in the future. If you are willing, this old master can accept you as a disciple. Disciple is willing. Dong Qingyan quickly replied, her face filled with joy. Xiao Fuxing nodded with satisfaction and then turned to Yang Kai. You are different, although you are young, you have experienced many hardships and your temperament is much more mature than your peers. Your yuan qi is like a sword, sharp and fierce, so you should have killed many people. But although your methods are ruthless, you will not kill the innocent. Yang Kai nodded silently and did not refute this. As one grew older, their eyesight was generally quite sharp. Your pursuit is different from Yen-er's, so even if your aptitude is better than Yen-er's, I will not force you. You have your own path to walk, so I will not accept you as a disciple, nor will I teach you alchemy. Master! Dong Qingyan exclaimed, thinking he was going to drive her away. Xiao Fuxing waved his hand and smiled, but, since you have passed this old master's test, it can be considered fate, so I can teach you something else. For the time being, you and Yen can live together on Hidden Cloud Peak. Many thanks, old man Xiao. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Xiao Fuxing really wanted to drive him away from the mountain, he would have no choice, but now hearing him say he could stay on Hidden Cloud Peak, he naturally relaxed. With this, he no longer had any psychological burden to bear. This is a set of secret arts, the two of you can take them to cultivate, but remember, you only need to cultivate for an hour a day at most. Xiao Fuxing handed over a booklet and closed his eyes. Yang Kai reached out and took the booklet before leaving the house with Dong Qingyan. Half a day later, the two of them had familiarized themselves with the secret arts on the booklet and returned to their respective rooms to cultivate. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret art this was as it didn't have a name and its circulation route was quite strange. It actually required one to circulate all 108 meridians in the body at the same time, a staggering number. Yang Kai and the old demon studied the secret art together for a long time, but even with the old demon's profound knowledge, he still couldn't figure out what it was, only that it didn't cause any harm. Xiao Fuxing didn't have much time left, and now that he had finally accepted Dong Qingyan as his disciple, he naturally wouldn't harm her. Thinking so, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on his bed, adjusted his breathing, and began to cultivate this unknown secret art. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Kai Yang was able to enjoy a rare moment of leisure. Every morning, he would wake up early in the morning and face the rising sun to practice his unyielding golden skeleton secret art. Then, he would spend an hour practicing an unknown secret art. After this, it was time for him to cultivate. The days passed quickly, and they were very fulfilling. Yang Kai repeatedly went to inquire about the situation of the Pale Saint's Peak, but without a proper reason or excuse, he would often be driven away before he could even approach, leaving him at a loss for what to do. The two beautiful women on Hidden Cloud Peak also treated Yang Kai very well, Every day they would cook some medicinal cuisine for him and Dong Qingyan to eat. The two women's cooking skills were very high, using only simple ingredients to create exquisite food. Dong Qingyan's feelings with the two beautiful women also greatly increased during this time. After all, they were all women, so it was much easier for them to interact with one another. After a month of hard work, Yang Kai's own strength didn't increase much, and the unknown secret art didn't increase his yuan qi, so it didn't have any magical effects. However, as old Xiao had said, this secret art could only be cultivated for an hour a day. Any longer and Yang Kai's yuan qi would begin to boil like boiling water, causing him unbearable pain. One day after a month, after Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan finished their breakfast, the two beautiful women smiled and handed over 2 medicine baskets. "Auntie Xiang, what are these for?" Dong Qingyan took the medicine baskets with a puzzled expression and handed one to Yang Kai. Auntie Xiang smiled and said, "Grandmaster has a task for the two of you." "Really?" Dong Qingyan was very happy. During this time, she had only been cultivating, and Xiao Fuxing hadn't taught her a single thing about alchemy, which made her quite depressed. She had joined Hidden Cloud Peak in order to learn alchemy, but until now she hadn't even seen the shadow of a pill, so how could she not be anxious? Now that she heard that her grandmaster had a task for her, naturally she couldn't wait to perform well in order to win the favor of her grandmaster, then take the opportunity to put forward her own requirements for learning alchemy. "What task?" Yang Kai asked faintly. "Grandmaster has asked you to collect some herbs." Auntie Xiang smiled and listed the names of the herbs she was going to collect, then explained in detail the habits and shapes of these herbs. Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan both secretly remembered this and set off with their medicine baskets. Medicine King's Valley's Hidden Cloud Peak, halfway up the mountain, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan were carrying medicine baskets as they searched for herbs in the jungle. The task old Xiao had given them this time wasn't difficult to complete. The herbs they were looking for weren't precious, nor were they rare, they could all be found on this mountain peak. The only problem was that the age requirement was a bit harsh. They needed to be at least 30 years old or above. The two of them trekked through the mountains and rivers, carefully searching for herbs until late afternoon, before finally collecting most of them. "We're still missing an iron bone grass," Auntie Xiang said. "We need 10 stalks of it." Dong Qingyan counted with her fingers, her brow wrinkling slightly. "Cousin, we haven't found a single one yet." Yang Kai looked around and suddenly thought of something. "I'm afraid Hidden Cloud Peak doesn't have this kind of herb, let's go somewhere else." Dong Qingyan's eyes darted around for a moment before she giggled. "You mean, somewhere like Pale Saint's Peak?" Yang Kai glared at her. Dong Qingyan tacitly agreed, and together with Yang Kai, the two of them headed towards Pale Saint's Peak. Pale Saint's Peak was a restricted area of Medicine King's Valley. From the top of the mountain, ordinary disciples were not allowed to approach it. But below 3,000 feet, one could freely enter and exit. With a clear goal in mind, the two of them walked all the way to Pale Saint's Peak. "Let's split up and search." Yang Kai lightly coughed. "N." Dong Qingyan smiled and nodded. She naturally knew what Yang Kai wanted to do, but she didn't point it out, instead just saying, "Be careful." "I know." Carrying the medicine basket on his back, Yang Kai casually approached the top of Pale Saint's Peak, casually searching for iron bone grasses while secretly remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Half an hour later, as Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally approached, he was now only 1,000 feet away from the peak. Quietly looking up, Yang Kai suddenly found a stone statue standing on top of Pale Saint's Peak. This stone statue was the Pale Saint's portrait. The stone statue was at least 300 feet tall and had a magnificent aura. Yang Kai was still able to see the statue's chest from 1,000 feet away. The stone statue was modeled. It was unknown how many years the flowing time Great Emperor had stood here. Wind and rain battered it, but it still stood firm. Yang Kai wanted to release his divine sense to investigate, but he was somewhat afraid. Although he couldn't see anyone, there was definitely an expert guarding the place. "Old demon, can you sneak in and take a look?" Yang Kai asked. "If there is an immortal ascension boundary master up there, old servant has nowhere to hide," the old demon replied. His current strength wasn't too high, so he couldn't hide his demonic chi. Furthermore, his characteristics were too obvious. He was wrapped in a black aura with the Soulbreaker all. There was no way to hide from an immortal ascension boundary master. Was there no way at all? It had been more than a month since they arrived at Hidden Cloud Peak. He hadn't even figured out what was hidden there. Who's there? Just as Xianxia was frowning, an angry shout came from above. A figure flew down from above and landed directly in front of Xianxia. He looked at him coldly. This person was definitely an immortal ascension boundary master, and his strength wasn't low. Although most of the disciples in Medicine King's Valley were alchemists, there were always some who were responsible for combat and defense. Which peak are you from? Don't you know that 3,000 meters below Pil Saint's Peak is a restricted area? The man coldly shouted. His expression was unfriendly. Xianxia frowned, his mind racing. I'm asking you a question. Who is your master? Didn't he tell you the consequences of trespassing on Pil Saint's Peak? Xianxia kept his fists and said, Greetings, Senior. This junior is a disciple of Hidden Cloud Peak's Old Man Xiao. Under Old Man Xiao's orders, this junior came down the mountain today to collect some herbs. Grandmaster Xiao? The man was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing, You're the young man who joined Hidden Cloud Peak a month ago? It is indeed this junior. The man vigilantly and cautiously looked Xianxia up and down, sending out his divine sense but retracting it a moment later. The cold expression on his face gradually eased. Xianxia then said, This junior was only focused on finding herbs. I didn't expect to find myself here, please forgive me, Senior. The man nodded and said, If it were any other disciple, today's death sentence could be spared, but punishment would still be unavoidable. But since you've only been here for a short time, today's mistake can be forgiven. Leave quickly, and don't commit such a crime again. If you do, you will be severely punished. Xianxia helplessly withdrew. After Xianxia left, the man's figure flickered and returned to the top of Pil Saint's Peak, continuing to watch over it. From a distance, Xianxia glanced back again. Sure enough, there was an immortal ascension boundary master guarding that place. What should he do? If there was a way to get close to the myriad drug pond, he might have been able to get a glimpse of its mysteries, but now he couldn't even get close, let alone anything else. Walking back with a gloomy expression, Xianxia could hear Dong Qingyan arguing with someone from afar, so he couldn't help quickening his pace. A moment later, a clear voice entered his ears. This iron bonegrass was obviously found by me first, how can you be like this? Dong Qingyan's tone was somewhat aggrieved. Another voice called out, Junior sister must be joking, this herb is the shared property of my Medicine King's Valley, naturally it belongs to whoever picks it first. What's more, according to what Junior sister said, we were the first to discover all the herbs in this mountain. We've lived here since we were young. Who's your junior sister? Dong Qingyan angrily said, I am Grandmaster Zhao's disciple, according to seniority, all of you should call me Martial Aunt. Ahem ahem. The three young Medicine King's Valley disciples who were confronting Dong Qingyan couldn't help feeling embarrassed, unable to refute. Xiao Fuxing had accepted a disciple in his later years, so although Dong Qingyan was very young, her seniority in Medicine King's Valley was much higher than the average person, the same generation as Qin Zhe, so naturally these young men were lower than her. What's wrong? Do several martial nephews want to snatch what Martial Aunt wants, Dong Qingyan proudly snorted. What Martial Aunt? The leader muttered discontentedly, I was lucky enough to be able to worship Martial Uncle Xiao as my master, if Martial Uncle Xiao was willing to let me try that poison pill, I could have also passed the test. Humph. Dong Qingyan wrinkled her delicate nose, it's useless to say such things now, obediently hand over the herbs your Martial Aunt has taken a fancy to, otherwise, I'll go tell your master, and say you offended your superiors, disrespecting your elders. As she finished speaking, her voice suddenly became louder. The faces of the several young Medicine King's Valley disciples all changed, this big accusation was something they couldn't bear. Inside Medicine King's Valley, only Hidden Cloud Peak's rules were a bit lax. In other words, only Hidden Cloud Peak had no rules and was completely free. Unlike the other peaks, where there were many rules and regulations, it was not a joke to offend one's superiors and disrespect their elders. However, these young men were all older than Dong Qingyan, and they were all men, how could they be willing to admit defeat in front of this little girl? The leader of the group thought for a moment. He quickly came up with a plan. Grinning meaningfully, he ground his teeth and said, "Since Martial Ant is a disciple of Hidden Cloud Peak, you must be an alchemy genius." "Naturally," Dong Qingyan said proudly. This little girl was also obsessed with alchemy. Instead of praising her for her beauty, it was better to praise her for her exquisite alchemy skills. As soon as she heard this, she immediately became arrogant. "Martial Ant is looking for iron bone grass?" the man asked again. "N. There isn't much iron bone grass left in Medicine King's Valley right now." "How much iron bone grass does Martial Ant need?" 10. I only found 2. "That's really a coincidence, we also have a lot of iron bone grass here, it should be enough for Martial Ant's needs." "You're willing to give it to me?" Dong Qingyan smiled happily, suddenly feeling that her martial nephews were quite handsome. The man chuckled. "Naturally it's impossible to give it away for free, but Martial nephew wants to use these iron bone grasses as a bet and compare notes with Martial Ant. If Martial Ant can win, not only will we offer these iron bone grasses, but if Martial Ant takes a fancy to the other herbs, then we will give them to Martial Ant. Martial Ant is free to take them. What does Martial Ant think?" Hearing this, Dong Qingyan wrinkled her brow and pursed her lips. Just as she was wondering what to do, Yang Kai's voice suddenly called out, "Who wants to compare notes?" "I'll accompany you." "Guard Yang." Dong Qingyan smiled happily and waved towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure flickered and arrived in front of Dong Qingyan, faintly looking at the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples in front of him. "You want to compare notes?" "It's him. He's the other disciple who passed the test and joined Hidden Cloud Peak." One of the Medicine King's Valley disciples grit his teeth and said, his face filled with envy and jealousy, wishing he could take his place. "Bullying a woman isn't a skill, if you have something to say then come at me." Yang Kai glanced over at the 3. Yang Kai's arrogance immediately arousing the competitive spirit of the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples, the leader of the group said, "Good. Since you have such intentions, I'll let you see my skills." "Wait a minute." Yang Kai raised his hand. "You just said that iron bone grass would be the stake, does that still count?" "Of course." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "You 3 come at me together." The 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples couldn't help glancing at each other. "Please enlighten us." Before Yang Kai's voice had even fallen, he had already stepped forward. The 3 Medicine King's Valley alchemists only saw an afterimage fly towards them, and with a few loud bangs, the 3 Medicine King's Valley alchemists were all thrown off their feet, all of them screaming miserably. "So weak?" Yang Kai frowned, a look of suspicion filling his face. He had thought that since these people were so arrogant, they would certainly have some skill, but he hadn't expected that they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from him. Those attacks just now were just probing attacks. He had only used 50% of his full strength. How could you hit us?" The alchemist who had just spoken fell to the ground, trembling as he pointed at Yang Kai, his face filled with resentment and sadness. "Nonsense." Yang Kai sneered. This was a competition, if not a fight, what else could he do? Without wasting any more words, Yang Kai stepped forward and rummaged through the 3 Medicine King's baskets, collecting all the iron bone grasses. "Guard Yang, let's hurry up and leave." Dong Qingyan's pretty face flushed red as she pulled Yang Kai towards Hidden Cloud Peak. "You've gone too far." A cry of grievance and sadness came from behind. "I'm going to tell Martial Uncle Xiao and have him punish you." "Why are they acting like this?" Yang Kai frowned. "Didn't they want to exchange pointers? After losing, they're still clamoring, too weak." "Cuckoo." Dong Qingyan's face became even redder. "Why are we running? Those iron bone grasses were what they said they would use as a stake, it's only natural they won, we didn't rob them." "Don't talk, you're embarrassing yourself." It wasn't until they reached Hidden Cloud Peak that the 2 of them slowed down. Yang Kai looked at Dong Qingyan suspiciously, his face filled with confusion, not knowing why she was blushing. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. Dong Qingyan glared at him for a moment before taking a deep breath and helplessly explaining, "Cousin, when alchemists compare notes, it's a competition of alchemy skills. Everyone takes the same materials and then refine a pill. The number and quality of the pills they refine, as well as the time it takes to refine them, the winner is decided by the number and quality of the pills they refine, not like you." Saying so, she waved her small fists a few times. It's not like that. Yang Kai was stunned, his face couldn't help turning red as he awkwardly said, they didn't explain it clearly, how could I know? Dong Qingyan smiled bitterly, it's common sense. Fortunately, you didn't use too much force and didn't hurt them. If you had really injured them, the consequences would have been serious. Saying so, she patted her forehead and said weakly, sure enough, cultivators are a bunch of brutes who only know how to use their fists. Yang Kai was also extremely embarrassed, thinking to himself that no wonder those three had been so excited when they heard he agreed to a competition, as if they didn't know how to write the word death. It turned out they thought he was going to compete with them in alchemy. That beating was really a waste. Aware that he was in the wrong, Yang Kai remained silent on the way back, but Dong Qingyan couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing every time she recalled what had just happened. After returning to the top of the mountain, Yang Kai handed over the herbs he had collected today to the two beautiful women. After eating the medicinal cuisine they had prepared, Yang Kai and Dong Qing Yan returned to their respective rooms to rest. The next day, Yang Kai hadn't yet left his house when he smelled a fragrant scent from outside, one that made him feel very comfortable. Curious, Yang Kai opened the door and walked out, following the scent to the outside of his room. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that in each of the two rooms not far away, there was a large steaming vat, each of which was filled with a variety of strange herbs. The two beautiful women were each responsible for one of the rooms, fanning the flames below, sweat dripping down their faces. What kind of pill is Master refining? Dong Qingyan also came out and looked around curiously, her two big eyes flashing with excitement. Yang Kai watched for a while, then walked up and asked, do you need our help? Aunt Xiang stood up when she heard this and looked at them with a smile. He nodded and said, yes. Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and said, what should we do? Aunt Xiang pursed her lips and smiled. You don't need to do anything for now. These 2 cauldrons of medicinal decoctions are for the 2 of you. I boiled them all night long, so they will be ready soon. For us? Yang Kai was stunned. Aunt Lan nodded, that's right. For the past month, old Xiao has been concocting all kinds of herbs, the herbs you collected yesterday are all inside. I have a share too. Yang Kai was a little touched. If it was said that old Xiao had worked hard to prepare something for Dong Qingyan, Yang Kai could naturally understand. After all, Dong Qingyan had worshipped him as her master and was his successor, but now he also had a share. Yang Kai was a little surprised. Aunt Xiang nodded lightly and said, naturally, since you have entered Hidden Cloud Peak, you are one of its people. The 2 of you go eat something first and prepare yourselves, come back in an hour. Yang Kai opened his mouth, a touch of emotion flashing across his eyes. Breakfast had been prepared in the kitchen, and it was also steaming hot, so it should have just been finished not long ago. As she ate, she watched Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan work in full swing. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a faint warmth in his heart. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. After an hour, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan each entered a room. Yang Kai's room was Aunt Xiang's responsibility, so under her instructions, Yang Kai took off his shirt and wore only a pair of thin trousers. Then, he jumped into the medicinal soup. Yang Kai had always respected these 2 beautiful women on Hidden Cloud Peak. They had silently devoted themselves to Hidden Cloud Peak for more than 20 years. They had spent the best years of their lives, but the world only knew of Xiao Fuxing on Hidden Cloud Peak. No one had ever known that there were 2 unknown women here. Even Yang Kai, who had been on Hidden Cloud Peak for a month now and had been taken care of by these 2 women, only called them Aunt Xiang and Aunt Lan and didn't know their full names. So even though he was topless at the moment, his expression didn't seem the slightest bit unnatural. Aunt Xiang, what should I do now? Yang Kai felt the warmth around him and felt comfortable both physically and mentally, so he couldn't help asking. Circulate the secret art that old Xiao taught you. That secret art was prepared to absorb the medicinal efficacies of this medicinal soup, it has no other use. It's not easy to gather these herbs, old Xiao also spent a lot of effort to gather all of them, and there are only 2 furnaces, so you have to be careful, don't waste the medicinal efficacy and let down old Zhao's good intentions. I know. Yang Kai nodded solemnly, closed his eyes, and began circulating the secret art. As he circulated the secret art, Yang Kai felt hundreds of millions of pores on his body open up, the medicinal efficacies contained in the medicinal soup seemingly turning into sharp needles. They were everywhere, everywhere. Penetrating his pores, they pierced into his body. Unable to restrain himself, Yang Kai let out a groan, his body trembling slightly. On the other hand, Dong Qingyan next door let out a pitiful cry. Dong Qingyan was a woman after all, one who had been pampered since childhood. How could she bear this kind of pain? Aunt Lan's comforting voice came from next door. Aunt Xiang stared closely at Yang Kai's reaction, her beautiful eyes flashing a dignified light as she couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Old Xiao had said before that the effect of using this medicinal soup to cleanse the body was remarkable, but the pain was also inhumane. Before, she had been worried about whether Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan could bear it, but now it seemed that Yang Kai didn't have any problems at all. The pain seemed to be increasing little by little, and after a moment, not only did he feel pain all over his body, even his meridians and 5 viscera and 6 bowels were filled with pain. It was as if millions of ants were gnawing at his body. Large drops of sweat dripped from his forehead as Yang Kai's skin became as red as blood, but the secret art didn't stop, continuing to circulate. This kind of boundless pain lasted for a full 2 hours. Suddenly, this kind of pain lessened by a lot. As if it had reached a limit, this slowdown became more and more obvious, and a moment later, the pain all over his body disappeared. What replaced it was a hearty feeling. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a deep breath and slowly open his eyes, his pupils shining brightly. Aunt Xiang looked at Yang Kai with satisfaction, a smile on her face as she listened for a moment before saying, "Old Xiao underestimated the endurance of the two of you. It seems that the other side has also endured." As she spoke, she tossed the various herbs in her hand into the medicinal soup, then turned around and continued to fan the fire below. The magical secret art no longer needed to be deliberately circulated, and under the influence of the medicinal soup, it began to circulate on its own. With each cycle, Yang Kai could feel his physique becoming stronger, his meridians becoming wider and tougher, and the yuan qi in his body becoming more and more pure. "Aunt Xiang, I should have left this medicinal soup for young Lady Dong." Yang Kai felt a little uncomfortable. He had come to Hidden Cloud Peak for another purpose and had clearly stated that his ambition was not alchemy, but Old Xiao still didn't treat him as an outsider. Aunt Xiang chuckled, "Old Xiao's medicinal soup is too overbearing, a person can only use it once in their life. If your young lady uses it a second time, her meridians won't be able to withstand it." After a pause, Aunt Xiang continued, "You don't need to feel burdened. Old Xiao is actually quite optimistic about you, but the path you pursue is different from that of an alchemist." "What is the effect of this medicinal soup?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Aunt Xiang pondered for a moment before patiently explaining, "According to Old Xiao, it can improve a person's meridians, so when you cultivate in the future, it will be easier to temper your yuan qi and purify your yuan qi." "This is related to alchemy?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow, suddenly remembering the first time he had met Old Xiao. The latter had said something to him. The path of an alchemist, many people have taken the wrong path, this old master was also wrong. Yang Kai still remembered the loneliness and regret in Old Xiao's words. Aunt Xiang nodded, "Naturally it's related." Old Xiao had only managed to comprehend it a few years ago, but it was too late for him to realize it. An alchemist is the same as a cultivator, they need pure yuan qi as a foundation in order to refine good pills. That's why he used such a test to select a disciple. Brushing her hair behind her ear, Aunt Xiang fell into contemplation for a moment before saying, "Old Xiao once said that if he accepted a disciple, he would definitely teach them a certain principle." "What principle?" "Alchemy cannot be performed until one reaches the immortal ascension boundary." Aunt Xiang smiled bitterly, "Perhaps this is not the truth, nor is it necessarily correct, but this is Old Xiao's alchemy insight. Alchemy cannot be performed until one reaches the immortal ascension boundary." No wonder he hadn't taught Dong Qingyan any alchemy skills until now, instead he had been quite concerned about her growth this past month. If you have the heart to learn alchemy, you are actually a talent that Old Xiao desires. Aunt Xiang smiled bitterly. Before Old Xiao trained an alchemist, he would first train an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, which required his disciple to have a certain level of pursuit of the martial Tao. Yang Kai's yearning for the martial Tao obviously met this condition. Old Xiao is too kind. Yang Kai shook his head lightly. Before his strength grew to a certain level, Yang Kai wasn't prepared to be distracted by other things. Alchemists were indeed respected by the world, but this was not Yang Kai's pursuit. Right, I heard that yesterday you beat up 3 of Cloud Gathering Peak's Elder Duan's disciples? Xiang changed the subject, fearing that Yang Kai would be too embarrassed. Yang Kai blushed and scratched his head, muttering, I didn't know they were talking about a competition of alchemy. Xiang pursed her lips and giggled, her shoulders trembling slightly as she took a moment to calm down. Now there are rumors going around that Hidden Cloud Peak has a new disciple whose alchemy skills aren't very good but who is very good at fighting. I didn't cause any trouble for old Xiao, did I? Yang Kai asked guiltily. Xiang shook her head, no, you didn't hurt them, it was just that someone came over this morning to inform you. But next time be careful, don't fight without reason. Of course, of course. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. What he had done was simply too improper, every time he thought about it made him blush. Throughout the day, Auntie Xiang busied herself in front of the fire, occasionally adding herbs to the medicinal soup. It wasn't until late in the evening that she came out, gasping for breath and sweating profusely. She told Yang Kai that he could come out after absorbing the medicinal efficacies before leaving the room to rest. Yang Kai soaked in the medicinal soup all night, absorbing every last drop of its medicinal efficacies. Returning to his room, Yang Kai closed his eyes and meditated, feeling the changes in his body. His cultivation had improved a little, and the yuan qi in his body had also become purer, but the most significant improvement was in his meridians and physique. Auntie Xiang had said during the day that the main effect of the medicinal soup was to fundamentally improve a person's meridians. It would make it easier to refine one's energy when cultivating in the future. It would make it easier to condense and purify one's energy. This kind of benefit was not obvious for the time being, but it was enough to affect a person's entire life. Trying to circulate his true yang secret art, Yang Kai was surprised to find that his true yang secret art's circulation speed was faster than before, and the world energy he absorbed was indeed a little purer than before. This kind of change was very subtle, but as the saying goes, dripping water can penetrate stone, and sand can build a tower. After accumulating for a long time, the effect would definitely be extraordinary. A single medicinal soup and a set of mysterious secret arts were able to achieve this. Xiao Fuxing's methods were truly heaven-defying. Xiao Fuxing's combat effectiveness may not be ranked high in this world, but he was one of the few mysterious grade top-rank alchemists in the world, and his mastery of alchemy had reached the pinnacle. The various magical methods he had discovered while performing alchemy could be described as a great achievement. At dawn, Xiao Fuxing called Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan together. He did not teach them alchemy, but instead taught them a set of methods to control yuan qi. This had a lot to do with alchemy, because when an alchemist refined a pill, they needed to control their yuan qi to the point of perfection. There was a saying that a slight difference could lead to 1,000 miles of difference, and if one wanted to refine a good pill, a subtle yuan qi control was essential. This method of controlling yuan qi was also closely related to any cultivator, especially in battle. Yuan qi's control was closely related to the execution of martial arts techniques. Any expert would carefully calculate their yuan qi. If they could use one portion of yuan qi to release a martial skill, they would definitely not waste 1.5 portions. This kind of careful planning would allow yuan qi to exert the greatest effect and allow a cultivator to sustain the longest battle. So whether it was Yang Kai or Dong Qingyan, both of them studied seriously. This set of methods had been developed by Xiao Fuxing himself when he was practicing alchemy and could be said to be one of his most valuable experiences. All of them were bestowed upon him. After this teaching, several days passed. Learning from time to time, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan were both familiar with the method, all that was left was to put it into practice. At this time, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something else Xiao Fuxing had said that day. Who said that alchemy could not allow one to reach the peak of martial arts? When old Xiao said this, his face was brimming with confidence. Just this method of controlling yuan qi, if practiced to the extreme, it was possible to peek into the mysteries of the peak. Yang Kai was in awe. Every word old Xiao said had a deep meaning behind them. It was thought-provoking and could be said to be a gem. Over the next few days, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan both practiced the subtle control of yuan qi. As time passed, Yang Kai found that this kind of practice not only allowed him to better control each portion of Yuan Qi, but also allowed his Yuan Qi to slowly fuse and purify. Yuan Qi's second stage had faintly reached the peak, only a small step away from breaking through to the third stage. On this day, just as Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan were practicing their Yuan Qi control outside the house, they were surprised to find that the surrounding peaks were bustling with activity. Many people were walking back and forth on the rugged mountain roads of these peaks. Many of them were disciples of Medicine King's Valley, but there were also many outsiders. What's going on? Dong Qingyan stopped and looked around curiously. Why are there so many outsiders in Medicine King's Valley? Yang Kai shook his head, indicating that he did not know. The alchemy summit will begin in a few days. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan walked over and softly explained. Medicine King's Valley usually does not allow outsiders to enter. But after all, this place is inextricably linked to the world's great forces, so whenever this time comes, many people will come to visit the various elders. Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan suddenly realized that ever since they entered Hidden Cloud Peak until now, the two of them had lived a carefree life, rarely venturing out. The days passed very quickly, and neither of them noticed that the alchemy summit was about to begin. Auntie Xiang chuckled, all the peaks are very lively, except for the Forbidden Pill Saints Peak and our Hidden Cloud Peak. And our place is still the most peaceful. Auntie Lan also smiled. Dong Qingyan giggled, if Master opens the mountain gate, I guarantee that everyone will rush in like a flock of ducks. I'm afraid the peaks will soon become peaceful. Auntie Xiang glanced at her and said, then your Auntie Lan and I will be exhausted. With so many guests coming and going, how can we possibly keep up with all of them? After getting along with each other for some time, Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan also became very fond of Dong Qingyan. The two beautiful women also had no children, so they only regarded Dong Qingyan as their own daughter and took great care of her. The little girl's mouth was also very sweet, and she did not despise them because they were just ordinary people or maidservants. As soon as Auntie Xiang's voice fell, Xiao Fuxing's door suddenly opened and a loud laugh rang out. It seems that my Hidden Cloud Peak will also be peaceful today. Master. Old Xiao. Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan quickly bowed, only to see Xiao Fuxing grinning from ear to ear as he walked out of his room with a majestic gait. Master, why are you so happy? Dong Qingyan stepped forward and asked softly. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a prickle run down his arm. His little cousin was always mischievous in front of him, but in front of Xiao Fuxing, Auntie Xiang, and Auntie Lan, she was extremely well behaved. A friend has come from afar, of course I'm happy. Xiao Fuxing laughed. Dong Qingyan's eyes narrowed slightly. I thought Master didn't like people coming to visit, so that's not the case. Xiao Fuxing chuckled, that depends on who it is. Those who come to ask me for help naturally won't be welcome, but the one who is about to arrive is different. Haha. Old man Xiao, this time this old master came to ask you to do something. Are you also going to drive people away? With a burst of laughter, a figure quickly approached from the bottom of the mountain road. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown, his expression suddenly becoming strange. This voice, why, does it sound like, when Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan heard this visitor daring to call Old Man Xiao, they couldn't help feeling surprised. Obviously they didn't know who this visitor was. In this world, even if the patriarchs of the central capital's 8 great families came, they would still have to respectfully address him as Grandmaster Xiao. No one dared to call him Old Man Xiao so unscrupulously. But when Old Man Xiao heard this, not only did he not become annoyed, he instead joked, how could this old master dare drive you away? This old master still owes you his life. After a few words, Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan suddenly realized that this visitor was actually one of Old Man Zhao's saviors, their pretty faces immediately becoming solemn as they respectfully greeted him. The figure below suddenly flickered, and the person who had been a few thousand meters away suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Moreover, it wasn't just one person, but two. The one in the lead was an old man about the same age as old Xiao. His face was full of wrinkles, but he had a sincere smile on his face. Following behind him was a pretty girl. This girl had a pair of beautiful eyes that were as bright and pure as the stars. She wore a light green dress, and her bright and clean forehead was adorned with a sky blue gem. With the gauze covering her face, it was impossible to see her face clearly. The wind blew, causing her veil and dress to flutter, making her look like an ethereal fairy, untainted by even a speck of dust and dirt. Yang Kai's expression shook, and a strange smile appeared on his face as he stared at this masked woman. The woman felt this aggressive and unscrupulous gaze and couldn't help but frown slightly as she glanced over at Yang Kai. Immediately, her star-like beautiful eyes flashed with a strong sense of surprise. Her fan-like eyelashes trembled slightly as she blinked her eyes in disbelief. For eyes met, Yang Kai smiled slightly while the woman's eyes also curved into crescents. This woman was none other than Xianxia, and the old man who had arrived first was actually Meng Wuye. "Brother Meng, long time no see." Old man Xiao stepped forward and cupped his fists. Meng Wuye smiled and hurriedly cupped his fists in return. "Xiao, ku. He only had time to spit out a single word before he suddenly felt as if his bones were stuck in his throat and he began coughing loudly, causing him to feel dizzy. "Master." Xianxia was startled and quickly patted Meng Wuye's back. "Is brother Meng injured?" Xiao Fuxing's expression became dignified as he hurriedly stepped forward to check Meng Wuye's pulse. Meng Wuye quickly waved his hand and coughed for a long time before he finally managed to catch his breath. His expression was one of shock as he stared at Yang Kai, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Smelly brat, why are you here? Damn. This is really a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road." More than a year ago, this little brat had been sent by Ling Tai Su to Nether Mountain for a life experience and had not seen him for more than a year. Although at first his precious apprentice had been absent-minded and sighing all day long, with the passage of time and his earnest teachings, his precious apprentice had finally emerged from the shadow of lovesickness and her strength had become even more refined. Originally, Meng Wuye had thought that his apprentice must have forgotten about Yang Kai, but he had not expected to see him again in this broken place today. Looking at the deep emotions in his precious apprentice's eyes, how could Meng Wuye not know that she had never forgotten about Yang Kai and had simply suppressed her longing for him in the bottom of her heart? Perhaps, when no one was around, she would take out her memories and relive the pain of lovesickness. At this moment, Meng Wuye understood what it meant to say that love was like wine, the longer it was hidden, the more mellow it would be. At this moment, Meng Wuye wanted to turn around and leave, but it was obviously too late. At this moment, Meng Wuye wished he could slap his own mouth a dozen times. He had also noticed that Xianxia had been somewhat depressed these days, and it just so happened that Medicine King's Valley was holding some kind of alchemy summit, so he had deliberately brought her out to relax. How could he have imagined that he would run into this little bastard here? "Damn it, who told you to meddle, who told you to meddle?" Meng Wuye even had thoughts of hanging himself. On Hidden Cloud Peak, Meng Wuye's face was filled with grief and indignation while Xianxia was supporting her master, smiling lightly. Xiao Fuxing's expression became strange as he looked at Xianxia and then at Yang Kai, a light of understanding flashing across his eyes. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan felt as if they had fallen into the clouds and were completely confused. Dong Qingyan quietly approached Yang Kai and poked him with her finger. "Hey, don't stare at him like that, he's blushing. Do you know each other?" Xiao Fuxing looked at the crowd with a smile. Yang Kai nodded slightly, smiled, and bowed in the manner of a disciple. "Treasurer Meng." Turning his head, he gently called out, "Little senior sister." Xianxing's delicate earlobes blushed as she lowered her head slightly and softly replied, "Junior brother." Her voice trembled slightly, obviously her heart was not calm. Ahem. Meng Wuye quickly coughed twice, interrupting the tender and sweet atmosphere, not even bothering to greet Yang Kai as he rolled his eyes. "Old man Xiao, you're a guest from afar, are you really going to block this old master's way?" Xiao Fuxing laughed. "Brother Meng, please come inside and talk." Although he was full of doubts, Xiao Fuxing was a wise old man. How could he not see that Meng Wuye's apprentice had some feelings for Yang Kai? When they first met, this little girl was only about 12 years old and Meng Wuye had treated her like a treasure. Now that this young girl was experiencing her first awakening of love, Meng Wuye was probably worried about this. This was understandable. Such a beautiful and pure little girl, if she worshipped him as her master, he would definitely be worried that she would misjudge him and suffer a loss. Meng Wuye and Xiao Fuxing walked together while Xianxia nodded lightly to Yang Kai and followed closely behind. Gently, Meng Wuye's voice drifted over with the wind. "Disciple, look at this little bastard, he's really romantic." Wherever he goes, there are beauties accompanying him. He's a complete pervert, you need to open your eyes carefully. Xianxia nodded meekly. This old man. Dong Qingyan suddenly pursed her lips, a look of dissatisfaction. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan chuckled. She glanced at Yang Kai in surprise and then followed him to pour tea for him. Cousin, who is that? After everyone entered the house, Dong Qingyan asked curiously. A senior sister of High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai lightly replied. Just a simple senior sister? Dong Qingyan grinned meaningfully. Yang Kai rolled his eyes at her and walked back to his room. Dong Qingyan stood in place, lightly tapping her red lips, her eyes darting back and forth for a moment before muttering, "Humph, you really think I can't see through you? I'm not a child." He thought for a moment. Suddenly, he began to chuckle nonstop. Meng Wuya and Xianing Cheng coming to Medicine King's Valley was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Although the Alchemy Summit was just around the corner, and Yang Kai had thought that someone from High Heaven Pavilion would come to participate, his little senior sister's physique was special. Her alchemy skills were not something the younger generation of alchemists could compare to, so if she participated, there would be no need to hold this alchemy summit. First place would definitely be hers. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai smiled slightly, stood up, and opened the door, only to see Xianing Cheng standing there. Junior brother. Xianing Cheng's starry eyes flashed with the joy and happiness of reuniting after such a long time as she softly called out. Come in first. Yang Kai stepped aside. Xianing Cheng nodded gently and walked in, bringing with her a fragrant scent. Yang Kai closed the door behind her. Why are you here? Yang Kai asked as he poured a glass of water and handed it over. Master said that there was the best alchemist in the world here and told me to ask for some advice. Xianing Cheng sat there quietly. After not seeing each other for more than a year, at this moment she was obviously a little nervous, but more than that she was happy. Old Xiao is indeed the best alchemist in the world, Yang Kai nodded lightly. Junior brother, why are you here? Xianing Cheng looked up and asked, didn't you go to Nether Mountain? It's a long story, Yang Kai smiled bitterly and didn't go into detail, simply saying, I came here to do something. What is it? Can I be of any help? Yang Kai didn't want to hide it from her, but there was an ethereal divine sense floating around the room, so he didn't need to think to know that it was Meng Wuya monitoring them. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and beckoned to Xianing Cheng, moving his mouth closer to hers. Quietly moving closer to her ear. Xianing Cheng's heart trembled and her body suddenly tensed up. Her pretty face blushed and she didn't dare to move, even holding her breath. Yang Kai ignored her and still moved closer to her delicate red ear and whispered, I'm going to Pale Saint's Peak to see the myriad drug pond. Oh. Xianing Cheng responded unconsciously, her 10 fingers gripping the teacup tightly, not even hearing what Yang Kai was saying. Cuckoo. Meng Wuya's violent coughs came from a nearby room. Brother Meng. Opposite Meng Wuya, Xiao Fusheng looked at him helplessly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as he tried to persuade him, some things are best left to their own devices. Yes, Meng Wuya looked embarrassed and nodded repeatedly, taking back his divine sense with a red face. Although he cared about his apprentice, he couldn't always spy on her all the time. But when he thought about how just a few dozen meters away, his precious apprentice was alone in a room with that little bastard boy, the two of them so intimate, Meng Wuya couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Sigh, out of sight, out of mind. Inside the room, Xianing Cheng's body stiffened for a long time, but she could still feel the hot breath in her ear, causing her heart to beat violently. After a long time, she suddenly reacted, ah. Junior brother, you want to go? Shoo. Xianing Cheng quickly shut up and suddenly said, I also want to go there. You want to go too? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Xianing Cheng nodded slightly. Master said that there are many mysteries hidden there and that there may really be the insights of a generation's alchemy grandmaster, so he wanted me to go and have a look. I just don't know if the owner of this place will be willing to accommodate. If it was little senior sister, perhaps old Xiao would agree. Yang Kai frowned and thought about it for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up. He still didn't know what was hidden in the myriad drug pond, but if he borrowed Xianing Cheng's hand to investigate it first, it would be much more convenient. If he could go there himself, that would naturally be the best, but even if old Xiao treated him well, it was impossible for him to open the myriad drug ponds so casually. Meng Wuya had saved his life, and Xianxia had the sacred spirit medicine body. Opening the myriad drug pond to him was already his bottom line. Little senior sister is really my savior. Coming at the right time, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel happy. Just as he was feeling happy, Yang Kai suddenly glanced towards the door, snorted lightly, and sent out a burst of energy. With a bang, the closed door opened. Aya. Dong Qingyan, who had been listening to the conversation inside the room, was momentarily distracted and fell head first into the room. She fell to the ground. What are you sneaking around for? Yang Kai glared at her. Dong Qingyan quickly got up from the ground. Patting the dust off her clothes, she giggled and stared at Xianxia with great interest. This is... Xianxia slowly got up. She asked curiously. My cousin, the Dong family's young lady. Yang Kai whispered. Dong family? Last time there was a Dong family member who went to High Heaven Pavilion. It's that Dong family, the one who went to High Heaven Pavilion last time was her brother. So it's young lady Dong. You're too polite, don't be an outsider. Dong Qingyan didn't treat herself as an outsider at all. Walking up to Xianxia, she carefully stared at her until Xianxia's face turned red, then smiled and said, You're my sister-in-law, right? Xianxia was stunned, her heart in chaos, secretly glancing at Yang Kai and quickly waving her hand. No, your sister-in-law is someone else. I think so, sooner or later. Dong Qingyan nodded slightly and said in a firm tone. Straightening up. She pretended to cough lightly, then walked over to the side and pulled out a chair, sitting down in front of Xianxia and Yang Kai, her pair of watery eyes widening as she giggled. Just pretend I don't exist and do what you need to do. This little girl was also experiencing her first awakening of love, so she was very curious about love between men and women. Now that she had finally caught a pair of golden boy and jade girl, she naturally wanted to study them carefully. Xianxia was at a loss for what to do, so she hurriedly said, Master is calling me, I'll go first. Saying so, she hurriedly left. Dong Qingyan was stunned. Her face filled with disappointment and annoyance, she frowned, it shouldn't be like this. Then what do you think it should be? Yang Kai looked at her strangely. You reunite after such a long separation. Should it be a series of loving words, then the heavenly thunder ignites the earth's fire, and then... As she spoke, Dong Qingyan couldn't bear it anymore, her face blushing as she felt embarrassed. Yang Kai sighed faintly, it should have been like this. But since you came, it's not like this, do you understand? Dong Qingyan's tender body trembled, suddenly feeling extremely guilty. Cousin, I was wrong, the next time you two are together, I won't bother you again. Good, it's good you know you're wrong, now scram. Yang Kai nodded lightly. In another room, Meng Wuye and Xiao Fuxing were drinking. After drinking several cups of tea, Meng Wuye grinned meaningfully and said, Old man Xiao. What this old master's purpose for coming here this time, you should know, right? Xiao Fuxing chuckled, put down his teacup, and nodded, of course I know, this old master is duty-bound to learn alchemy from me. But there's another matter. What? Is it inconvenient? It's not that it's inconvenient, it's just that I don't know if your disciple has the qualifications. If she doesn't have the qualifications, opening the myriad drug pond will be useless. The cost of opening the myriad drug pond is also very high. Hearing this, Meng Wuye laughed, how could my disciple not have the qualifications? If she can't, no one in this world is qualified. Are you so confident? Xiao Fuxing frowned. Meng Wuye smiled lightly, it's not that I'm confident, it's that I have confidence in her. If you don't believe me, you can test her now. Xiao Fuxing's expression shook, quickly nodding, good. This old master is also a bit impatient. Disciple. Meng Wuye called out. Yes. Xianxia quickly responded. Old man Xiao wants to test your alchemy skills, perform well, don't disappoint him. Meng Wuye grinned wickedly. Yes. While Xiao Fuxing was testing Xianxia, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan also sat to the side and listened quietly. Old Xiao obviously wanted his apprentice to learn some alchemy knowledge from this test. As for Yang Kai, he was probably just a foil. This test lasted for an entire day, with Old Xiao asking questions about various aspects of the alchemic way, starting from simple to deep, step by step, going from easy to difficult. Xianxia answered one by one, her attitude serious and meticulous. Half a day later, Old Xiao's expression changed to one of pleasant surprise, and a day later, to one of horror. The way he looked at Xianxia had also changed. As if he had discovered a peerless treasure, his two eyes flashed with a green light, full of greed. Meng Wuya grinned from the side. Dong Qingyan also looked at Xianxia with admiration and worship, only Yang Kai's expression remained the same. A day later, Old Xiao let out a long breath. How is it? Meng Wuya squinted towards Xiao Fuxing, a smug look on his face. Xiao Fuxing's expression became dignified as he pondered for a long time before replying, your basic skills and theoretical knowledge are very solid, and your experience is not inferior to this old man's. In the process of testing Xianxia, Old Xiao had also benefited a lot from her various answers. This was not so much a test as a mutual exchange of pointers, it was just Xiao Fuxing asking questions while Xianxia answered. Naturally, Meng Wuya said lightly. But the pride and smugness on his face could not be hidden, the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears. Xiao Fuxing chuckled and glanced over at him meaningfully. Theory is theory. Sometimes, no matter how good one's theory is, when it comes to actual action, it's not the same. Meng Wuya was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He said in a sarcastic tone, Old Xiao, you only care about the questions. If my disciple can't convince you, I'll change my surname to yours and call you my father. Dong Qingyan couldn't help laughing. She couldn't help laughing, her hands clutching her stomach as her shoulders shook. Xiao Fuxing also smiled bitterly and sighed. Looking at Xianxia, he asked, so far, what is the highest grade of pill you have refined? Mysterious grade low rank. Xianxia replied softly. Xiao Fuxing's body shook as his old face immediately changed. He stared at her incredulously, as if he wanted to see the slightest trace of a joke, but those pure stars like stars without any impurities, how could there be any trace of a lie? Mysterious grade low rank. Didn't that mean that at such a young age was mysterious grade low rank alchemist? Medicine Kings Valley's #1 genius, Xianxia, was already 35 years old this year, but he was only a heaven grade high grade. In terms of Xing's age, Qing's SSSS, he's as to her. How could such a, by the Ning Chang, by her, to Qing Yan by asking, to ask by. I've only refined it once, and it was rather strenuous. Oh. Xiao Fuxing couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, thinking that this was quite reasonable. It seemed that he had only been lucky enough to refine a mysterious grade low-rank pill last time. Impossible. Quickly changing the subject, he asked, what about heaven grade? I have never failed. What? Xiao Fuxing was shocked, never failed? Xianxia nodded slightly. Impossible. Xiao Fuxing's brow furrowed, even if this old master personally refined a pill, he could not guarantee a 100% success rate. Alchemy was always accompanied by a certain amount of risk, although Xiao Fuxing had reached the pinnacle of alchemy. Even though Xiao Fuxing was an alchemist, he could not completely avoid this, it could only be said that his chances of failure were very small. Meng Wuya laughed strangely, there is nothing impossible in this world, if Brother Xiao is skeptical, just try. Xiao Fuxing's face was gloomy, but after a moment he stood up and beckoned to everyone, come with me. He took the lead and left. Everyone hurriedly followed. Following him into the house where he usually lived, there was a secret passage that led directly to the ground. Obviously, the underground of Hidden Cloud Peak was also quite famous. The group of people were all martial artists, so they landed lightly. After making a few turns at the bottom, they suddenly arrived at a huge stone chamber. This stone room was the size of a dozen houses and was filled with a variety of furnaces. There were also many medicine shelves filled with a variety of herbs. The number of herbs stored here was astonishing. You have a lot of things here. As soon as Meng Wuya came in, he looked around, picking up a few things and touching them, unwilling to let go. Xiao Fuxing didn't care at all and just lightly snorted, this is the result of this old master's lifetime of hard work. Anyone who asked Xiao Fuxing to perform alchemy would always give him a lot of precious treasures as a reward, slowly accumulating them over the years. This was how this magnificent scene had come to be. Standing in the middle of the stone room, Xiao Fuxing looked at Xianxia and said, "Martial nephew, you can use everything here. Choose the pill you are best at and let this old master take a good look at your methods." "Yes." Xianxia nodded and then began wandering around the stone room. Dong Qingyan and Yang Kai also quickly went up to help. Whatever herbs Xianxia found, the two of them carried them for her. After a short while, the group returned. Xiao Fuxing stepped forward to inspect the herbs and couldn't help frowning. "These materials are all for refining heaven-grade mid-rank pills. Martial nephew, are you sure you can use them?" Xianxia nodded slightly. "Then let's begin. Use whichever pill furnace you like. This old master has a lot of pill furnaces here." Xiao Fuxing smiled lightly. "There's no need," Xianxia said softly. "There's no need for a pill furnace." Xiao Fuxing hadn't finished his sentence when Xianxia Yuanqi suddenly surged. Her small hand picked up one of the medicinal herbs. Her true essence transformed into strands of translucent silk, penetrating into the medicinal herb in her hand. The medicinal efficacy quickly condensed from this medicinal herb, floating in the air. A drop of translucent crystal rain, a fragrant medicinal liquid was quickly formed. With a flick of her finger, this drop of medicinal liquid was transferred to her other hand, where it floated in the palm of her hand. Xianxia picked up another herb and did the same thing. Soon another drop of crystal clear medicinal liquid appeared. All the herbs whose medicinal efficacies had been extracted. All of them lost their spirituality and became like dead wood. Heavens! Dong Qingyan's eyes filled with amazement, her face also filled with shock. This was simply not alchemy, all kinds of magical methods were simply too shocking. Xiao Fuxing also looked shocked, muttering under his breath, "Medicinal liquids can be refined like this, how is this possible, how is this possible?" Less than a quarter of an hour later, all the herbs had been condensed into medicinal liquid and gathered in Xianxia's small hand. Waving her hands, she sent one drop of yuan qi after another into the medicinal liquid. A moment later, she suddenly clenched her hand and the surrounding world energy quickly gathered. It was unknown what kind of transformation had occurred, but when she opened her hand again, a green pill had taken shape. This pill was round and smooth, without the slightest impurities. On its surface, there were lines that made the whole pill look full of spirituality and mystery. "Pill veins." Xiao Fuxing's eyes suddenly widened as he exclaimed in shock. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. He still remembered the first time he had seen Xiao Fuxing, the latter had just finished refining a pill. At that time, when he had come out with that pill, he had muttered something related to pill veins. "Martial uncle, please examine it." Xianxia picked up the pill and handed it over to Xiao Fuxing. "Softer, softer, my little grandaunt. Don't ruin the pill veins with your fingernails." Xiao Fuxing's hands trembled as he received the pill, as if he was on a pilgrimage, his face filled with piety. "Good for nothing," Meng Wuya timely ridiculed. "Layman, what do you know?" Xiao Fuxing angrily scolded before gently picking up the pill. Placing it in front of his eyes, he examined it closely. "It really is pill veins, it really is pill veins." At this moment, Xiao Fuxing no longer had any trace of the demeanor of a grandmaster. Instead, he looked like a country bumpkin who had suddenly walked into a big city, completely losing all sense of elegance. "Master, what are pill veins?" Dong Qingyan asked softly. "Pill veins." Xiao Fuxing gently exhaled. "Pill veins are the highest manifestation of an alchemist's attainments. They are the lines on a pill, just like the meridians in our bodies. Pill veins are the meridians of a pill. Pills are divided into mysterious, heaven, earth, and mortal, but for pills of the same grade, there is a big difference between having pill veins and not having pill veins. A pill that has pill veins is equivalent to stealing the good fortune of heaven and earth, and its medicinal efficacy is more than twice that of a pill without pill veins. Moreover, the existence of these pill veins can prevent the loss of a pill's world energy, so no matter how many years it has been stored, its medicinal efficacies will not be lost." Xiao Fuxing sighed. This old master has been performing alchemy for many years, and in the last few years I have been studying pill veins, but I have only been able to occasionally refine a few common-grade pills with pill veins. Earth-grade pills basically never appear, as for heaven-grade pills, not even once. Suddenly changing the topic, he stared at Xianxia with a burning gaze. Martial nephew, what is the probability that a heaven-grade pill you refine will form pill veins? Xianxia bit her lip and timidly glanced over at Meng Wuye, not knowing how to answer. Grandmaster Xiao had suffered too many shocks today, so she really couldn't bear to tell the truth. Meng Wuye grinned meaningfully, just tell me. About 50 to 60%. See? Xiao Fuxing sucked in a breath of cold air. If 50 to 60% pills could form pill veins, each pill with pill veins would have twice the medicinal efficacies of the others. This kind of method. It was simply amazing. Looking shocked, Xiao Fuxing asked again, what about pill clouds? Have you ever seen pill clouds above pill veins? Xianxia slowly shook her head. And it should be because your strength is not enough. If you can reach the immortal ascension boundary, you should be able to refine pill clouds. Xiao Fuxing nodded repeatedly, his hands trembling as he paced around the stone room. After a while, he suddenly said, all of you go out, I have something to say to Brother Meng. The expressions of the three youngsters became serious, and they hurriedly saluted and took their leave. A moment later, Meng Wuye's angry shout came from below, in your dreams. This old master only has this one disciple in his life, how could I give her to you? If I had known you were such an ungrateful wretch, I wouldn't have saved your life and let you die at the hands of those sixth-order monster beasts. Xiao Fuxing retorted, that's one thing, you don't know alchemy, what can you teach her? Such a good piece of jade in your hands is simply a waste, worshipping this old master is the right thing to do. Meng Wuye laughed strangely, I can't teach her, but you can? I can teach her everything I've learned in my life. I can help her become a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist in the shortest time possible. Mysterious grade top-rank is nothing, you look down on my disciple too much. Meng Wuye and Xiao Fuxing quarreled for half a day before finally reaching some kind of agreement. The two old men walked out with smiles on their faces. Xiao Fuxing immediately went to prepare to open the myriad drug pond so that Xianxia could study the alchemic way in front of the Pill Saint statue. Opening the myriad drug pond was a very expensive matter because every time it was opened, a large number of pills had to be poured into it in order to allow the Pill Saint statue to contain immeasurable mysteries. Each time, at least 100 pills were poured into it. The more pills and the more valuable they were, the longer the energy inside the Pill Saint statue could be maintained. Because of this high cost of materials, even Medicine King's Valley was not able to open it more than a few times a year. Every time it was opened, it was either for the elders of the various peaks or for the elite disciples of the various peaks. In addition to those from Medicine King's Valley, other alchemists who wanted to study the alchemic way in front of the Pill Saint statue could only do so through the Alchemist Summit. The Alchemist Summit was held every 5 years, and every time it was held, countless alchemists would flock to it. The pills these alchemists refined at the summit, regardless of their quality or quantity, would all be thrown into the myriad drug pond to open the restricted area, and the top 50 of the Alchemist Summit would share the Pill Saint's legacy. Over the past thousands of years, the myriad drug pond had swallowed countless pills. This was why it was called the myriad drug pond. The connection and mystery between the myriad drug pond and the Pill Saint statue had been repeatedly investigated by Medicine King's Valley for many generations, but they had never been able to discover anything. This place had become a sacred land in the hearts of all alchemists. The Pill Saint statue was a treasure that all alchemists dreamed of seeing. Many people worked hard their entire lives just to sit in front of the Pill Saint statue for a moment. After learning that the myriad drug pond was about to open to Xianxia, Yang Kai's mind suddenly became active. Although he could not personally accompany Xianxia to the myriad drug pond, he could send the old demon to investigate the situation. After making some preparations to ensure that nothing went wrong, Yang Kai found Xianxia and handed over the Soulbreaker All and the old demon to her, as well as Dong Qingyan's aura shielding ancient jade. If not for this ancient jade, the old demon's demon chi would not be able to hide from an immortal ascension boundary master. 2 days later, after everything was settled, Xiao Fuxing personally led Xianxia to the Pill Saint's peak and headed towards the myriad drug pond. Meng Wuye's request, shamelessly said he would be able to enter the drug palace could, but he was ruthlessly refused. This heaven's palace's palace. On the day that Xianning Chang went to the myriad drug pond, Meng Wuye was bored to death, so he took the opportunity to find Yang Kai to talk. Fuye s. He hisses and Su's days. Of Su s. He's as of hers. Yang Tian T's Yang could have SS Yang Kai chuckled, Treasurer Meng, let's not beat around the bush. Are you worried that I'll do something to little senior sister? Meng Wuye's expression stiffened. He hadn't expected Yang Kai's skin to be so thick. Forcing a smile, he said, Little Yang Kai, this old master watched you grow up, I know you aren't such a beast, right? Ning Chang wasn't old, and she was innocent. She's easily deceived. Ahem, I'm not talking about you, I just don't want her to be hurt by love. Su Yan is a proud daughter of heaven, being able to win her favor is a dream come true for many people. If she likes you, what more could one ask for? You can't just eat what's in the bowl. What's in the pot? This was the first time Meng Wuye had spoken so openly with Yang Kai about Xianning Chang, so naturally he was honest. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, Treasurer Meng, I just want to ask you one question. Will little senior sister marry and have children in the future? Or do you want her to be alone for the rest of her life? How could I want her to be alone for the rest of her life? Meng Wuye rolled his eyes, she's my precious disciple, so I naturally want her to be happy for the rest of her life. She's free of worries. Then Treasurer Meng, who in this world do you think is worthy of little senior sister? Meng Wuye shook his head. With a proud expression, he said, no one is worthy of her. This old master's disciple is like a pearl, and no one worthy of her has yet to be born. What about Su Yan? How does she compare to little senior sister? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Meng Wuye's expression turned serious, Su Yan is indeed extraordinary, but this old master isn't bragging, she's still a bit lacking compared to Ning Chang. Even if she obtained the Heaven's Cave inheritance, it's still the same? Yang Kai's voice lowered. Meng Wuye's expression changed, she really obtained it? Yang Kai nodded slightly. Meng Wuye's expression changed a few times as he recalled the Dragon Phoenix seal, if that's really the case, then her future achievements will be limitless, and she'll be on par with Ning Chang. Heh. Yang Kai chuckled. Meng Wuye looked at him suspiciously, suddenly understanding why he was beating around the bush for so long. Su Yan and Xianning Chang were on par with each other, and since Su Yan was willing to be with him, why couldn't Xianning Chang be? That's why, this bowl must be eaten, and what's in the pot must not be left out. A man must dare to love and dare to hate, if he hesitates, that will only hurt little senior sister's heart, Yang Kai said lightly. Meng Wuye opened his mouth, but couldn't find a way to refute, so he stood up and cursed, you little bastard, I already knew you were up to no good, you pervert. Fuck, this world is so big, how could this old master have chosen to stay in High Heaven Pavilion all those years ago? I'm just asking for trouble. But now it was too late to regret. His precious disciple was completely devoted to Yang Kai, and this little rascal was clearly a bastard who didn't refuse anyone, so there was no way to end this matter. Gritting his teeth, Meng Wuye shouted, little brat, if you dare hurt Ning Chang, this old master will go to the central capital and destroy your Yang family. Saying so, he angrily stormed off. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and didn't seem to care. Meng Wuye's divine technique was quite profound, so it wasn't surprising that he knew his identity. He should have inquired about it from the sect master, and since the shopkeeper dared to tell him, he must have trusted him. So there was no need to worry about him betraying him. One day later, Xianning Chang and Xiao Fuxing returned together. After secretly handing the soul breaker all and the ancient jade to Yang Kai, little senior sister hurriedly entered retreat. After meditating for an entire day in front of the Pill Saint statue, she had also gained a lot and needed to spend some time sorting out the knowledge she had gained. Returning the soul breaker all to his body, Yang Kai asked about the details. What's the situation there? The security is very tight. In addition to the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters guarding the 300-meter radius, there are also more than a dozen Yuan Qi boundary masters patrolling the area. The old demon hurriedly responded. Did you manage to sneak in? Old servant could only walk around the bottom of the myriad drug pool and didn't find much, but there seems to be a very mysterious spirit array at the bottom that I can't open. What kind of spirit array? The old demon quickly condensed his divine sense and transmitted what he saw to Xianxia's mind. What he saw was also very vague, but fortunately, his eyesight was good enough to see some traces of the spirit array. If it had been anyone else, it would have been impossible to find any clues. This spirit array. Xianxia stared at it for a long time before suddenly realizing that this spirit array was similar to the one on the 5th page of the wordless black book. There must be some kind of connection between the two. If his guess was correct, the pattern on the 5th page of the wordless black book should be the key to opening this spirit array. I'll have to go there myself. But with such tight security, how am I supposed to enter? Young master, this old servant heard the whispers of the guards. Once the alchemy conference starts, the guards there will be less vigilant. Because there aren't many people in Medicine King's Valley, the alchemy summit is always very lively, so many people need to go to the foot of the mountain to maintain order. At that time, there will only be 2 immortal ascension boundary masters left. That should be an opportunity. The old demon reminded him. 2 immortal ascension boundary masters. Xianxia frowned. 2 immortal ascension boundary masters were still immortal ascension boundary masters. Even with the ancient jade concealing his aura and yuan qi, it would be difficult to escape their detection. Moreover, in addition to these 2 immortal ascension boundary masters, there must be others. If only someone could take his place and lead them away. The old demon should be able to lead a group of them away. As long as he was fast enough, he could escape back to Hidden Cloud Peak and return to his little senior sister's side. It wouldn't be too late for Xianxia to deal with him after he finished his task. The key was that he definitely wouldn't be able to lead all the guards away by himself, so he would need a helper. Xianxia frowned as he thought. The alchemy summit was held as scheduled, and all the world's alchemists had gathered in Medicine King's Valley, all of them preparing to show off their skills and win a good ranking. Everyone on Hidden Cloud Peak didn't care much about the alchemy summit, only Dong Qingyan wanted to go and watch the fun. In this regard, Xiao Fuxing didn't stop her, allowing her to often go and broaden her horizons. Xia Ningchang and Meng Wuya also temporarily lived on Hidden Cloud Peak, studying alchemy theory with Dong Qingyan from Old Xiao every day. After she finished her studies, she would accompany Kai Yang. Sometimes she would just sit there, not saying a word, and sometimes she would talk to Kai Yang. Every day she was very happy, as if she felt that if she could continue like this in the future, she would be satisfied. The Alchemy Summit was held for 10 days, and tomorrow was the finals of the Alchemy Summit. After the summit, the top 50 alchemists would be selected and all the pills refined during the summit would be used to open the myriad drug pond for these 50 alchemists so they could comprehend the Pill Saint statue. This was a grand event that only happened once every 5 years, and it was the focus of everyone's attention. Late at night, Xianxia floated out of his room like a ghost. Tomorrow was the finals, so tonight should be the busiest time for Medicine King's Valley. After waiting for so many days, planning and preparing, it was finally time to act. Holding the ancient jade he had borrowed from Dong Qingyan in the palm of his hand, Xianxia continued to pour his yuan qi into it, shielding his aura and all traces of yuan qi. The moon was bright and the stars were few, so Xianxia flew through the forest like the wind, quickly approaching the Pill Saint's peak. After half an hour, Xianxia arrived at a position 3,000 meters below the Pill Saint's peak. If he continued to go up, he would enter the restricted area. After listening for a long time, Xianxia leaned forward and continued to approach. Only when he was 1,000 meters or so away did he stop. Looking up at the sky, Xianxia waited for the passage of time. A dark cloud slowly drifted over, obscuring the moonlight. Taking advantage of this moment, Xianxia once again pushed forward 500 meters. Still not being discovered, Xianxia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Dong Qingyan had this magical ancient jade, otherwise, he really wouldn't have known how to approach this place. Old demon, it's time for you to act. Xianxia sent out a message. Old servant understands. The old demon quickly responded. Wrapping the soul breaker all around his body, the old demon swiftly flew out, his movements similarly cautious. After waiting for less than a dozen breaths of time, from the top of Pill Saint's peak, an angry roar suddenly rang out, "Who goes there?" As soon as this voice rang out, a dozen or so people rushed out in pursuit. A series of strange laughter rang out from the distance, like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves, causing anyone who heard it to shiver. The two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters guarding the edge of the myriad drug pond originally did not pursue, but after hearing this voice, their expressions couldn't help changing, one of them shouting, "Demon Lord!" The two of them leapt up at the same time and chased after the old demon. Midair, the two men exchanged a glance before one of the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters hurriedly returned to the edge of the myriad drug pond, allowing the other to pursue. In this short period of time, Xianxia took advantage of this opportunity to push forward another 200 meters. Not having time to catch his breath, Xianxia quickly took out something hidden in his sleeve. This was a gray rabbit. Although there was no monster beast in Medicine King's Valley, there were many small animals like rabbits, so this gray rabbit was quite easy to capture. After being struck by the beast slave seal, this little thing had to obey Xianxia's orders at this moment. Skillfully tossing the rabbit 300 meters away, Xianxia landed it firmly on the ground. The little thing then began to crawl forward unhurriedly. After crawling a few dozen meters, it began to run as fast as the wind under Xianxia's command. The movement it made was quickly investigated. The immortal Ascension Boundary Master who had been left behind to guard this place coldly flashed and sent out a palm strike towards the source of the movement, his whole body like a giant bird spreading its wings. He flew in that direction. Right at this moment, Xianxia took a deep breath and used his self-created footwork. His figure only swayed twice before he arrived at the edge of the pool of all medicines. He didn't have time to see what the forbidden area looked like before he plunged into the pool without even making a splash. The immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator who had been left behind only managed to chase a few hundred meters before catching the gray rabbit. He pinched the struggling little thing. He secretly shook his head, thinking that he was being overly paranoid. He casually threw the rabbit on the ground. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of clothes flapping could be heard. The dozen or so people who had gone out to chase after them had returned. "How is it?" "I lost him. That evil fiend is very fast, and he gives me a very strange feeling. There's no sign of life." The expert who had chased after them replied. He frowned and asked, "Why are you here?" "I heard some commotion and came over to take a look. I didn't expect it to be a rabbit." The two of them looked at each other and their expressions suddenly changed. Luring the tiger away from the mountain, he hurried back to the myriad drug pool and carefully examined it. The myriad drug pool was fine. The Pill Saint statue was also fine. Everything was calm. The group of people glanced at each other, not knowing what that evil fiend wanted to do. But fortunately, nothing had happened. This was the foundation of Medicine King's Valley. If something had really happened, not only would it be a loss to Medicine King's Valley, but it would also be a loss to all the alchemists in the world. This kind of crime was not something two immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivators could bear. The myriad drug pool was not deep, only about a dozen meters or so. Xianxia fell into the pool of water and quickly dove down, during the process. While diving, the wordless black book was already in his hand, directly flipping to the 5th page. When he reached the bottom of the pool, a brilliant light suddenly appeared on the 5th page, wrapping him up. At the bottom of the pool, a series of hidden lines appeared and Xianxia's body directly passed through the pool. He fell even deeper. His vision blurred, and when Xianxia recovered, there was no longer any pool of water around him. This was a sealed space, but although it was sealed, it was not stuffy, and the energy here was rich, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. The brilliant light wrapping around his body quickly disappeared into his body. At this moment, Xianxia's mind was filled with a few new things. He didn't investigate immediately. Instead, he looked around at his surroundings. This place should be at the bottom of the myriad drug pool. Because of the mysterious spirit array at the bottom of the pool, he was able to enter. Even if an ordinary person was stronger, they would not be able to discover this place. No wonder Medicine King's Valley had not been able to discover the mysteries of the myriad drug pool for thousands of years. It turned out that the mysteries were hidden here. What he saw caused Kai Yang's eyes to shine brightly, a brilliant light flashing in all directions. He found that not far away, there was something like a deep well. The mouth of this well was only about the size of a wash basin. Walking closer, Yang Kai saw that the well was filled with a crystal-clear milky white liquid. The surroundings of this well were covered with mysterious patterns and characters. It should be a profound spirit array. Under the effect of the spirit array, there was a column of energy visible to the naked eye that continuously poured into the well like moonlight. The source of this energy was at the bottom of the myriad drug pool, and the end of this energy was this well. Taking a sniff of the well, Yang Kai could smell the fragrance coming from the liquid in the well. Carefully stretching out a finger, Yang Kai dipped it into the liquid and placed it in his mouth. A sweet taste spread from the tip of his tongue, and the liquid instantly turned into a warm energy that flowed into his limbs and bones. Yang Kai's body shook, feeling that the bottleneck of the second layer of Yuan Qi had been broken in an instant, and he had stepped into the third layer of Yuan Qi in one fell swoop. An invisible aura spread out, causing Yang Kai's expression to change slightly, for fear of disturbing the guards above the myriad drug pool. But what surprised him was that this sealed space completely blocked the movement of his advancement, and it did not spread to the outside at all. Secretly letting out a sigh of relief, Yang Kai thought to himself, that was close. Good stuff. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. What exactly was this liquid in this well? The effect was remarkable. Although as early as half a month ago, Yang Kai had faintly felt that he was about to reach the peak of the second layer of Yuan Qi, and had been cultivating for such a long time, it was thanks to this liquid that he was able to break through at this moment. Yang Kai believed that the additional information in his mind should be able to solve the doubts in his heart. Calming his mind, Yang Kai carefully examined the well. A moment later, Yang Kai opened his eyes in surprise. After a while, he had obtained the answer he was looking for. The milky white liquid in the well was something called myriad drug liquid. Every year, hundreds of thousands of pills were thrown into the myriad drug pool. The energy contained in these pills did not disappear, but rather, under the effect of the spirit array at the bottom of the pool, all of it converged into this well. Then, under the effect of the spirit array in this well, it was transformed into myriad drug liquid. This wasn't something that could be formed overnight. Instead, it required many years and months of continuous use of medicinal pills before it could be formed. The Medicine King's Valley had a heritage of 5,000 to 6,000 years. Every year, hundreds, thousands, or even more pills were thrown into the myriad drug pool. After so many years of accumulation, the number of pills collected in the myriad drug pool was at least a few million. Several million pills. This was a number that would make anyone's heart tremble. Even if the grade of these pills was low, and the quality was poor, when so many of them gathered together, it was enough to create a destructive energy that could change the color of the world. What's more, many times Medicine King's Valley would throw in heaven-grade or earth-grade pills in order to allow the pill saint's statue to last longer. Every year, during the ancestral worship ceremony, there would even be mysterious grade pills thrown in. Now, all of this energy had converged into this well and transformed into myriad drug liquid. It was easy to imagine how precious and rare this myriad drug liquid was. This was a miraculous liquid that took thousands of years and millions of pills to condense. Not only could it increase one's cultivation, but long-term consumption could also allow one to be reborn and cleanse one's body. Even if one was mediocre, as long as they continuously took this myriad drug liquid, they could become a genius. Moreover, it could also assist in alchemy. When refining any pill, if a drop of myriad drug liquid was added, it could increase the quality of the finished pill by half a grade. Don't underestimate half a grade. If a mysterious grade top-rank spirit pill could be upgraded by half a grade, it would cross the threshold of spirit grade pills. This was something Xiao Fuxing had pursued his entire life, but had never been able to achieve. It could also heal injuries, increase one's lifespan. There were all kinds of benefits. Although myriad drug liquid was derived from a variety of pills, its effects far exceeded the effects of those pills. It was a quantitative change that led to a qualitative change. What's more, the strange spirit array around this well was constantly absorbing the energy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. What kind of changes this spirit array had undergone after thousands of years of operation, no one could say for sure. This well was the most precious treasure in the world. Anyone who obtained such a well would be able to achieve great things. They might even be able to establish an enormous force that could look down on the world and sweep through the universe. Medicine King's Valley sat on a mountain of treasures, but only used it to stimulate the Pill Saint's portrait, not even 1/10,000th of its original function. However, it was precisely because of the existence of the Pill Saint's portrait that Medicine King's Valley and the world's alchemists had continuously poured pills into the myriad drug pond over the past thousands of years, creating the current myriad drug liquid. If there was no Pill Saint's portrait, there would be no medicinal liquid in this well. Xianxia took a deep breath and calmed the excitement in his heart. He wondered what kind of expression Medicine King's Valley would have if they learned that their sect had spent thousands of years only to pave the way for someone else. Xianxia and Medicine King's Valley had no grievances, and this time he had only come here to follow the Black Book's guidance, not to steal their treasures. Feeling ashamed, Xianxia held the wordless Black Book in his hand and quickly sat down cross-legged. This large well of myriad drug liquid could not be taken away without a suitable item. Even if Xianxia had the universe bag given to him by Ling Tai-su, he would not be able to hold it all. However, he had already made a plan. Turning another page, Xianxia arrived at the 6th page of the Black Book. As early as when he broke through to the Yuan-Chi realm, Xianxia had discovered that the 6th page could be opened, but although he knew the mysteries contained within the 6th page, he had not immediately acted upon them. Because the spirit array pattern on the 5th page might still be useful. Now that he thought about it, his scruples at the time were correct. The first 5 pages of the Black Book were empty except for an incense burner. Taking out the incense burner, Xianxia poured his Yuan-Chi into the 6th page. Suddenly, some lines began to appear on the dark page. These lines were obviously a kind of spirit array, but it was completely different from the one on the 5th page. As the Yuan-Chi poured in, these lines began to wriggle, like a whale swallowing water, crazily sucking in Xianxia's Yuan-Chi. The lines of the spirit array also began to flicker. Xianxia's Yuan-Chi was quickly consumed. Xianxia directly ignited a drop of yang liquid in the dantian, filling up his dried-up meridians and continuing to pour it in. After consuming a total of 10 drops of precious yang liquid, the 6th page seemed to be saturated, and as the lines on the 6th page began to change, the first 6 pages suddenly merged into one, becoming a whole. Using his divine sense to explore it, Xianxia smiled with satisfaction. It has been 2 or 3 years since he obtained the wordless Black Book, and although he already knew that it was made from soul-suppressing stone, it was only now that he was able to display its most basic function. Soul-suppressing stone was a treasure that could be used to make storage items. Storage artifacts, this was something that only existed in legends. When Xianxia obtained the wordless Black Book, he had always been looking forward to when he would be able to use it to store things. Especially when he went to that isolated world a year ago, Ling Tai-su had given him a universe bag, which allowed him to see the convenience and speed of storage artifacts. Having a decent storage artifact could save him a lot of trouble. And now, his wish had finally come true. What the 6th page of the Black Book gave him was the ability to unlock the wordless Black Book storage ability. The first 6 pages merged into one, forming an independent space. Unlike the universe bag, which could only hold one thing, this space was extremely large, the size of several dozen houses. Except for living things, anything in the world could be stored inside. Moreover, in the future, if he unsealed the back pages of the wordless Black Book, he could integrate those useless pages into it, thus expanding the size of the space. Using his divine sense to wander around this huge space, Xianxia was amazed. With such a large space, there was no need to worry about not being able to fit everything in the well. After a while, Xianxia withdrew his consciousness. He held the wordless Black Book in one hand and controlled the Yuan-Chi in the other, taking the myriad drug liquid out of the well with great precision. Then, he put it into the Black Book. Every drop of myriad drug liquid was extremely precious, so Xianxia's movements were extremely careful and meticulous, for fear of spilling a single drop. Fortunately, during this time, Xianxia had learned how to control his Yuan-Chi from Xiaofu Xing, so his control over his Yuan-Chi was much better than before. This kind of thing was naturally easy to do. In the beginning, Xianxia was very cautious, but as time passed, his movements gradually became faster. In the end, he took out the myriad drug liquid and directly threw it into the wordless Black Book space. He didn't even bother to look at them. This process took a total of 12 to 14 hours. Yang Kai was so busy that his waist and back were aching. His hands were completely mechanized. The amount of myriad drug liquid he had taken out was more than 1,000 kilograms. Looking down into the well, Yang Kai saw that half a meter down there was a layer of something richer than the myriad drug liquid. It was still milky white, but it was in a semi-solidified state. Myriad drug liquid. Compared to the myriad drug liquid, this was a grade higher. After all, this well had existed for many years. For thousands of years, the people of Medicine King's Valley had constantly thrown all kinds of pills into the myriad drug pool. The energy of those pills had sunk into the well, and the more essential the pills were, the more ancient they were and the better their effects were. Looking down at the myriad drug liquid, Yang Kai took a deep breath, grit his teeth, and continued to collect. After another 3 to 4 hours, the myriad drug liquid was completely collected. Although it wasn't as much as the myriad drug liquid, there was still at least 200 to 300 kilograms of it. The effect of the myriad drug liquid was twice that of the myriad drug liquid. In other words, with this kind of thing, Xiao Fuxing could truly refine spirit-grade pills. Just a little bit of this myriad drug liquid was enough to raise the grade of a pill by 1 grade. After the myriad drug liquid was collected, the bottom layer of the well was revealed. This was a thoroughly solidified material and the most precious treasure in this well. Myriad drug cream. Its effect was twice that of the myriad drug liquid. Enduring his fatigue, Yang Kai once again carefully collected it. After a long time, Yang Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead, sat down cross-legged on the ground, and breathed out a sigh of relief to restore his strength. The amount of myriad drug cream he had collected wasn't too much, at least compared to the myriad drug liquid and myriad drug liquid, only a few dozen kilograms. However, these few dozen kilograms were the result of the accumulation of the best essences of millions of pills over thousands of years. It wasn't until now that this well had been completely emptied, all of the thousands of years of accumulation now belonging to Yang Kai. Frowning and contemplating, Yang Kai felt that this was clearly a trap that had been set up for thousands of years. The Pill Saint's statue outside was the biggest bait in this trap. If an alchemist wanted to comprehend the alchemic way from this statue, they had to throw pills into the myriad drug pond. And the energy and essence of these pills that were thrown in were all gathered here. After thousands of years, the myriad drug liquid was formed. Was this a trap set up by the creator of the wordless black book? Yang Kai didn't know. But it was undeniable that this trap was ingenious, taking advantage of the pilgrimage mentality of these alchemists, taking advantage of their generosity in order to comprehend the myriad drug liquid. As long as the Pill Saint statue still existed, as long as the myriad drug pond still existed, as long as Medicine King's Valley still existed, after a few thousand years, there would likely be another well filled with myriad drug liquid. However, the world was constantly changing, and it was a miracle that Medicine King's Valley had been able to maintain itself for thousands of years. After a few thousand years, who could say for sure whether this place would still exist? While contemplating this, there was suddenly an abnormal reaction in this sealed space. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly opened his eyes and was surprised to see that all around this small space, a variety of complex characters and patterns were flashing. These characters were ancient and obscure, making it impossible for anyone to understand them. These patterns were also strange, but Yang Kai could tell at a glance that many of them were spirit arrays and spirit arrays. These characters and patterns flashed in this secret room, and for some unknown reason, they were like fish in water, swimming quickly. Yang Kai remained calm and his brow furrowed as he deeply observed all this, trying to figure out what was going on. Before he could figure out what was going on, the secret room lit up and countless characters and patterns madly shot towards Yang Kai. Silently, all of these words and patterns drilled into his mind, causing him to feel slightly dizzy. As they drilled into his mind one after another, Kai Yang felt as if his mind was about to explode. Blue veins popped out on his forehead, wriggling like earthworms. It was a terrifying sight, causing anyone who saw it to feel their scalp go numb. This abnormal situation lasted for a long time until the last ray of light shot into Yang Kai's body and the entire secret room suddenly dimmed. Yang Kai felt a heart-wrenching pain in his mind before a warm feeling washed over him and the pain disappeared. Involuntarily exhaling, Yang Kai knew that this was the effect of the soul-warming lotus. This situation was similar to what he had experienced in the white mist in that isolated world. His soul had been damaged, causing the soul-warming lotus to automatically repair itself. Faintly, Yang Kai felt a lot of information enter his mind. This kind of information was not like the information transmitted by the wordless black book, the two were not on the same level at all. When each page of the wordless black book was unsealed, it would also transmit information, but the amount of information was very small. Even if one hadn't cultivated their divine sense, they could still easily understand it. However, the amount of information this time was enormous, so much so that Yang Kai didn't know what it was. Calming his mind, Yang Kai began to carefully comprehend the information in his mind. After a while, some inexplicable information jumped out. True alchemic way. As he slowly investigated, Yang Kai discovered that this information was actually related to alchemy. It wasn't a secret art, nor was it a martial skill, but rather a guide to alchemy and how to refine good pills. The first part of the True Alchemic Way contained the experiences and insights of countless top alchemy grandmasters. Many of their unique alchemy methods were also recorded in this book, making it an absolute treasure. Yang Kai himself wanted to pursue the peak of the martial Tao, so he didn't want to be distracted by alchemy, but his little senior sister needed these things. If she had the help of this True Alchemic Way, she would definitely be like a tiger that had grown wings. With her physique and skills, refining higher grade and better quality pills would be a piece of cake. Considering all this, Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't rush out, instead carefully examining the information. However, after less than 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him and the stabbing pain he had just calmed down once again struck his mind. Inhaling sharply, Yang Kai waited for the soul-warming lotus to take effect and slowly repair the damage to his soul, making him feel much better, but the feeling of exhaustion still lingered. The power of his spiritual energy had been completely consumed in this short period of time. There was also a limit to the power of one's divine sense. Just like the origin chi in a martial artist's body, once their origin chi was exhausted, a martial artist would not be able to fight. Once their divine sense was exhausted, they would no longer be able to use their divine sense. This was why even if an immortal ascension boundary master cultivated their spiritual energy, they wouldn't easily use it under normal circumstances. Restoring Yuan Qi was easy, but restoring one's spiritual energy was much more difficult. Any precious treasure or pill that was linked to one's spiritual energy was many times more valuable than ordinary things. Yang Kai was currently only at the Yuan Qi third stage, and although he had cultivated his spiritual energy and was no weaker than an average immortal ascension boundary fourth or fifth stage master, it was obviously not enough to pry into the True Alchemic Way in his mind. Frowning, Yang Kai waited for 4 or 5 hours before feeling his spiritual energy fill up again. Even with the help of the soul-warming lotus, it would still take him 4 or 5 hours to restore his spiritual energy. If it was an ordinary immortal ascension boundary master, if their spiritual energy was completely exhausted, it would take them at least 10 days or even half a month to restore their spiritual energy. I need to find some soul-restoring pills and bring them with me, Kai Yang secretly planned. Not wanting to give up, Yang Kai tried again, and after a dozen breaths, his spiritual energy was once again exhausted. This time, Yang Kai didn't wait for his spiritual energy to recover on its own, instead taking out some myriad drug liquid and swallowing it, his spiritual energy rapidly increased. In less than half an hour, his spiritual energy was back to full. After trying a dozen times in a row, Yang Kai was finally able to pry into a little bit of useful information. It was a spirit array. A spirit array specifically designed to assist in alchemy. This spirit array could be engraved inside the alchemy furnace to enhance the grade of a pill, but the effect wasn't very good and it wasn't very stable. After consuming a huge amount of spiritual energy and consuming a dozen myriad drug drops of spiritual energy, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. The cost was not proportional to the gains, it was a bit of a loss. The profoundness and mystery of this True Alchemic Way was obviously impossible for him to see through with his current weak spiritual energy. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little regretful and slowly put away his thoughts of prying into the True Alchemic Way, planning to wait until his soul grew stronger in the future before making any plans. Feeling his soul, after such a long time of tempering, Yang Kai found that it had grown slightly, a pleasant surprise. But, how could this True Alchemic Way be here? Moreover, it had poured into his mind through this method. If the creator of the Black Book wanted to master the true alchemic way, they could have sealed it into a certain page of the wordless Black Book and waited until their strength grew to a certain level before unsealing the Black Book to obtain it. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to accept such a huge amount of information. This time, if not for the help of the soul-warming lotus, his soul would have been damaged when this information poured into his mind. Although he didn't understand this point, Xianxia understood the mystery of the Pale Saint's portrait. It was said that one could comprehend the alchemic way from the Pale Saint's portrait, and even Meng Wu felt that there was something special about it. Now it seemed that these rumors weren't groundless. The mystery of the Pale Saint's portrait was this true alchemic way. However, those alchemists who comprehended the true alchemy way from the Pale Saint's portrait had obtained very little, so Xianxia had directly swept it clean this time. He didn't know if the Pale Saint's portrait could still be comprehended in the future. Xianxia felt uneasy. Everything here had been taken away, leaving only a dry well. It was time to leave. Xianxia sat in meditation for a few hours, adjusting his state to its peak. Only then did he look around for a way out. He originally thought that there must be a secret passage to leave this sealed space, but after searching for a long time, he still found nothing. He couldn't help but wonder how he was going to leave. Could it be that they would follow the path they came in from? There were 2 Heaven's Gate realm experts and a large number of Yuan-Chi realm experts guarding outside. Once he jumped out of the myriad drug pool, he was afraid that he would be captured immediately. Xianxia believed that there was always a way out. After searching the secret room for a long time, he still didn't find anything. Kai Yang's brow furrowed. The current situation was a bit strange. The Black Book had instructed him to come here to collect the myriad drug liquid. There was no reason not to leave a way out for himself. But why couldn't he find it? Could it be that there was something missing? Xianxia was sure that he had already searched this place more than a dozen times, not missing a single inch. Half a day later, his patience had reached its limit. Xianxia was certain that there was no secret passage here. If he wanted to leave, he could only jump out of the myriad drug pool. Wasn't that the same as throwing himself into a trap? The myriad drug pool was a restricted area of Medicine King's Valley. Even if he was now considered half a hidden Cloud Peak disciple, if he appeared at the bottom of the myriad drug pool, he probably wouldn't have a good end. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia decided to break through from the top. Although there were many guards outside, if he was fast enough, he might be able to survive. After making up his mind, Xianxia rushed to the top, reached out his hand, and without the slightest hesitation, sent out a punch. This punch was just a test. The myriad drug pool had existed in Medicine King's Valley for so many years, so there must have been many masters who had come down to investigate. They wanted to see if there was any secret at the bottom. Those masters couldn't break through the bottom because of the spirit array. Xianxia didn't think that he could break through the bottom of the pool with a single punch. But things were so strange. As soon as he sent out this punch, with a muffled bang, the entire ceiling above his head suddenly burst apart. The myriad drug pool's water poured down from above. Xianxia's expression changed slightly, but he didn't hesitate and quickly rushed to the surface of the pool, his Yuan-Chi fiercely surging, ready to attack. He had already prepared himself to be besieged and quickly counterattacked. But unexpectedly, even when he was in the air, he didn't receive any attacks. Looking around, Xianxia's pupils couldn't help shrinking. Beside the myriad drug pool, corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. The 20 to 30 foot tall statue of the Pale Saint that originally stood beside the pool was now shattered into several pieces, and the ground was littered with rubble. A thick smell of blood drifted in the air, and the sound of fighting and killing could be heard everywhere. Kai Yang's face suddenly sank, and he quickly turned around and landed back on the ground. Looking around, Xianxia found that a few thousand feet away, there were traces of people fighting everywhere. Medicine King's Valley's 12 peaks were filled with smoke and smoke. Looking down at the city below, Xianxia could see that at this moment, the city was also in chaos. High up in the sky, there were many immortal Ascension boundary masters fighting fiercely, all kinds of fierce martial skills and strange artifacts displaying their might. Someone was actually attacking Medicine King's Valley. What kind of people were so bold? And at such a sensitive time like the Alchemy Summit. Medicine King's Valley had existed for thousands of years and had never become enemies with any great force. Whether you were good or evil, strong or weak, Medicine King's Valley had always adhered to the principle of neutrality. Many evil cultivators would come to Medicine King's Valley to ask for alchemy. It was because of this principle of neutrality that it had been able to survive for thousands of years. But now, someone had actually set their sights on Medicine King's Valley, wantonly slaughtering people here, and even destroying the Pale Saint statue. This was an earth-shattering change. Medicine King's Valley was inextricably linked to all the great forces in the world, and in the city below, there were masters from all kinds of great forces guarding it all year round. Daring to attack Medicine King's Valley, no matter how strong, was already a public enemy, not far from destruction. But at this moment, the battle in Medicine King's Valley was obviously quite tense. Moreover, Medicine King's Valley seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, the Pale Saint statue had actually been destroyed. This was a great loss to the world. Xianxia faintly felt that the destruction of the Pale Saint statue had a great deal to do with the true alchemic way pouring into his mind. After all, the true alchemic way he had previously obtained was inside the Pale Saint statue. Standing in place for a moment, Xianxia suddenly reacted and quickly used his movement skill to rush towards Hidden Cloud Peak. Dong Qingyan and Xia Ningcheng were still there. Old Xiao and the two powerless women were also there. Although Meng Wuya was guarding Hidden Cloud Peak, who knew what the current situation was? Moving as fast as lightning, Xianxia quickly approached Hidden Cloud Peak, the scenery on both sides receding as he spread out his divine sense. The situation within a 12-kilometer radius was clear at a glance. Evil qi and demonic qi filled the peaks of Medicine King's Valley. Those who were currently fighting with Medicine King's Valley disciples were also covered in demonic qi. It was actually a group of evil cultivators. Xianxia just didn't know which evil force they belonged to. In addition to these cultivators who had fallen into the demonic path and Medicine King's Valley disciples, there were also many other cultivators from all over the world who were fighting. These people were here to help Medicine King's Valley, but there weren't many masters among them and they also lacked coordination, so they were forced to retreat in battle, leaving behind a trail of corpses. A few kilometers away, a dark green poisonous fog had enveloped a radius of a few thousand meters. Inside this poisonous fog, all the trees and flowers had withered, and the ground was littered with the corpses of many cultivators, their flesh and blood rotting away, revealing their pale white bones. High up in the sky, Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were constantly being shot down or killed. Most of these people were masters from the various great forces. On the contrary, the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters covered in demonic qi had the upper hand. Xianxia's expression was gloomy, although he didn't know why such a big change had occurred in Medicine King's Valley. However, his footsteps didn't stop. Halfway through the journey, a brawny man covered in blood suddenly jumped out in front of him. This brawny man was holding a boning knife in his hand, and there was a piece of bloody flesh on the knife. Letting out a gloomy laugh, the burly man's pair of wolf-like eyes stared at the approaching Xianxia, shoving the piece of flesh into his mouth and chewing, as if he was eating the most delicious food in the world, a look of satisfaction appearing on the burly man's face. Xianxia swept his eyes around and saw a corpse at the feet of the burly man. This person wasn't a disciple of Medicine King's Valley and should have come from one of those sects. He had been dead for a long time and a piece of flesh had disappeared from his face. Another delicious meal delivered to my doorstep. The burly man laughed strangely, his face grim, his yuan qi violent and restless, exuding an evil aura. Yuan qi 5th stage. Xianxia snorted, his expression cold as he suddenly sent out his divine sense, instantly invading the burly man's mind. The burly man's expression froze, his eyes becoming slightly confused. Having never cultivated a soul skill before, Xianxia's divine sense wasn't any worse than an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th or 5th stage master's, but he could only use it roughly and couldn't display its full power. It was enough. In the blink of an eye, the burly man recovered, but before he had time to launch an attack, Xianxia's fist slammed into his chest. With a loud bang, the burly man's 200-kilogram body flew out like a cannonball, his chest visibly caved in. Midair, the burly man's body exploded into a bloody mist. He didn't even have time to mobilize his yuan qi to resist. Without stopping, Yang Kai's footsteps flashed past like a meteor. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at Hidden Cloud Peak. Compared to the other peaks, Hidden Cloud Peak had suffered the least casualties. After all, this place was always quiet and no one came here. But now, the battle here was the fiercest. Before arriving at the peak, Yang Kai looked up and saw Meng Wuya fighting with a large group of Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Treasurer Meng's strength was unfathomable and his methods were heaven-defying, but at this moment, he was only a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. He was fighting a total of 6 masters, 2 of whom had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage while the remaining 4 weren't weak either, each of them at least an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage master. Compared to the masters from Blood Battle Gang, they were clearly stronger. 7 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were fighting fiercely on Hidden Cloud Peak. In the midst of this battle, one of them shouted, "Where did this old dog come from? How could he be so strong?" If it was an ordinary peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, they would have long since fallen under the attacks of these 6 masters, but Meng Wuya wasn't at a disadvantage. The power of his martial skills left everyone dumbstruck. This group of people had been ordered to capture Xiao Fuxing. Originally, only 2 of them had come, but they had clearly been determined to capture him. Just as they had appeared on Hidden Cloud Peak, they had been directly killed by Meng Wuya. After the death of the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, the 6 of them had learned that there was a powerful master on Hidden Cloud Peak, so they had come together to kill him. However, even with the 6 of them joining forces, even an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master would have to avoid them, but Meng Wuya was only a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, yet he was able to block them all. Treasurer Meng's martial skills were extremely lethal and were all completely unheard of. The more the 6 of them fought, the more frightened they became, knowing that they had kicked an iron plate this time. Which corner did this old man jump out from? The 6 of them were confused. Wasn't Xiao Fuxing the only Immortal Ascension Boundary Master on Hidden Cloud Peak? On top of the peak, Xiao Fuxing stood there with a dignified expression, quietly watching the battle in the sky. He was indeed an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, but all his life he had been immersed in alchemy and was not proficient in combat. The martial skills he had cultivated were also not very useful, so he couldn't help at all. The 2 dignified beauties also stood behind him, followed by Dong Qingyan and Xianing Chong. All 4 of these women's expressions were somewhat tense, completely different from old Zhao's calm and collected demeanor. "Young master is back," the old demon suddenly called out in surprise. The next moment, Yang Kai appeared on top of Hidden Cloud Peak. The Soul Breaker all flew over and Yang Kai reached out and caught it, transforming into a black gas that disappeared into his body. Xiao Fuxing glanced over at them faintly but didn't say anything. Dong Qingyan quickly beckoned to Yang Kai, asking him to come over quickly. "What happened?" Yang Kai quickly came over to the group. He asked softly. "A day ago, the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land suddenly attacked Medicine King's Valley in a menacing manner. The masters from the various great forces who had been guarding the towns and cities in the valley were either killed or injured, but they were unexpectedly driven straight in. They rushed into Medicine King's Valley's various peaks and captured countless disciples from the 12 peaks. In addition, the alchemists who had come here to participate in the Alchemist Summit were not spared." Xianing Chong softly told him everything that had happened that day and the information that she had gathered. Through her story, Yang Kai also figured out many things. The Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land was the world's largest gathering place of evil demons. It was the place where all the cultivators of evil resided. It occupied the entire southwest territory of the Great Han Empire. The southwest region was the territory of the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. There were countless masters in the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land, and the strength of their forces was comparable to any of the central capital's 8 great families. As early as a few months ago, the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land had been planning this operation, going around to capture the direct descendants of the various great forces. The attack on Dong Qingyan outside Medicine King's Valley was also the work of the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. This time, he had deliberately chosen to launch an attack during the alchemy conference, using the captured direct descendants as a shield to open up a path, causing many forces in the valley towns to hesitate in taking action. He didn't dare to act rashly. This had led to the complete defeat of Medicine King's Valley. The purpose of this operation was not to destroy Medicine King's Valley, but to capture all the alchemists in the world, whether they were disciples of Medicine King's Valley or foreign alchemists participating in the alchemy conference. They had even set their sights on the Pale Saint statue, but it was simply too large. The immortal Ascension Boundary Masters of Medicine King's Valley desperately tried to stop them, but failed to succeed. During the fierce battle between the two sides, the Pale Saint statue was accidentally shattered. The ash-gray cloud evil land had used all kinds of despicable means, making it impossible for Medicine King's Valley to resist. Inside Hidden Cloud Peak. If Meng Wuya hadn't happened to come here as a guest, Xiao Fuxing would have been captured long ago. Soon, Yang Kai understood the situation in front of him. Secretly shocked by the ash-gray cloud evil land's boldness, he also began to guess what their purpose was and why they wanted to capture so many alchemists. The battle in the sky was still extremely tense, but Meng Wuya was still fighting 1 against 6. Set up the spirit array. A black-haired old man roared. Hearing this, the 6 people suddenly moved and arranged a mysterious spirit array. As the 6 of them unleashed their full power, Meng Wuya let out a grunt as his face paled slightly. Just as he was adjusting his breathing, the 6 people glanced at each other and one of them, an immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master, suddenly jumped out of the battle and flew towards Hidden Cloud Peak. The remaining 5 people fiercely attacked, trying to disrupt Meng Wuya. You dare! Meng Wuya let out a roar. Huge palm prints filled the sky, causing the 5 people to lose their balance. Taking advantage of the situation, Meng Wuya sent out a palm strike towards the person who was flying down the Hidden Cloud Peak. Deadwood Divine Hand. Mysterious grade top-rank martial skill. An invisible palm strike suddenly struck, causing the ash-gray cloud evil land's immortal Ascension Boundary Master to feel something was wrong and hurriedly dodged to the side. The palm wind swept past one of his arms, numbing it instantly. As far as the eye could see, his entire arm was like an old tree that was about to wither, quickly shriveling up. The man's face was filled with shock as he quickly circulated his secret art to resist. Fortunately, he was only swept by the palm strike, so he was able to resist. Seeing his shriveled arm slowly restore its vitality, he couldn't help feeling relieved. Letting out a strange laugh, the man's speed suddenly increased, like an eagle spreading its wings, he swooped down. Yang Kai and the others were on high alert, all of them madly pushing their yuan qi, secretly preparing themselves. On the peak, only Xiao Fuxing was an immortal Ascension Boundary Master, and one who couldn't fight, so even if this man was only an immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master, it was more than enough to kill them all. A wave of demonic qi rushed towards the man's face as he laughed fiercely. Xiao Fuxing, if you don't want to die, don't resist. This old master invited you to the Holy Land as a guest, not to take your life. Old Zhao's expression remained unchanged, not showing any fear. The old man took a moment to glance over at Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan, then back at Dong Qingyan and Xia Ningchang, licking his lips and grinning wickedly, so many delicious beauties. Unfortunately, this old master has an important matter to attend to today. I'll come back another day to pamper you. As he spoke, he stretched out a big hand and grabbed towards Xiao Fuxing. Old Xiao coldly snorted, raising his hand and sending out a giant hand seal. The man sneered again and again, shattering Xiao Fuxing's martial skill with a flick of his finger, not slowing down at all as he quickly placed his hand on Xiao Fuxing's shoulder. Inhaling and exhaling, the man leapt up into the air. At that moment, Yang Kai, Xia Ningchang, and Dong Qingyan all attacked. Although Yang Kai was only a 3-year-old martial artist, but the full power of his martial skills had caused this expert's complexion to change slightly. Especially Kai Yang's attacks. His true qi was incomparably pure, and his moves were heavy and powerful. If he really was hit, then it would definitely not be good. Hurriedly withdrawing his hand, he easily resolved the 3 attacks and shouted, "Scram, this old master doesn't have time to play with you." Before his voice had even fallen, 2 slender palms suddenly shot out to meet his attack. The world energy around them suddenly became chaotic as a burst of floral fragrance filled the surrounding space. All kinds of petals flashed in the air, as if a rain of flowers was falling from the sky, creating a beautiful scene. Yang Kai stared at all this in amazement. Xia Ningchang and Dong Qingyan were also stunned. Amidst the rain of petals, Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan's figures flickered as they flanked this ash-gray cloud evil landmaster from both sides. Their movements were light and nimble, their graceful figures dancing gracefully amongst the fluttering petals. You. The ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator's face was filled with shock as he inadvertently inhaled some of the floral fragrance, his body suddenly softening as he exclaimed, "You actually have such skill." Humph. Xiao Fuxian crossed his hands behind his back and coldly snorted, "Since you've come, don't even think about leaving." "I've been tricked." The man cried out in grief. Whether it was Auntie Xiang or Auntie Lan, the strength they displayed at this moment was not inferior to his. With the two of them joining forces and Xiao Fuxian glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey, even if he wanted to escape, he had no chance. The two beautiful women didn't say a word, their pretty faces filled with indifference. Auntie Xiang stretched out her jade white hand and gracefully picked up a flower petal that was falling from the air, flicking it out. With a puff, the seemingly light petal pierced through the man's shoulder, causing him to scream in pain. Auntie Lan's hands flickered as her voluptuous body danced about, the petals filling the air suddenly fluttering like butterflies, wrapping around the enemy. A series of pitiful screams rang out, and by the time the rain of flowers had disappeared, the man was already covered in wounds, his clothes in tatters and blood flowing freely. The three young men glanced at each other, all of them wearing looks of horror and disbelief. In particular, Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan, the two of them had spent more time with Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan than Xiaoning Chang, but they still hadn't found any traces of a cultivator on them. In the outside world, this was also the rumor that on Hidden Cloud Peak, besides Xiao Fuxing, there were only two unknown ordinary maidservants who had served him for more than 20 years. Many people didn't even know their names. But now, these two ordinary maidservants had suddenly become Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th or 6th stage masters. The change was so great that Dong Qingyan couldn't even believe that these two beautiful women were the gentle, dignified, and considerate Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan from before. Yang Kai was secretly shocked, thinking to himself that no wonder old Xiao was so calm. It turned out he had these two masters guarding him. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan were fighting against the ash-gray cloud evil land's master, forcing him to be unable to fight back. Amidst the rain of petals, the two women shuttled back and forth, each strike leaving some damage to their opponent, completely occupying the upper hand. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out from the distance, one that was loud and clear. Hearing this voice, the 5 experts who were fighting Meng Wuya in the air looked at each other and suddenly made a feint. They all withdrew from the battle and flew away without looking back. Meng Wuya didn't chase after them and instead stood mid-air, taking a deep breath and suppressing the roiling blood in his chest. The Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator on the peak saw that his companions had all left and knew he had no hope of escaping, but suddenly let out a strange laugh as his yuan qi surged fiercely, his demonic qi becoming more and more intense. "Stop him!" Xiao Fuxing's complexion changed as he shouted. But it was still too late. Before Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan had time to stop him, the man's yuan qi suddenly dissipated and his entire body withered. He had actually destroyed his own meridians. Heh heh. The man laughed strangely before he died, glancing around disdainfully and saying, "The demon lord has returned, none of you can resist. Surrender to my ash-gray cloud evil land as soon as possible and you may be spared from death." After saying that, he fell straight to the ground. Xiao Fuxing's complexion changed greatly as he muttered, "Demon Lord." The ash-gray cloud evil land had wantonly attacked Medicine King's Valley, abducting hundreds of its disciples and even capturing 3 of its elders. The alchemists who had come to Medicine King's Valley to participate in the Alchemist General Assembly had also suffered heavy losses, many of them disappearing. In addition, the disciples of the various great forces had suffered countless casualties. Medicine King's Valley's 12 peaks were littered with corpses and blood dyed the pure land red. In the valley's towns, countless houses had collapsed. The earth was groaning. The ash-gray cloud evil land's actions this time were a crime against the entire world, causing all the great forces to be furious. The central capital's 8 great families even sent representatives the next day to discuss how to counterattack the ash-gray cloud evil land and recapture the captured alchemists. However, the news that Xiao Fuxing conveyed shocked everyone. The demon lord had returned. This was what the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land's Immortal Ascension Boundary Master had said before he died. The Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land covered an extremely large area with countless masters and evil demons everywhere. Because of its size, the entire Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land was divided into 6 great evil kings who each ruled over an area. Although they all belonged to the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land, under normal circumstances, they would not interfere with each other and would simply mind their own business. Above the 6 great evil kings was the Supreme Demon Lord. The position of Demon Lord had been vacant for more than 100 years. The position of Demon Lord was not easy to sit on. The strength of the 6 great evil kings was not any worse than the top masters of the central capital's 8 great families. There were countless capable subordinates, and after ruling the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land for so many years, no one dared to touch the Demon Lord's throne. It was clear how strict the Demon Lord's requirements were. 100 years ago, the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land once had a Demon Lord. This person's strength was profound and profound. Countless lives were lost. In the end, the central capital's 8 great families joined forces and dispatched all of their masters to kill this person at Wolf Sobbing Cliff. In that battle, the masters of the 8 great families also suffered countless casualties. After 100 years of cultivation, they were able to restore their Yuan Qi. But now, another Demon Lord had appeared in the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. How could people not be shocked? If this news had come from someone else, no one would have believed it, but since it came from Xiaofu Xing, the situation was different. The entire world instantly became chaotic and the atmosphere became tense. Spies from the various great forces frequently entered and exited the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land to inquire about reliable information. But the result was unbelievable. The Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land had really produced a mysterious Demon Lord. As soon as this person appeared, he used absolute strength to subdue the 6 great evil kings and took control of the entire Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. The situation was worrying. Everyone was in a state of panic. On Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai bid farewell to Xiaofu Xing. His purpose in coming to Medicine King's Valley had already been achieved. He hadn't returned to High Heaven Pavilion for a long time, so naturally, it was time for him to return. Xiaofu Xing seemed to have known this would happen, but his expression didn't change much. He simply said lightly, "Although I know you have other motives for coming to Medicine King's Valley, since you have entered my Hidden Cloud Peak, you are now considered a disciple of my Hidden Cloud Peak. If you have time in the future, come back and visit more often." Yes. Yang Kai felt a little guilty in his heart. He bade farewell with a serious expression. Xiaoning Chang was a little reluctant. But knowing that Yang Kai had already made up his mind, she naturally didn't ask him to stay. What's more, Yang Kai had already told her last night and left her a drop of brilliant flame liquid and a drop of soul cleansing dew, as well as a large amount of myriad drug liquid. Xiaoning Chang had already broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 7th order and her strength had improved tremendously. The things he left behind would help her break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. As for Dongqing Yan, Yang Kai had given her a drop of brilliant flame liquid. She should soon be able to break through to the Yuan Qi boundary. This drop of brilliant flame liquid should be enough to make her Yuan Qi pure. Not only that, Yang Kai had also taught Xiaoning Chang the spirit array he had obtained from the true alchemic way, which she then passed on to Xiaofu Xing. Yang Kai believed that with the help of this spirit array, Xiaofu Xing should be able to refine a mysterious grade or above pill. Although it wouldn't be a true spirit grade pill, it should be enough to satisfy Xiaofu Xing's lifelong wish. Old Xiao, Auntie Xiang, and Auntie Lan had all treated Yang Kai well, and he had only given them the spirit array in return. After leaving Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai hurriedly rushed back to High Heaven Pavilion, not hesitating to consume his Yuan Qi. 7 or 8 days later, Yang Kai finally returned to the sect. The moment he stepped into High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai felt that something was not quite right. The entire High Heaven Pavilion was filled with a faint evil qi. His expression sinking, Yang Kai's pace quickened a lot, and as he walked, he quickly found that the entire High Heaven Pavilion was filled with traces of battle. Many of the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples were in a hurry and had actually left the sect with their belongings. "Brother!" Yang Kai looked around for a long time but couldn't see anything, so he quickly stopped one of them. "What are you doing?" The man's expression was somewhat impatient, But after discovering that the person who stopped him was Yang Kai, his expression suddenly changed. Are you Yang Kai? As he spoke, his attitude also became more cautious. A year ago, he had also heard about Yang Kai's battle with the Bai families by Yunfeng. What happened in the sect? Where are you going? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. It's hard to say. The man's expression became awkward as he broke free from Yang Kai's grasp and said, You should ask the sect master and the elders yourself. Saying so, he hurriedly left. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but at that moment, he suddenly felt something in his heart. Looking up, he saw a white figure flying towards him. It was Su Yan. Just like before, Su Yan was still cold and beautiful. After not seeing her for a year, her strength had increased by a lot. As her strength grew, the cold aura around her also became more powerful. Her cold temperament was enough to freeze all things in the world. Only when her eyes met with Yang Kai's would a trace of gentleness appear in her eyes. Bringing along a fragrant wind, she landed in front of Yang Kai, a smile appearing on her delicate face. You're back? Yang Kai nodded slightly, anxiously asking, what happened here? Su Yan's bright eyes dimmed as she reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. Something happened. I'll tell you as we go. Saying so, her body soared into the air. Yang Kai also circulated his yuan qi and flew together with her. Feeling the yuan qi fluctuations, Su Yan turned to look at Yang Kai in surprise. You've already broken through to the third stage of yuan qi? Yang Kai grinned, Your strength has increased so quickly. You're not slow either, you've already broken through to the 8th stage of yuan qi. Yang Kai was also surprised by Su Yan's strength increase. He had been training outside and had various opportunities to improve so quickly. As for Su Yan, she had only bitterly cultivated in the sect, but she had also grown to this point. If she had the same resources as him, her improvement would have been even greater. Hearing Yang Kai's praise, Su Yan's pretty face blushed slightly, a look of satisfaction appearing on her face as she whispered, The Ice Heart secret art focuses on the cultivation of one's mental state. This past year, my mental state has improved a lot, so my strength has also increased. Yang Kai thought about it, knowing that her mental state had improved so quickly because of the art of yin-yang joyous unification. Chuckling, he leaned forward and kissed her cheek. Su Yan couldn't help but glare at him, but she didn't say anything. Where are we going? Kai Yang asked as he adjusted his direction. Narrowing his eyes, he frowned. Are we going to Sect Master's retreat? Su Yan nodded slightly, her expression suddenly becoming gloomy as she smiled bitterly. Sect Master said that if you came back, he would immediately take care of you. I will bring you there as soon as possible. What happened to Sect Master? Yang Kai noticed that Su Yan's expression was not right and quickly asked. Su Yan pursed her red lips lightly, and after a long time said softly, He's injured, seriously injured. Who did it? Yang Kai's face instantly sank. Grandmaster Ling Tai Su's strength was not much worse than Meng Wuye's. His talent was outstanding, and in this life, if not for the matter of his 2 disciples, he would have been able to cultivate for more than 10 years. He would have broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary long ago. Such a master was now seriously injured, and looking at Su Yan's expression, this injury was definitely not ordinary. Who could have beaten him to this extent? Sect Master's second disciple. What? Yang Kai was shocked, but quickly reacted, he isn't. But he managed to escape from the coiling dragon stream, and his demonic arts had reached the grand accomplishment stage. The day he emerged, he fought all of High Heaven Pavilion's immortal ascension boundary masters. Sect Master was seriously injured, 4th Elder Zhou Fei was killed on the spot, the other elders were also injured, and countless disciples died. Su Yan's brow wrinkled as she sighed, if not for Sect Master desperately defending, I'm afraid High Heaven Pavilion would have already. When did this happen? A month and a half ago. Su Yan shook her head and smiled bitterly, the aftermath of that battle still hasn't dissipated. High Heaven Pavilion is now filled with demonic qi, and the disciples have to constantly circulate their secret arts to resist. The elders have all suffered heavy losses, and some of them are afraid they will be implicated, so they have already packed up and left the sect. Yang Kai's expression sank, finally understanding why the sect had become like this. However, the fact that the second disciple was able to escape from the coiling dragon stream was something no one had ever expected. Under the coiling dragon stream, countless people had been sealed away for hundreds of years, and no one had ever been able to escape safely, but the sect master's second disciple had actually succeeded. When Ling Tai-su had captured him, it was because of their relationship as master and disciple that he hadn't killed him, only crippling his cultivation and trapping him in the coiling dragon stream. Unexpectedly, more than 10 years later, he had sowed a seed of disaster for High Heaven Pavilion. If he had known this would happen, Ling Tai-su would never have let him live. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the sect master's retreat. Before they had even entered, they were greeted by a thick demonic qi, causing Yang Kai's brow to wrinkle. "Go in, sect master has been waiting for you," Su Yan said softly. Yang Kai nodded, opened the door, and walked in. When he saw the scene before him, his heart couldn't help clenching. A year ago, when they had parted ways in Nether Mountain, his Grand Master had still been in high spirits and had even agreed to a life-or-death battle with Ghost King Valley's Goeli. But now, seeing him again, his appearance was haggard and his body was covered in black qi. Obviously, due to his severe injuries, he was unable to suppress the demonic qi that had invaded his body. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's return, Ling Tai-su, who was lying on the bed, moved his fingers slightly and his eyes slowly opened. Yang Kai's heart tightened and he quickly stepped forward. Inside the room, in addition to Ling Tai-su, there was also a High Heaven Pavilion alchemist accompanying him. This alchemist's strength wasn't high, probably only at the Yuan Qi boundary 7th or 8th order, and was a disciple of the previous generation. "Martial uncle, how is sect master?" Yang Kai turned and asked. The martial uncle slowly shook his head, not optimistic. "I'm afraid he won't last long, huh?" Inside the room, Yang Kai stepped forward, placed 2 fingers on Ling Tai-su's wrist, and closed his eyes to examine him. As his divine sense spread out, Yang Kai's heart gradually sank to the bottom. Ling Tai-su's 5 viscera and 6 bowels had all been displaced, and many of his bones were broken. His vitality was almost non-existent, and even his vitality was faintly discernible. The Yuan Qi in his body was faintly discernible, and his meridians were broken in countless places. The flow of Yuan Qi was not smooth, and the circulation of his secret art was hindered. Not only that, there were many evil auras all over his body that were eroding his vitality and eroding his Yuan Qi. If it weren't for the pure Yuan Qi protecting his heart, Ling Tai-su would have died long ago. Grand Master's injuries could not be described as extremely serious. Now, his life was hanging by a thread, and he could pass away at any moment. He had only preserved this last bit of Yuan Qi because he wanted to wait for Yang Kai's safe return. After all, he had sent Yang Kai into that isolated world for life experience, and until now, there had been no news of him. "Have you given him any medicine?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. The martial uncle smiled bitterly. "Sect master is in such a state, how could he resist any medicine? Some time ago, I gave him a few pills, but now I don't dare give him anything." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Grand Master's body was currently too weak, and if he didn't have a pill that could immediately bring him back from the brink of death, taking it would only cause him to lose his last bit of Yuan Qi. At that time, there would really be nothing he could do. Fortunately, he was able to make it in time. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Martial uncle, you go out first, I have something to say to sect master." The High Heaven Pavilion alchemist hesitated for a moment before getting up and leaving. He didn't know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Ling Tai-su was. But before the sect master fell into a coma, he had ordered that once Yang Kai returned, he was to immediately bring him to see him. Since the sect master valued Yang Kai so much, the relationship between the two was obviously not ordinary. After the martial uncle left, Yang Kai hurriedly took out some myriad drug cream from the black book space. He didn't dare to take too much, only half the size of a pinky nail. He didn't know if the myriad drug cream could bring the dead back to life, but for now, he could only pin his hopes on it. After all, it took thousands of years and millions of pills to form the most essential part. There was water in the house. Yang Kai took a cup and poured the myriad drug cream into it before pouring it into hot water. Only then did he pick up the cup. Pinching open Ling Tai-su's mouth with one hand, he slowly poured the medicinal liquid inside. It took a long time for Ling Tai-su to finish half a cup of hot water. He did not dare to be negligent. Yang Kai stretched out his hands and pressed on the vital acupoints on Ling Tai-su's chest. He slowly poured yuan qi into Ling Tai-su's body to help him refine the medicine. At the same time, he used his divine sense to carefully observe the changes in his grandmaster's body. As the myriad drug cream began to take effect, Yang Kai clearly felt that Ling Tai-su's originally shriveled dantian had begun to show signs of vitality. Even the blood in his body began to flow faster, and his heartbeat seemed to become a little stronger than before. There's hope. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy and he slightly increased the output of yuan qi. Only the heavens knew how much he had been worried about. Ling Tai-su's body was currently too weak. If he could not bear the effects of the myriad drug cream, even if the myriad drug cream could not bring him back to life, it would be equivalent to personally ending Ling Tai-su's life. The one in front of him was the master of the fourth master Yang. This was Yang Kai's own grandmaster, how could he not be worried? Fortunately, the myriad drug cream really did play a role. A moment later, Ling Tai-su's dantian slowly began to produce yuan qi. Under the guidance of Yang Kai, the yuan qi wrapped in medicinal efficacies flowed through his meridians, quickly repairing the broken meridians. Under the investigation of his divine sense, the entire process was clearly visible. Ling Tai-su's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were also quickly returning to their original positions. Ling Tai-su's pale face gradually became rosy, and he unconsciously let out a sigh of relief, his painful expression gradually relaxing. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai became even more attentive. The myriad drug cream really did have the effect of bringing the dead back to life. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Yang Kai could not help but frown as he listened carefully. A moment later, the person arrived outside the door. Su Xianwu's voice was heard. I heard Yang Kai has returned? Su Yan replied, he's inside. Great Elder Wei Shitong's voice immediately followed, why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to accompany the sect master at all times? These words were directed at the alchemist. The alchemist replied, Martial Nephew Yang said he had something to say to the sect master. Nonsense. Wei Shitong shouted, the sect master is unconscious, how could he say anything? The great elder did not understand why the sect master valued Yang Kai so much. The only thing he said before he fell unconscious was to ask Yang Kai to see him immediately after he returned. Although he had defeated Bai Yunfeng with his separation and reunion boundary first stage cultivation, it was not enough to make the sect master look at him with such respect. Could it be that the sect master really regarded him as the future High Heaven Pavilion master? This speculation made Wei Shitong very uncomfortable. His relationship with Yang Kai was not harmonious, so naturally he did not want to see him gain power. As he spoke, he led the other elders into the room. The scene that entered their eyes shocked the 4 elders. They saw Yang Kai's yuan qi surging, his hands pressing against the sect master's chest, pouring yuan qi into his body. Bastard! Wei Shitong was furious. The sect master was gasping for breath and could not even be touched, so how could he withstand the yuan qi being poured into his body? Wasn't this the same as asking for his life? Shouting angrily, he raised his hand and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai's back. Su Yan's eyes flashed coldly, but before she could do anything, Su Xianwu also sent out a palm strike, intercepting Wei Shitong's palm strike midway. The 2 palms collided and disappeared. Second junior brother, what are you doing? Wei Shitong looked at Su Xianwu coldly, his face filled with anger. Su Xianwu suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and frowned, I want to ask eldest brother what you're doing. Wei Shi Tong coldly said, what am I doing? First look at what this little bastard is doing. Bastard, why aren't you letting go, do you want to kill the sect master? Shut up. Yang Kai turned his head and shouted with a gloomy face. Although he had never liked great elder Wei Shitong and had even attacked him just now, Wei Shitong was only concerned about the sect master, so Yang Kai did not pay him any mind. However, he was too self-righteous and made a lot of noise, making him feel irritated. Wei Shitong was stunned, he never thought that this little brat would dare to speak to him in such a tone. The great elder was about to use his dignity as an elder to teach Yang Kai a lesson when he heard a light cough. Immediately, Ling Tai-su, whose life was hanging by a thread, suddenly said, "Don't be noisy." The voice was weak, but it was indeed Ling Tai-su's voice. The four great elders were stunned. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Their expressions were extremely strange. It seemed that they were hallucinating and had heard Ling Tai-su's voice. "Sect master?" Wei Shitong called out uncertainly, half believing and half doubting. He looked over and saw that sect master Ling Tai-su had opened his eyes and was looking over. "Sect master is awake?" Su Xianwu rushed forward in one step. Third elder Hebei Shui and fifth elder Yu Zizai also stepped forward. "Sect leader." After confirming that the sect leader was really awake, the voices of the several old men trembled, and their eyes instantly became moist. Even Wei Shitong, who was best at fighting for power, was also like this. The sect leader's awakening made them feel as if the dark clouds had been lifted, and the heavy stone in their hearts suddenly fell down. High Heaven Pavilion could lose anyone, but it couldn't lose Ling Tai-su, especially at this critical juncture. "All of you leave first," the sect master lightly ordered. "Yes." These people didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly withdrew. Before they left though, all of them stared at Yang Kai in surprise, wondering what kind of heaven-defying method he had used to save the severely injured sect master from the brink of death. After the others left, Yang Kai smiled at Ling Tai-su, "Grand Master." Ling Tai-su looked at Yang Kai with relief and muttered, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." As he spoke, his expression gradually relaxed and he fell asleep again. However, this time, there was no danger to his life. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Outside the room, the four great elders looked at each other in confusion. The same was true of the alchemist. Half an hour ago, Ling Tai-su's life was hanging by a thread, so how could he wake up in less than half an hour? Moreover, looking at his complexion, it was much better than before. Obviously, he had recovered a lot of his vitality. "What kind of pill did you give the sect master during this time?" Wei Shitong looked uncertain as he asked the alchemist. The latter slowly shook his head, "I didn't use any medicine. The sect master's body can no longer withstand the impact of the medicine. Using any medicine will only lead to death." The several old men's expressions became more and more surprised. Could it be that Yang Kai saved him? Yu Zizai was somewhat uncertain. They all understood the sect master's injuries. No matter how heaven-defying the sect master was, there was no way to save him, so how could he suddenly wake up? It can't be. Hebei Shui obviously didn't believe that Yang Kai had such great ability, not to mention that he doesn't have the strength. Even if he did, he would still need a pill to heal, right? Where would he get the kind of healing pill that can bring the dead back to life? Wei Shitong frowned and muttered, "It's really strange." Su Xianwu coldly snorted, "It's a good thing that the sect master woke up. Why do you all care so much? After the sect master's injuries are stabilized, we can ask him. It's useless to guess now." That's true. The several great elders' expressions relaxed. The sect master waking up was a joyous occasion, so why should they care about how he woke up? "Forget it, I'll go back and heal first." Wei Shitong shook his head and no longer thought about it. The others also hurriedly followed. The several great elders had all been seriously injured in the previous battle, and after a period of recuperation, they had finally recovered a lot, but their injuries were still not completely healed. For several days, Yang Kai insisted on giving Ling Tai-su the myriad drug cream. His grandmaster's physical condition improved day by day, and after 4 or 5 days, his injuries were completely healed. Only the demonic qi that had invaded his body had not been resolved, causing his face to look like it was covered in a faint black qi. A few days later, in Ling Tai-su's retreat, his grandmaster looked at Yang Kai with a smile, a profound look in his eyes. After a long time, he said, "I won't ask what kind of medicine you gave me, and I won't ask you where you got this medicine. But remember, this time I was able to come back from the dead because of my own unfulfilled wishes. It has nothing to do with you." Yang Kai nodded solemnly, "I know my limits." Ling Tai-su's words sounded a bit unreasonable at first, but how could Yang Kai not know that he was trying to protect him? A peerless medicine that could bring the dead back to life was of great importance, so how could Ling Tai-su allow Yang Kai to take such a risk? Grand Master, this is your universe bag. Yang Kai took out a universe bag from his sleeve and handed it over. Ling Taisu didn't accept it, instead just smiling and saying, "What Grand Master has given out, how could he take it back?" Yang Kai chuckled, "I don't need it now." The wordless black book storage space had been opened, so this universe bag was indeed useless. Ling Taisu slowly shook his head, "Keep it for yourself. If you really don't need it, you can give it to someone else. Grand Master thinks this thing is a good gift." Yang Kai smiled wryly and didn't insist, simply putting the universe bag back into his sleeve. Frowning, Yang Kai asked, "Your injuries?" Ling Taisu smiled lightly, "It's nothing serious. My strength has been restored to its peak, perhaps even a little beyond." Yang Kai smiled happily and said excitedly, "But Grand Master, the demonic qi in your body hasn't been completely dispelled." Ling Taisu frowned thoughtfully, "I'm also very curious about this. The thing you gave me was very strange. I think that if the demonic qi in my body was completely dispelled, I may be able to break through to the next level." Ling Taisu had already reached the peak immortal ascension boundary, so breaking through to the next level would be the above immortal ascension boundary. An above immortal ascension boundary master, in an ordinary first-class sect, there were only one or two such masters. Even in those super forces, there weren't many. If Ling Taisu could really break through to the above immortal ascension boundary, it would be a blessing in disguise. Could the myriad drug cream help people comprehend the martial Tao? Yang Kai really didn't know that it had such a miraculous effect. However, it was the essence of the well, so it was very likely to have such a powerful effect. Congratulations, Grandmaster. Yang Kai felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Ling Taisu had wasted more than 10 years because of his two disciples. Originally, he could have reached this step long ago, but it was delayed until today. Ling Taisu smiled and slowly shook his head. Yang Kai's expression turned serious as he asked in a low voice, "Grand Master, did your second disciple really come out of the coiling dragon stream?" Hearing this, a trace of hidden sadness flashed through Ling Taisu's eyes. He sighed softly and nodded, "Yes. In the past, I crippled his cultivation and trapped him in the coiling dragon stream, leaving him to fend for himself. Who would have thought that after more than 10 years, he would still be able to come out? This is truly beyond this old man's expectations. As far as this old man knows, he should have had some kind of fortuitous encounter down there, allowing him to restore his strength and even achieve the grand accomplishment of his demonic art. The formation of the coiling dragon stream was caused by the High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder killing the Devil Lord. After the Devil Lord was killed, he fell to the bottom of the stream. Perhaps there was something left behind that was inadvertently obtained by Ling Taisu's second disciple a few hundred years later. This second disciple seemed to be a person of great fortune. Not only did he escape, but he also became the demon lord of the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. What? Yang Kai was shocked. He's the demon lord? Ling Taisu frowned as he looked at Yang Kai. You've seen him? I haven't, but a few days ago, Medicine King's Valley was attacked by the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. I heard it was his handiwork. What's the situation? Tell me in detail. Ling Taisu didn't seem to know about the changes in Medicine King's Valley and quickly asked. This wasn't because High Heaven Pavilion had sealed off information, but because Ling Taisu had been unconscious since a month and a half ago and had suffered heavy injuries. The elders of High Heaven Pavilion hadn't had time to report to him. On the last day of the Alchemist Summit, the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land launched a large-scale attack and seized many young lords and young ladies from great forces. Yang Kai briefly explained everything he knew. The more Ling Taisu listened, the more gloomy his expression became. In the end, his expression became faintly uneasy. If that's the case, then I'm afraid he came out of the coiling dragon stream as early as half a year ago, but only began attacking my High Heaven Pavilion a month ago. Ling Taisu's expression changed greatly. The situation is not good. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked anxiously. If outsiders learn that the Demon Lord is from my High Heaven Pavilion. Ling Taisu's face became livid. High Heaven Pavilion was just a second-class sect, but the Demon Lord actually came from here. If those great forces learned about this, this place would definitely not be peaceful. Regardless of anything else, after the Demon Lord returned, Medicine King's Valley was attacked and the Pale Saint's statue was destroyed. This was a world-shaking event. You should go see that little girl Suyin first. We haven't seen each other for more than a year, we need to have a good chat. This old master is going into retreat for a few days. Ling Tai-su quickly said. He obviously wanted to consider how to resolve this disaster. There were no walls in this world that didn't leak wind. It wouldn't be long before the Demon Lord's origins were discovered, and when that time came, High Heaven Pavilion would definitely face a great disaster. Leaving the sect master's retreat, Yang Kai sighed faintly. In front of this sect's calamity, his personal strength was too small. Flying all the way, Yang Kai saw that the entire High Heaven Pavilion was in a bleak state. More and more disciples were leaving, but no one tried to stop them. Arriving in front of Su Yan's small loft, Yang Kai jumped up. Pushing open the door, he saw Su Yan sitting cross-legged on her bed, cultivating the Ice Heart secret art. The changes in the outside world did not disturb her in the slightest. Perceiving Yang Kai's arrival, Su Yan opened her eyes slightly, a faint blush appearing on her cold and elegant face, making her look even more alluring. Yang Kai stepped forward, suppressing the throbbing in his heart, jumped onto the bed, and sat down cross-legged in front of her. For eyes met, Yang Kai's eyes filled with aggression while Su Yan's eyes were also watery, seemingly containing infinite flirtatious feelings. He wanted to strip the jade woman in front of him naked and taste her wonderful body. That kind of taste, reaching the pinnacle of mutual indulgence, Yang Kai believed that Su Yan would not refuse. However, Yang Kai still had a strange feeling in his heart. The reason the two of them could be so intimate and Su Yan could do whatever she wanted to him was entirely because of the joyous unification art. She was not like his little senior sister, Xianing Chang, who had developed feelings for him over time. To put it nicely, the relationship between the two of them was congenial, but to put it bluntly, it was nothing. Every time Yang Kai came back, he would be unbridled with Su Yan a few times. This kind of feeling was not like that of a man and woman in love, where their bodies were entwined with each other. It was more like they were trying to complete a mission to cultivate the joyous unification art. It was this kind of feeling that made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. The yin-yang monster ginseng had not played its role until now precisely because this kind of forced intimacy was not so natural. If he wanted the yin-yang monster ginseng to play its role, he could not always maintain this kind of state. Although it was undeniable that the joyous unification art was the root cause of their feelings, Yang Kai did not want their feelings to be connected only by the joyous unification art. Heart to heart. How many men and women in this world could reach such a level? Even among those old couples who had respected each other for dozens of years, there were very few who could do it. What are you thinking about? Su Yan looked at Yang Kai strangely. She found that the light in his eyes was quickly fading, and the boiling blood in his body was slowly calming down. This was very different from the past. In the past, every time he saw her, he would find it difficult to control himself, and every time he would decisively take off his clothes, then strip her, and then, "I want you." Yang Kai grinned, his expression calm. Su Yan's white neck blushed slightly as she whispered, "I'm already yours. But I want your heart even more." Su Yan raised her head and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, a look of joy slowly appearing in her eyes. "You should know what I'm talking about." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Su Yan nodded gently. Yang Kai did not understand until today what was missing between him and Su Yan, but Su Yan had long since seen through it. She had never said it out loud. A woman would always be at a disadvantage in front of a man, especially in front of the man she liked. Even if she knew his approach was somewhat inappropriate, even if she had some thoughts in her heart, before he saw through them clearly, a woman would not say it out loud. This was the approach of a smart woman. Only by letting him see and understand for himself would this man truly grow up. Work together? Yang Kai tilted his head and chuckled. Su Yan nodded slightly, a hazy mist appearing in her watery eyes. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Men and women were different. Women would always have a special feeling and dependence on their first man. As early as the many times they had engaged in dual cultivation and the endless waiting for each other, Su Yan had already been willing to entrust her heart and soul to him. The only thing the two of them lacked was a trace of understanding in Yang Kai's heart. Now, Yang Kai had finally understood, naturally allowing Su Yan to see hope. It was not until this moment that the bond between the two of them that had been formed by the joyous unification art was completely severed and transformed into true feelings between a man and a woman. Even without the joyous unification art, they would not easily let go of each other. Perhaps it would not be at this time, or perhaps it would be a long time in the future, but there would come a day when they would be able to reach a level of mutual understanding. The two of them sat facing each other. Yang Kai's mouth curved into a brilliant smile as he stretched out his large hands and placed them on Su Yan's knees. Su Yan slowly placed her hands in Yang Kai's palms. Soft as if boneless, smooth and fragrant, pure as ice and jade, Su Yan's small hands felt very comfortable to touch. Gently holding each other's hands, the two of them smiled at each other before closing their eyes and circulating the joyous unification art. Cultivating the joyous unification art was divided into 3 stages. The first stage required intimate physical contact in order to allow Yuan Qi to flow between the two of them. This was the first stage and was also the most glorious stage because every time they cultivated, it would be extremely charming and the scene would be hot and humid. Just like Yang Kai's previous practice. The second stage was the current state, where their hearts and minds were connected and there was no need to be as open as before. Only a little contact was required to circulate the joyous unification art. Yang Kai's trace of understanding had allowed the two of them to enter the stage, allowing them to circulate the joyous unification art much faster and more efficiently than before. The third stage was the true connection between their hearts. At that time, even if the two were separated by hundreds or thousands of meters, the Yuan Qi in their bodies would respond to each other in an endless cycle. When the two joined forces, their combat strength would soar and they would be able to use many of the joyous unification art's offensive secret skills. The Yuan Qi flowed from Yang Kai's body into Su Yan's, then back to Yang Kai. The two's Yuan Qi blended and tempered, becoming purer and purer. As time passed, not only did the two's Yuan Qi begin to blend with each other, but even their consciousnesses seemed to converge. Their incorporeal consciousnesses intertwined as they longed for this kind of magical contact. Without speaking, they could clearly feel each other's thoughts, and every time they touched, they would tremble slightly. A faint dragon roar came from Yang Kai's body, followed by a phoenix cry from Su Yan's. Inside the room where the two were cultivating, a dense light of dragons and phoenixes appeared. If one were to take off their clothes and look closely, one would see a dragon and a phoenix rapidly swimming around Yang Kai's and Su Yan's backs. As they danced about, the two's dual cultivation was far more efficient than it had ever been before. This breakthrough in dual cultivation lasted for a full 5 days. The blending and tempering of the Yuan Qi washed away all the impurities that had accumulated during this time. Not only did Yang Kai's strength improve significantly, but Su Yan's harvest was also huge. There was no such thing as intimate intimacy, but both of them faintly felt that this kind of dual cultivation was what they had always longed for, a dual cultivation that touched each other's hearts. Until they left, Yang Kai didn't do anything superfluous. Because Su Yan had been using the longing and desire in her heart to temper herself, if at this time Yang Kai were to give her a hard time. He was afraid it would destroy the state of mind she had maintained for more than a year, causing her persistence to fall short. For her sake, Yang Kai had to be patient. Before leaving, Yang Kai gave Su Yan Ling Tai Su's universe bag, which contained several dozen kilograms of myriad drug liquid, more than a dozen kilograms of myriad drug milk, and 2 bottles of myriad drug cream. Myriad drug liquid could improve a person's physique if taken over a long period of time. This kind of good thing naturally had to be shared with his woman. It wouldn't take too long as he persisted for 1 to 2 months. Su Yan would most likely be reborn. Her aptitude had always been top-notch, and now that she was reborn, her future achievements would definitely be limitless. Other than that, as for the soul-cleansing dew and the brilliant flame liquid, Su Yan could refine the brilliant flame liquid now to help temper her Yuan Qi. As for the soul-cleansing dew, once she broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, she would naturally be able to use it. They were all things that would be useful in the near future. Leaving Su Yan's small loft, Yang Kai flew all the way to the coiling dragon stream. Before he even got close, Yang Kai could already see a black aura full of evil rising up from the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, converging towards the top. In the sky several miles above the coiling dragon stream, a large mass of black chi covered the sky, and an overwhelming baleful chi rushed towards them. Ever since the second disciple of the sect leader came out of seclusion, the coiling dragon stream had become like this. The demonic chi here was so dense that it wouldn't affect them too much in the short term, but if this continued, the surrounding several hundred miles would no longer be suitable for people to live in. The disciples of the three sects nearby would be implicated. During this time, people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had already come to High Heaven Pavilion to denounce them. However, High Heaven Pavilion's sect leader was seriously injured and unconscious, and one of the 5 elders had died in battle. Seeing this desolate place, they could only leave it be. The old demon's mood was somewhat excited, and without waiting for Yang Kai to summon it, it took the initiative to rush out. The surrounding demonic chi began to converge towards the Soulbreaker All, and the old demon also opened its belly to absorb it, like a sponge, completely swallowing up this demonic chi. This demonic chi, which was difficult for ordinary people to endure, was a great supplement for the old demon. Not only did his soul need this kind of thing, but the Soulbreaker All also urgently needed the demonic chi. The current state of High Heaven Pavilion was the paradise that he had always wanted. Walking to the edge of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai lowered his head and looked down, only to see that in the distance, there seemed to be a black flood dragon rolling and boiling. These were all extremely rich demonic chi and demonic chi. The entire bottom of the coiling dragon stream had become the birthplace of the demonic chi. When you were absorbing the demonic chi at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, did you notice anything? Yang Kai frowned and asked. I didn't notice anything, it's just that the further down I go, the stronger the demonic chi becomes. However, the demonic chi here is somewhat different from before. The old demon pondered. What's the difference? Yang Kai asked. Compared to before, it seems to be purer and denser. Originally, there was an energy suppressing the demonic chi here. Young master, when you were here before, you swallowed the young attribute energy, which was suppressing the demonic chi, but now the suppression has loosened a lot. Yang Kai nodded slightly and no longer spoke. He had also noticed that the young attribute energy here was much thinner than before. A moment later, he leaped down. While in midair, he circulated his true essence and stabilized himself. Then, with a turn of his body, he flew back into his cave. The cave mansion was still the same, without the slightest damage. All the decorations inside were built by Su Yan and Xianing Chong bit by bit. The 2 pots of flowers at the entrance of the cave had already withered. These were the 2 pots Meng Wuya had placed on the contribution hall's counter, but now they were affected by the demonic chi and had completely withered. Beside the 2 pots of flowers, there was a small hole, which should have been the place where the yin-yang monster ginseng took root, but now it was nowhere to be seen. Su Yan hadn't seen it since the great change in High Heaven Pavilion. The yin-yang monster ginseng was a world spirit treasure and had its own consciousness, so when it sensed danger, it would automatically hide. It was likely that when the demon lord appeared and the demonic chi in the coiling dragon stream surged, it was alarmed. However, it shouldn't have run away. It loved the yin and yang chi, so besides the coiling dragon stream, there was no other place for it to stay. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly released his divine sense and began searching the surrounding area. As his divine sense spread out, he faintly felt a trace of danger coming from below the coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai didn't dare to go too deep and simply searched above. A moment later, Yang Kai smiled happily as he found the yin-yang monster ginseng's location. Indeed, as he expected, the yin-yang monster ginseng was just hiding in a mountain crack a few kilometers away. Using his divine sense to release his goodwill, the yin-yang monster ginseng quickly realized where this familiar aura came from and quickly turned into a stream of light and flew over. After a few dozen breaths, the red and white yin-yang monster ginseng appeared in front of Yang Kai again and directly jumped into his arms, revealing only a small part of its body, its delicate facial features filled with fear and trepidation. Yang Kai laughed and stretched out his finger, forcing a drop of yang liquid into its body. The yin-yang monster ginseng absorbed this drop of yang liquid and its expression immediately became much happier. I'll give you a new home, it's absolutely safe, no one will bother you in the future. Yang Kai whispered, not waiting for it to respond before directly putting it into the black book space. The black book space couldn't hold living things, but there was no problem with exotic flowers and plants. Although the yin-yang monster ginseng was sentient, it was still just one of the exotic flowers and plants, so there was no problem with it staying inside the black book space. Entering the huge space, the yin-yang monster ginseng curiously looked around and soon discovered the existence of the myriad drug liquid. Its figure flickered and it tried to take root near the myriad drug liquid. Yang Kai immediately realized the situation wasn't good and quickly used his divine sense to construct an isolated space to hide these treasures. As soon as the yin-yang monster ginseng discovered its treasures were gone, its facial features immediately became aggrieved and it jumped up and down, turning into a stream of light as it searched around the black book space, trying to find the myriad drug liquid. I'll give you a drop every 10 days, so stay here obediently. Yang Kai helplessly transmitted this message with his divine sense. Hearing this, the yin-yang monster ginseng calmed down. After settling the yin-yang monster ginseng, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the secluded home, taking all the things he had left behind into the black book space. These things were all obtained from the Endless Sea Islands and were treasures belonging to the great sects of the Endless Sea Islands. Each one of these things was a blade that couldn't see the light of day. Walking back to the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai stared down at the churning demonic chi down below and fell silent. Old Demon saw through Yang Kai's thoughts and tentatively asked, "Young master, do you want to go down?" Yang Kai nodded. There was definitely some kind of mystery down here, otherwise, it would have been impossible for Ling Tai Su's second disciple to recover his strength and achieve the grand accomplishment stage of his demonic art. This was the site of the great battle between High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder and a demon lord several hundred years ago, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to go down and take a look. The churning demonic aura was a barrier that prevented most people from advancing. Even many evil spirits might not be able to withstand the evil aura and ferocious aura. However, Yang Kai had the old demon's protection and his own unyielding golden skeleton, so it wasn't completely hopeless. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart became firm and he directly jumped down from the cave entrance. Old Demon was secretly shocked by Yang Kai's boldness and quickly raised his guard. The wind whistled past his ears as his body fell straight down, his speed increasing. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed a few thousand meters and directly fell into the churning demonic chi. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had been pricked and hurriedly used his yang inflammation wings to jump out from below. His expression was one of extreme pain as he looked down with lingering fear. The moment he fell into the demonic chi, Yang Kai felt as if his soul was being attacked. It was a bloodthirsty and cold attack filled with despair. This attack was hidden in the demonic chi below. Invisible and intangible, it was impossible to guard against. Even though Yang Kai had cultivated his divine sense at this moment, he still couldn't withstand such an attack, causing his head to hurt. Old Demon, on the other hand, was fearless and wasn't injured in the slightest. Yang Kai lightly leapt to the side of the cliff and stared down for a moment before plunging down again. The monstrous demonic chi wrapped around his body, so thick that it was almost tangible. Being surrounded by this demonic chi, Yang Kai felt his hair stand on end. The strange attacks once again assaulted his divine soul from all directions. It was as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at his divine soul, yet it was also as if thousands of needles were stabbing into his brain. Waves of ghostly wails and howls also rang in his ears. He felt as if he had fallen into the Azura hell. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared this time, so although his soul was still in pain, he wasn't as helpless as before. Closing his soul, Yang Kai focused on keeping his soul clear. The soul-warming lotus also played its role in a timely manner, causing a faint cool feeling to spread through his mind, greatly reducing the pain he felt. Pausing mid-air, Yang Kai took a few deep breaths and waited until he had adapted to the intensity of the attacks before continuing to dive down. After diving another 1,000 meters or so, he felt that the surrounding demonic chi attacks seemed to have become stronger, and the unbearable pain came again, forcing Yang Kai to stop. Continuing like this, Yang Kai continued to dive for about 1,000 meters, but he still couldn't see the bottom of the coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai frowned, faintly unable to bear it any longer. The damage to his soul in this place was much more severe than the white fog in that isolated world. Inside the white fog only attacked one's soul, but the evil aura here not only attacked one's soul but also penetrated deep into one's mind, drawing out the evil factor hidden deep within Yang Kai's mind. This was definitely a treasure trove for tempering one's soul and cultivating one's spiritual energy. After descending 1,000 meters, Yang Kai clearly felt that his spiritual energy had grown slightly stronger. If he could cultivate here for a long time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to form a knowledge sea. However, Yang Kai couldn't bear it for too long. If he stayed here for too long, his temperament would be affected and assimilated by the surrounding aura. After a long silence, Yang Kai suddenly asked the old demon, "Do you know any soul skills? It would be best if they were defensive." "Yes." The old demon readily responded. "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Yang Kai said bitterly. The things this old servant knows, whether they are martial skills, secret arts, or soul skills, are all extremely evil. Young master has always disdained them. The old demon felt somewhat wronged. "Is this soul skill also an evil one?" Yang Kai asked. "Although it can be considered as such, if I were to cultivate here, I wouldn't need to resort to such cruel methods. The demonic chi here is very strong. The demonic chi here is the best place to cultivate soul skills. Then don't waste time, hurry up and teach me that soul skill." Oh. The old demon's memories were very chaotic. Although he had been brought out by Yang Kai from the Heaven's Cave inheritance for more than 2 years, he had always been like this. After replying to Yang Kai, he pondered for a long time before he finally recalled most of the soul skill and taught it to Yang Kai. Palace of Confusion. According to the old demon, if he wanted to cultivate this soul skill, he had to find some living people, torture them, making them wish they were dead. Only after experiencing fear, terror, and despair could the soul energy produced by these people after death be used to cultivate the Palace of Illusions. Cultivators collected the souls of the dead and built a maze-like existence in their minds. The tormented resentful spirits were the bricks that built this maze. The more evil the wraith was, the more powerful the maze would be. After successfully cultivating the Palace of Illusions, layers of illusions would appear around the cultivator's sea of consciousness. Twisting and turning passages. The greatest use of this martial skill was for defense. However, it was also a soul skill that could be used for both offense and defense. If an enemy dared to use their spiritual energy to attack the cultivator, once their spiritual energy fell into this maze, they would never be able to find a way out. Gradually, their spiritual energy would be exhausted by the resentful spirits hidden in the Palace of Illusions. The Palace of Illusions had not been fully cultivated, because the cultivator could always add bricks and tiles to this palace around the sea of consciousness, consolidating and expanding it. It protected the cultivator's sea of consciousness from being disturbed by the outside world. It was an impregnable defense. And this place was filled with dense demonic chi. Without a doubt, it was the most suitable brick for the Palace of Illusions. This soul skill suited Yang Kai's needs very well, making him very happy. He immediately hurried to cultivate it. However, before that, Yang Kai had to familiarize himself with how to use his spiritual energy to capture the demonic chi drifting around his body and use it as the cornerstone of the Palace of Illusions. This was relatively simple. Yang Kai had already cultivated his divine sense, so all he needed to do was try to use it. For several days, Yang Kai familiarized himself with the use of his divine sense. Wisps of dark demonic chi were drawn into his mind, and according to Yang Kai's own ideas, they were transformed into bricks and tiles, gradually building a palace that protected his divine sense. Building a skyscraper from the ground was the same as building a palace in his mind, and it was a labyrinthine palace. After familiarizing himself with it, his movements became faster and faster. For an entire month, Yang Kai cultivated the Palace of Illusions in the depths of the coiling dragon stream. Wisps of demonic chi were captured by his divine sense and disappeared into his mind. The labyrinthine palace gradually began to take shape, slowly expanding and becoming more and more complex. After a month of cultivation, Yang Kai clearly felt that his spiritual energy had increased greatly. Now that his divine sense had spread out, he could investigate everything within a 20-kilometer radius. Increasing one's spiritual energy was very difficult. Even for an immortal ascension boundary master, wanting to achieve something with their divine sense was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was much more difficult than cultivating one's physical body. The most common method was to cultivate a soul skill or swallow a precious treasure that could increase one's spiritual energy. Xianxia was cultivating the Palace of Illusions in such a harsh environment 1,000 meters below the coiling dragon stream. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, it was natural that his spiritual energy would become much more powerful. After another 10 days or so, Xianxia finally reached the minor accomplishment stage of the Palace of Illusions. Although he still hadn't been able to form a knowledge sea, Xianxia could clearly feel that around his mind, there were layers of protection, guarding the most critical positions. These layers of protection were all formed by the demonic qi overflowing from the coiling dragon stream. However, none of these demonic qi could affect Xianxia in the slightest. Because this was a soul skill that Xianxia had cultivated, all the demonic qi had been branded with his brand. Since the Palace of Illusions had just been formed, Xianxia naturally couldn't wait to try it out. His current position was 1,000 meters below the coiling dragon stream, so the demonic qi here couldn't affect him in the slightest. Jumping down, his speed became faster and faster. 2,000 meters, the Palace of Illusions was impregnable. 3,000 meters, the Palace of Illusions was still unshakable. Even after falling to the deepest part of the coiling dragon stream, Xianxia still didn't notice that the demonic qi here had any effect on him. After thinking about it for a while, Xianxia suddenly realized something. This wasn't because of the palace's defensive prowess, but because this soul skill of his was forged from the demonic qi in this place. The two were of the same origin, so how could the demonic qi outside affect his spiritual energy? This soul skill isn't bad. Xianxia grinned. He could clearly feel that the demonic qi at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream was terrifyingly strong. If not for the protection of the Palace of Illusions, his spiritual energy would have been instantly obliterated. The source of the demonic qi should be here. The old demon's voice sounded. This is also the source of the yang qi. Xianxia's expression was somewhat happy. The origin of yang on his chest was pulsating non-stop. This movement was very fierce. There was some kind of yang attribute treasure in front of him, and a very precious one at that. Hurriedly walking over, Xianxia's pace was light. The coiling dragon stream was very long, stretching as far as the eye could see. Along the way, Xianxia saw many white bones. Stepping on these bones, a cracking sound could be heard, giving off a thrilling sound. These bones should be the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had died after being sealed in the coiling dragon stream in the past. On both sides of the cliff, there were some trees that weren't very tall and had some dark fruits growing on them. In this kind of place, there were still plants growing. Xianxia casually plucked one of these fruits and examined it, only to see that it was also filled with demonic qi. When he touched it, he couldn't help feeling a sense of dread. Evil spirit fruit, tsk, there's actually such a thing here. The old demon marveled, no wonder your sect master's second disciple was able to survive here. I was also wondering what he ate here for 10 years. Xianxia smiled faintly, reaching out and plucking the few remaining fruits and throwing them into the black book space. The sect master's second disciple didn't pick all of these fruits. Xianxia didn't know what kind of mentality he had, perhaps it was because these fruits had been raised for him for 10 years and were a memento before he left. However, there weren't many left, only 2 or 3 fruits. These weren't anything good, but they contained a lot of demonic qi. Continuing to walk forward, a moment later, amidst the thick demonic qi, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's pupils couldn't help shrinking as he abruptly stopped and vigilantly stared at this figure, secretly circulating his yuan qi. Here, he didn't dare use his divine sense. Once his divine sense left the area guarded by the spirit palace, it would immediately turn to ash, so he didn't know who this figure in front of him was. However, this figure gave Xianxia a very strange feeling. There wasn't the slightest aura of life coming from this figure. This figure was sitting cross-legged, and around him were more than a dozen ink-black auras that resembled flood dragons. This black aura obscured his appearance. He's dead, the old demon said in a deep voice. Xianxia nodded slightly before slowly approaching this figure. Walking closer, Xianxia caught a glimpse of a chain-like object around this figure's neck. This chain was connected to a collar around this figure's neck, the other end of which was hanging in front of this figure's chest. It wasn't very long, only about a foot in length. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling surprised. This was because he discovered that this chain and collar were all made from yang attribute treasures, and the aura coming from them was of the purest yang attribute. Compared to the true yang yuan qi in his body, it was several grades higher. Faintly, Yang Kai felt that his yuan qi was somewhat close to this collar. After thinking about it for a while, he understood. He had cultivated in the coiling dragon stream for a while, and the yang qi he absorbed was also released by this collar, so it wasn't strange for him to feel this way. This person's clothes had long been reduced to dust, and his flesh was almost completely dried up, but this seemingly weak body contained an explosive power that made one's heart palpitate. All the demonic qi in the coiling dragon stream was actually released by this person's body. There was a huge wound on his chest. It was hideous and terrifying. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment before suddenly sucking in a cold breath and exclaiming, "I know who this person is." "Who?" "The devil who was killed by my sect's ancestral founder several hundred years ago." The old demon was not clear about the origins of High Heaven Pavilion, so Yang Kai simply explained. Hearing that the coiling dragon stream was created by a devil lord, the old demon was very excited, his voice filled with excitement. "Hundreds of years of immortality, this devil lord has a bit of this old master's style." Yang Kai was also secretly shocked. A person who had died several hundred years ago, and although his flesh and blood had almost dried up, his body had not yet been destroyed. Moreover, such a rich demonic aura had filled the entire coiling dragon stream. Just how strong was this person when he was alive? Just how strong was High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder to be able to kill him? This was not a level that the current Yang Kai could hope to reach, at least not in the short term. Looking around in amazement, Yang Kai found a deep imprint not far away. Squatting down and carefully examining it, his eyes couldn't help but light up. This should be the place where the second disciple of the sect leader had meditated and cultivated for more than 10 years. He had sat here for many years and left behind these traces. In other words, the sect master's second disciple should have seen something mysterious from this dead devil lord, or obtained something that allowed him to restore his strength and escape after more than 10 years. The sect master had sealed him in the coiling dragon stream, which had allowed him to achieve so much. This world was truly fickle, no one could say for sure. "Young master." The old demon suddenly called out. There was a trace of excitement and expectation in his voice. "Can you take the artifact around this demon lord's neck?" Of course. Yang Kai had long seen through the extraordinariness of this necklace. This thing contained the most yang attribute and was a yang attribute artifact that could restrain demonic qi. Yang Kai himself cultivated the true yang secret art, so this artifact was very compatible with him, so how could he let it go? This artifact should have been left behind by High Heaven Pavilion's founder to suppress the demonic qi in this demon lord. However, hundreds of years had passed, and the second disciple of the sect leader had done something to this place. The demonic qi could no longer be suppressed. This artifact wouldn't be of any use here anyway. But what does it have to do with you whether I accept it or not? Yang Kai was suspicious. He had a feeling that the old demon was planning something. Hee. The old demon chuckled. "Young master, if you can take this artifact, old servant can try to enter this devil's body." "Possession?" Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. No. The old demon hurriedly explained, "His soul has long since ceased to exist. All that's left is a body of flesh and blood. My soul has taken over his body, so it can't be considered possession." "Are you confident?" "Yes, a little." He was also a demon lord when he was alive, so his aura is somewhat similar to old servant's, so old servant wants to try and see if he can control this body. The old demon smiled bitterly. "In fact, whether it is possession or soul taking over someone else's body, it is not as simple as young master thinks. A person's body is like a special container. In principle, this container can only hold a certain type of soul. It is very difficult for other souls to survive in this container. Then when you first saw me, why did you try to possess my body without any explanation?" Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange smile as he recalled the events of his childhood. The old demon laughed dryly. "I had no choice but to do so. I was sealed away for many years. Not long after I woke up, I encountered you, but even if you didn't resist at that time, I most likely wouldn't have succeeded in possessing your body. What would have happened then? Your soul would have been obliterated by me, and then I would have taken control of your body. At most, you would have been able to survive for half a month before rotting away. At that time, old servant will once again become a wandering soul in this world. Old demon casually explained the consequences of failing to seize Yang Kai's body. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face went pale. Fortunately, the unyielding golden skeleton had played a role, otherwise he would have died in vain. Moreover, regardless of whether the possession was successful or not, old servant's own soul would have been greatly consumed, so even if it was the soul of a powerhouse, it would not casually attempt to possess someone's body. Only when it is very suitable for old servant would they make a move. The old demon patiently explained. This person's body in front of you meet your requirements? Yes. I hope young master will agree. If old servant can control this person's body, he will be able to play a much greater role than he is now. When the time comes, old servant will be able to truly help you. The old demon also felt ashamed of himself. For the past 2 years he had followed Yang Kai, he had not been able to play the role a 10,000-year-old demon should have. Now that he had seen such a suitable body, he was naturally quite tempted. Good, I am also looking forward to it. Yang Kai grinned and agreed to the old demon's request. Walking up to the old demon's body, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the chain, pouring yuan qi into it. In less than half a day, the chain suddenly turned into a golden stream of light and drilled into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's expression was slightly stunned. He had thought that refining and obtaining such an artifact would take a lot of time. He had even been prepared to stay here for a month or 2, but he had not expected the process to be so simple and easy. As soon as the chain disappeared, the black flood dragon rolling around the old demon's body seemed to have broken free of its shackles and fiercely rushed out. Not only that, but the old demon's body was also constantly emitting demonic qi, creating a terrifying scene. Yang Kai quickly stabilized his body and with a dignified expression, threw out the soul-breaker all. The old demon hid inside and drilled into the old demon's body, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The churning demonic qi suddenly slowed down a lot, probably because the old demon was controlling it. Yang Kai called out a few times but did not receive any response. However, from the reaction of the demonic qi flowing out of the old demon's body, the old demon should be in the process of taking over this body, but he did not know how long it would take. This was the old demon's own battle, so Yang Kai could not help at all. Helplessly, he could only sit cross-legged and wait quietly. In this kind of demonic land, Yang Kai could not even open his cultivation palace. Once his divine sense left his mind, it would definitely be obliterated. Unable to use his divine sense, he naturally had no way to capture the demonic qi. Bored to death, Yang Kai took out the chain he had just put into his body. This chain was quite famous. Yang Kai did not know what material it was made of, but since it was an artifact left behind by High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder to suppress the old demon, its grade was certainly not low. The chain was only about a foot long and had a collar at the top that could be tied around a person's neck. There was a small line of text inside the collar. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai muttered, "Demon sealing chain." This thing was probably useless to ordinary people, it was an artifact meant to deal with demonic qi. Looking at this demon sealing chain, Yang Kai couldn't help but stare blankly. Since the sect master's second disciple was able to pry into the old demon's body and recover his strength, he must have discovered the existence of the demon sealing chain. However, he had still not been able to take this artifact away, so it was easy to imagine how much the demon sealing chain restrained him. If he could find an opportunity to put this thing around his neck, regardless of whether he was a demon lord or not, he would definitely be locked in place with his entire body's yuan qi. This was a very good thing to deal with him. Thinking of his martial uncle, who had become a demon lord but had yet to meet, Yang Kai's expression became cold. Ling Tai-su had been worried about him for more than 10 years and because of him, the fourth master Yang had been seriously injured and had not yet fully recovered. It could even be said that Yang Kai's congenital deficiency was all thanks to this demon lord. So even though the two of them had never met, they were already enemies. Since he was an enemy, Yang Kai naturally did not want him to live a comfortable life. With a calm expression, Yang Kai put the demon sealing chain back into his body and began using his yuan qi to nourish it, waiting for a day when it could play its true role. For the next few days, the old demon continued to fuse with the demon lord's body, and no matter how Xianxia called out, it did not respond. After the 5th day, the old demon's weak voice called out, "Young master. How is it?" Xianxia hurriedly asked. "It's about time." The old demon gasped for breath, obviously using up a lot of his spiritual energy. Fortunately, the demonic chi here was rich and could be replenished at any time, but old servant needs to first take back the demonic chi here, otherwise this demon lord won't be able to play much of a role. "How long will it take?" "It's very slow, at least a few months." "That long, then I won't wait for you," Xianxia said as he stood up. "Good, young master, you go do what you need to do, old servant will come find you after he is done here." Saying so, the old demon began to swallow the demonic chi in the coiling dragon stream. The rich and solid demonic chi seemed to be attracted by something and drilled into the demon lord's body. The demon lord's body was like a bottomless pit at this moment, no matter how much demonic chi was sucked in. Xianxia watched in horror and no longer paid any attention to the old demon. Using his young inflammation wings, he directly flew out of the coiling dragon stream. High Heaven Pavilion was desolate. The original several thousand disciples had long since disappeared. Many of them had left because of the changes in the coiling dragon stream and the appearance of the demon lord. They were afraid that they would be implicated, so they left the sect on their own accord. But there were even more people who left because of Ling Taisu's orders. In the entire High Heaven Pavilion, there were only about 100 people left. These 100 people were the backbone of High Heaven Pavilion and were the most loyal disciples of the sect. No matter how Ling Taisu persuaded them, these people were unwilling to leave the sect and vowed to live and die with the sect. In this regard, Ling Taisu was helpless and could only let them be. In Su Yan's small room, Xianxia's figure flashed. After not seeing each other for nearly 2 months, Su Yan had successfully broken through to the Yuanqi boundary 9th stage and was now preparing to break through to the immortal ascension boundary. While sitting opposite to each other and dual cultivating, Xianxia listened to Su Yan talk about the changes in the sect over the past 2 months. His heart was also filled with sorrow. Such a large sect was now facing the fate of disbanding. No one could accept this result, but Ling Taisu was also helpless. The demon lord's identity would be discovered sooner or later, so if he didn't want to implicate the ordinary disciples, he could only drive them away first. The changes in High Heaven Pavilion naturally couldn't be hidden from the eyes and ears of Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall. These days, the Hu sisters had also come to High Heaven Pavilion many times to speak with Su Yan, comforting her and inquiring about Xianxia. However, the other members of Blood Battle Gang weren't so kind. Before the Heaven's Cave inheritance opened, Meng Wuya had fought 10 immortal ascension boundary masters of Blood Battle Gang, causing them to lose a lot of face. Many of them still bore grudges, especially Long Zai Tian, whose foundation had been damaged in that battle and had yet to recover. This time, High Heaven Pavilion was in turmoil, so Long Zai Tian had contacted people from all around to add insult to injury. Gang Master Hu Man also closed one eye, allowing Long Zai Tian to do as he pleased. Storm Hall was also the same. On one hand, they were taking in the expelled disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, while on the other hand, they were coveting High Heaven Pavilion's wealth. The current situation of the entire sect was like a person drinking water, whether it was hot or cold, only they knew. "If the sect is disbanded, where should I go?" Su Yan sighed faintly. She had lived in High Heaven Pavilion since she was a child and had long since regarded this place as her home. Now that this kind of thing had suddenly happened, even if her temperament was indifferent, she couldn't help feeling sad and confused. Xianxia also smiled wryly, pulling her into his arms and gently hugging her. Their fingers intertwined, their ears rubbing against each other's as they breathed in each other's scent, gradually calming their restless mood. "If it really comes to that point, go to Medicine King's Valley's Hidden Cloud Peak. Treasurer Meng and little senior sister are there," Xianxia whispered. With Xiao Fuxing's prestige, protecting a group of people was not a problem. Although he was a member of the Yang family, he couldn't even return home, so naturally he couldn't give Su Yan any guarantees. Su Yan nodded slightly, suddenly smiling and saying, "I haven't seen junior sister Xia for a long time, you two are now." "Not yet." Xianxia smiled wryly. "Then you have to work harder, junior sister Xia is like a fairy." Innocent, pure and innocent, don't let her suffer in the hands of other men. Su Yan smiled. Yang Kai nodded awkwardly. Right at this moment, a divine sense suddenly spread out, causing Yang Kai's expression to change slightly. Turning his head to look in a certain direction, he said solemnly, "A master is coming." Su Yan quickly sat up straight, a trace of worry flashing across her cold and elegant face as she asked, "Where is it?" "Eh. Don't be nervous. It's an acquaintance." Yang Kai's expression became strange. He could feel that this newcomer was an immortal ascension boundary master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use his divine sense to transmit a message, but since the other party had so blatantly used his divine sense to scan the area, presumably all of the High Heaven Pavilion's immortal ascension boundary masters would have sensed it. Moreover, this person's spiritual sense fluctuations were very familiar. At least Yang Kai should have seen this person before, but he couldn't tell whose spiritual sense it was. "Let's go take a look." Yang Kai listened attentively for a moment. Hearing the sound of many robes fluttering from the sect, Yang Kai knew that it was Ling Tai Su and the other elders who had set out, so he jumped down together with Su Yan. He flew in that direction. Before he could even get close, he heard Ling Tai Su's voice call out, "Which friend has graced High Heaven Pavilion with his presence?" From the other side, an old voice called out, "Sect Master Ling. It's been a long time." Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's brow furrowed and his speed increased, soon arriving beside Ling Tai Su. The 4 great elders had also arrived, standing behind Ling Tai Su. Seeing Yang Kai and Su Yan arrive together, the expressions of the 4 elders suddenly became strange, especially Su Xianwu. Although he had long known that there was something going on between his granddaughter and Yang Kai, seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help rolling his eyes, especially when he saw the faint blush still on Su Yan's cold face, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. He couldn't help but stare fiercely at Yang Kai, his tone full of threat. Yang Kai just smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. In the distance, a figure quickly came to a stop in front of everyone. After seeing this person's appearance, Ling Tai Su was surprised. "Are you the Dong family's Wind Guard?" The newcomer smiled and cupped his fists to the crowd. "It is this old man who has taken the liberty to come here. I hope you will forgive him." Yang Kai's expression changed and quickly asked, "Senior, has something happened?" The Dong family's Wind and Cloud dual guards had always followed closely behind Dong Qinghan to ensure his safety, but this time, the Wind Guards had suddenly come to visit High Heaven Pavilion. Obviously, Dong Qinghan wanted to convey some kind of important message to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent him here. The Wind Guard's expression became serious as he nodded slightly and cupped his fists. "Young Master Yang, my young lord has asked me to inform you that you must leave High Heaven Pavilion quickly, otherwise you will be in great danger." "Because of the Demon Lord?" Yang Kai frowned and quickly thought of the problem. The Wind Guard was surprised. "So your sect has already made preparations?" No wonder this place was so deserted. When he had released his divine sense just now, he hadn't noticed many people here. It was very different from the last time he had come to High Heaven Pavilion. Ling Tai Su nodded. "Naturally we have made preparations." The Wind Guard continued. "Then why are you still here? You should hurry up and leave. The people who have come to High Heaven Pavilion this time are not people you can afford to provoke." "Who are they?" Su Xianwu heard him speak so seriously and his expression couldn't help sinking. "The central capital Qiu family," the Wind Guard quickly said. "One of the 8 great families?" Wei Shitong and the others all paled. The Qiu family is the leader, the Bai family is also here, and Purple Fern Valley is also here. With these 3 forces united, not to mention your High Heaven Pavilion, even my Dong family cannot afford to provoke them." The Wind Guard comforted them with a sincere expression. "Everyone, please don't be reckless. Where there is life, there is hope." High Heaven Pavilion's Demon Lord was such a big matter, so the central capital's 8 great families would definitely participate. Yang Kai could understand. After all, this was a matter of great importance. There had to be a leader who could handle it, but the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley coming was somewhat thought-provoking. It was likely that because Yang Kai's battle with Bai Yunfeng last time had caused him to lose face, this time they had deliberately come to add insult to injury. Their speed is very fast, this old man has not been able to shake them off. I estimate that in at most half a day they will arrive here. The wind guard hurriedly said, after which he cupped his fists and said, since the message has been delivered, this old master will take his leave. He couldn't stay here. If the Chiu family blocked him, it would be very troublesome to explain. Finished speaking, the wind guard took his leave, leaving behind a group of stunned people. Wei Shitong hesitantly said, the Dong family's wind guard. Why would he be so kind as to send us a message? Is there some kind of trap? Ling Tai-su shook his head slightly. No, Yang Kai and his young lord have some friendship. This message was sent with good intentions. There is no need to doubt it. Hearing this, the four great elders all stared at Yang Kai in surprise, wondering what kind of ability he had to make friends with a character like Dong Qinghan. Pass down the order, everyone quickly pack up their things. After a stick of incense worth of time, gather at the coiling dragon stream. Ling Tai-su decisively said. Finished speaking. Then he said, Yang Kai, you stay here. N. The four great elders received the order and hurriedly left, leaving behind only Yang Kai and Ling Tai-su. Do you remember the last time I brought you across the void? Ling Tai-su suddenly asked. I remember. Good, as long as you remember, you only need to pour your yuan qi into it and the spirit array at that location will automatically open. You will take your people and leave from there. Presumably, they won't be able to catch up. After you leave, destroy the spirit array and find a place to settle down. Before the situation is clear, don't show yourself. Grand Master, you're not leaving? Yang Kai understood the meaning behind his words and asked with a look of surprise. My High Heaven Pavilion hasn't done anything to offend the heavens. It's just this old master's fault for accepting the wrong disciple. Why should I leave? Ling Tai-su chuckled, if this old master leaves, it will only cause High Heaven Pavilion to fall into an even more disadvantageous situation. I want to stay and talk to them. Everything has to be reasoned with. Just because the demon lord came from my sect, they want to destroy my sect? It's not like their family has never produced an evil disciple, so why haven't I seen anyone destroy them? This time, they've come prepared, how could they possibly try to reason with you? Yang Kai said anxiously. There's no need to say more, I've already made up my mind. Ling Tai-su's expression was firm, suddenly smiling confidently, what's more, even if we really fight, I'm not their opponent, haha. Yang Kai's expression brightened as he asked in amazement, Grand Master, you. This is all thanks to you. Ling Tai-su nodded slightly. Above a mortal ascension boundary. The shackles of more than 10 years had finally been broken. This may be the only happy event for High Heaven Pavilion in recent months. Learning that his Grand Master had reached the above immortal ascension boundary, Yang Kai calmed down and no longer tried to persuade him, quickly setting off. At the edge of the coiling dragon stream, all the remaining members of High Heaven Pavilion had gathered. Yang Kai once again saw Sassafras and the others. After not seeing each other for a few days, Sassafras had also reached the separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. The speed at which his strength had progressed was astonishing. Brother Yang. Sassafras also shouted excitedly, Li Yin Tian and the others following closely behind. Long time no see. Yang Kai smiled as he looked at everyone. Except for Sassafras, everyone else had grown a lot, all of them having reached the Qi transformation boundary. Heh, should I call you brother, or brother-in-law? Sassafras looked at Yang Kai with a sinister smile, apparently having learned about the matter between Yang Kai and Su Yan. Up to you. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. Brother-in-law, you're like this. Sassafras looked at Yang Kai with admiration, giving him a thumbs up and whispering, from childhood to now, I always thought that elder sister would be alone for the rest of her life, I never thought that you would actually be able to move her heart. Admirable, admirable. Quickly tell me, how did you do it? Just as he was speaking, he saw Su Yan cast a cold gaze towards him. Sassafras couldn't help but shrink his neck, his body trembling a few times, and he couldn't help but laugh. Is everyone here? Wei Shitong, Su Xianwu, and the others patrolled back and forth, loudly asking. Where's the sect master? Bei Shui asked. The sect master wants to stay. Yang Kai said in a deep voice. What? Wei Shitong and the others' faces changed greatly. The four great elders glanced at each other, a trace of determination flashing across their eyes. Wei Shitong said, "Heh, since the sect master wants to stay, then I'll stay as well. Second junior brother, take your people and leave quickly." Su Xianwu smiled proudly, "Eldest brother, you're wrong. I also want to follow the sect master closely." Third junior brother, take your people and leave quickly. He Bei Shui laughed and turned to look at Yu Zizai. Fifth junior brother, you're the youngest, so you should be the one to do this. Yu Zizai looked around and saw that there were no elders younger than him, so he pinched his nose and said, "I'll also stay." Everyone stared at each other for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Su Xianwu said, "Then all of you stay here and don't order anyone around. Yang Kai, you come here. Disciple is here. Sect master said you know the way, so this time you and Su Yan will lead the way. You must ensure that our High Heaven Pavilion's heritage continues. Do you understand?" "Yes. Let's go." Wei Shitong waved his hand and without hesitation flew back to High Heaven Pavilion, the others also hurrying to catch up. "Let's go too." Yang Kai didn't waste time. Ling Tai Su had already broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary and the four great elders were also strong, so together they were more than enough to resist the attack. What's more, this time it was uncertain whether they would be able to fight. But the people here had to leave. These people were the future of High Heaven Pavilion. If they stayed here, even if Ling Tai Su wanted to talk to the intruder, he would have to be careful. More than 100 people followed closely behind Yang Kai, flying along the edge of the coiling dragon stream. Soon they arrived at their destination, where the demonic chi was churning. A few thousand meters below was the spirit array. Everyone's face was pale and their hearts were trembling, especially the younger generation disciples, who all wore miserable expressions. Very few of the younger generation had reached the Yuan Qi boundary, so standing at the edge of the coiling dragon stream would naturally cause them some fear. "Any of the stronger martial uncles come down with me, Su Yan, you come too," Yang Kai said as he led the way down. Immediately, 7 or 8 masters from the previous generation flew down with him. Finding the location of the spirit array, Yang Kai carefully examined it. "Martial nephew, what are we going to do?" a thin martial uncle asked. He was an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master and was an existence equivalent to a deacon in High Heaven Pavilion. "Looking for a spirit array." Yang Kai replied softly, his eyes quickly wandering around. A moment later his expression brightened. "It's here." Everyone followed his gaze. Over there, he saw a bare rock, no different from the rest of the area. "Please pour your Yuan Qi into it," Yang Kai said, stretching out his hand and pressing it against the rock. Yuan Qi fiercely surged. His other hand, Yang Kai grabbed Su Yan. This was the first time the two had fought side by side since obtaining the joyous unification art. Although this situation wasn't considered a battle, it was not far from it. As the two of them clasped their hands together, the Zhenyuan fluctuations on their bodies suddenly rose to a whole new level. The Yuan Qi's flow was obviously much faster. This change made those martial uncles secretly shocked. The others didn't ask any more questions and simply followed Yang Kai's lead and poured their true qi into their spirit pagoda. With the combined efforts of nearly 10 people, it didn't take long for the same reaction as last time to appear on the huge rock. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be bewildered. While pouring his true qi into it, Yang Kai explained, "This is a void corridor that connects the two places. It is a spirit array left behind by our ancestral founder. This end connects to High Heaven Pavilion. The exit is somewhere else." A martial uncle asked curiously, "How far is it?" The sect leader said that it is thousands of miles away, so once we enter this place, everyone will be safe. Everyone was aghast. The existence of the void corridor had completely exceeded the scope of their knowledge and understanding. Our sect actually has such a thing? That martial uncle's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. "I never knew about it." "We don't know." Everyone was speechless. "Good, besides me and Su Yan, everyone else has their own things to do." Whichever 2 uncle masters went in first. "The rest of you go up and bring down the disciples who haven't reached Yuan Qi state yet." Yang Kai took up the responsibility of giving out orders. Although he was a disciple of the younger generation, It was not difficult to see how much Ling Tai Su valued him based on the fact that he knew secrets that no one else knew. What's more, Yang Kai's safety was reasonable and watertight. So the several uncle masters weren't dissatisfied with his orders. Immediately, 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary First and Second Stage Masters jumped into the void corridor. The others all flew up in unison. Only Yang Kai and Su Yan were left to maintain the operation of the spirit array. Smiling at each other, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Actually, I am from the central capital's Yang family." Su Yan's beautiful eyes lit up slightly as she asked curiously, "The cuckoo bird Yang family?" Yang Kai smiled wryly, "N. Why are you telling me this now?" Su Yan looked at him curiously. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Because I want to steal your heart, so I have to be honest with you." Listening to him speak so bluntly, Su Yan's heart filled with sweetness, her cheeks blushing slightly as a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. This kind of atmosphere was very strange. Even though the two of them had already done it many times, they still felt like a man and woman who were getting along with each other. They were slowly getting familiar with each other through words and actions, slowly removing the barrier between the two of them. In particular, Yang Kai's honesty and sincerity gave Su Yan a sense of happiness that she was being pursued. What girl didn't want to be pursued by the man she liked? Su Yan also hoped so. However, because of the Heaven's Cave Inheritance's joyous unification art, she and Yang Kai had not had time to become familiar with each other before they were already inseparable. Even if she was happy, there was still a missing process. Now, Yang Kai was undoubtedly trying to make up for this missing process and make up for the shortcomings in Su Yan's heart. At this moment, Su Yan seemed to feel that even if she could not escape today's calamity, she would still be satisfied. Cuckoo. Suddenly, a light cough came from above. Yang Kai looked up and saw one of his martial uncles flying down with a young disciple. Ignoring the disciple's screams, the martial uncles directly threw him into the void corridor. "You two continue." The martial uncles were also experienced, so how could they not see the subtle atmosphere between the two and immediately flew up again? However, how could they continue? One after another, people were sent down, so Yang Kai and Su Yan could only look at each other and smile bitterly. "I want to know about your past." Su Yan's face was slightly red as she ignored the others and whispered in Yang Kai's ear. "When we leave this place and settle down, I'll tell you." "Good." Su Yan nodded gently before biting her lip and saying, "I still want to go out and travel with you." "Then let's travel hand in hand and laugh proudly under the heavens." Yang Kai grinned. N. Su Yan's heart was filled with happiness as she gently rested her head on Yang Kai's shoulder. Under the coiling dragon stream, the demonic chi was tumbling. Before the sex calamity arrived, a man and a woman stood in the air, snuggling together, the wind blowing, their long hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. This moment was like an eternity. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples who came and went stared at the two of them with wide eyes, their expressions strange. 10 kilometers away from High Heaven Pavilion, a large group of people was rapidly approaching. Among them were many Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Masters. Moreover, there were quite a few of them, 4 in total, while the remaining Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters numbered more than a dozen. In addition, there were also about 40 to 50 Yuan Qi and Separation and Reunion Boundary Masters. This group of people was being led by a woman in her 20s towards High Heaven Pavilion and soon arrived in front of High Heaven Pavilion's sect. Is this where the Demon Lord was born? The woman in her 20s was as delicate as a flower. She was tall, with bright eyes and white teeth, snow-white skin and jade-like bones. She was wearing a luxurious purple dress, which accentuated her noble temperament. The corners of her mouth curled into a faint smile as a trace of disdain and doubt flashed across the woman's eyes. She lightly said, "It's just a second-class sect, how could it cultivate such a powerful character like the Demon Lord?" Behind her, a man in white clothes immediately walked out, waving a folding fan in his hand as he smiled and said, "Young Lady Chiu, although this is just a second-class sect, there are many hidden experts here. But there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers inside. We can't underestimate this place. Last time, Brother Fan and I suffered a great loss here." This white-robed man was the one Yang Kai had defeated last time, Bai Yunfeng. Since his defeat to Yang Kai, Bai Yunfeng had always wanted to take revenge, But he also had scruples about Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuye's tyrannical strength, so he had never found an opportunity to act. This time, when he heard that the Qiu family was sending someone to High Heaven Pavilion, he had immediately volunteered to come, looking for an opportunity to wash away his shame. Although he was smiling and talking to this young lady Qiu, he still unconsciously walked 3 steps behind her, his demeanor quite respectful, without the slightest arrogance of a young lord from a great family. Even his eyes were clear as they fell on the woman's slender shoulders, without the slightest trace of obscenity. Bai Yunfeng was also a tactful person. His status as a young lord from a first-class family was high and mighty, but in front of this woman, he was nothing. In front of him was the first young lady of the Qiu family, Qiu Yimeng. How could his Bai family compare to the Qiu family? Not to mention the Qiu family's background, Qiu Yimeng was only 21 years old, but her strength had already reached the Yuanqi boundary 9th stage. Such aptitude, even in this world, could be counted on one's fingers. What's more, not only was her aptitude extraordinary, but she was also a beautiful woman. The Qiu family had produced such an enchanting woman, so with the exception of the Yang family, which young lord from the other 7 families didn't want to marry her. But the Qiu family's patriarch, Qiu Shouqing, said he wanted to marry Qiu Yimeng? Yes. Marry into the Qiu family. In the future, their children must also bear the surname Qiu. This requirement immediately cut off many people's enthusiasm, but there were still many young lords who hung around Qiu Yimeng all day, looking forward to meeting such a beautiful woman. Qiu Yimeng herself was quite self-disciplined, so when it came to these young lords, she didn't have any deep thoughts. The reason why she came to High Heaven Pavilion this time was because she had been annoyed too much in the central capital, so she deliberately came out to relax and gain experience. Listening to Bai Yunfeng's words, Qiu Yimeng chuckled, but without turning her head, she simply brushed her hair behind her ear and said, I heard that when young Lord Bai fought with a young disciple of High Heaven Pavilion last time, even his artifact was destroyed? Bai Yunfeng's expression became bitter as he cursed this slut in his heart, but on his face he put on a humble smile and said, this Bai's skills are not good enough, young lady Qiu must have seen a joke. As the two of them were talking, a beautiful woman appeared next to them. This woman was petite and dainty, half a head shorter than Qiu Yimeng, but her breasts were quite large, full and round, making her extremely attractive to anyone who saw her. The young woman's face was filled with anger, like an angry little tiger as she angrily said, that person is called Yang Kai, right? After Brother Fan returned to Purple Fern Valley last time, he has been in retreat, saying he needs to cultivate well so he can't even beat a second-class sex disciple. I haven't seen him for a long time, all because of this Yang Kai. This time, if I catch him, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. The Brother Fan she spoke of was none other than Fan Hong, who had come to High Heaven Pavilion that day. Luo Xiaoman and Fan Hong were both elite disciples of Purple Fern Valley. They had grown up together and had a deep affection for one another, but now that they had not seen each other for several months, she naturally regarded Yang Kai as the culprit behind all this. Qiu Yimeng looked at her with a smile and softly said, little sister Xiaoman, don't be so angry. We came here this time mainly to inquire about the Demon Lord, everything else is secondary. Don't ruin our plans. Luo Xiaoman angrily snorted, I don't care, no matter what, this time I must capture that Yang Kai and bring him back to Purple Fern Valley so brother can have a good fight with him and resolve the knot in his heart. Saying so, she shook Qiu Yimeng's arm and coquettishly said, elder sister Qiu, isn't he just a second-class sex disciple? While you're busy with your big plan, I'll take some people to secretly capture him, I promise I won't alarm anyone. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly and nodded helplessly, good, he's just a young disciple, I don't think High Heaven Pavilion will be so untactful. Hee, elder sister Qiu is the best. Luo Xiaoman smiled happily. Bai Yunfeng, on the other hand, lightly coughed and smiled, junior sister Luo, it's not that this Bai is trying to boost the morale of others. That Yang Kai is not easy to deal with. A year ago, he was only a separation and reunion boundary cultivator, yet he was able to defeat me. Brother Fan and I have similar strength, but after a year has passed, who knows how much he has grown. So, even if you can capture him and bring him back to Purple Fern Valley to fight Brother Fan, I'm afraid. How could my Brother Fan lose to someone from such a small place? Luo Xiaoman snorted. He rolled his eyes and said, if worst comes to worst. I'll just do something to him. No matter what, I have to make Brother Fan defeat him. As they were talking, one of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Ninth Stage Masters suddenly frowned and said, "Young lady. Something's not right. There doesn't seem to be many people here." Qiu Meng's expression changed slightly as she quickly asked, "What do you mean?" The man quickly released his divine sense and a moment later said with a strange expression, "It seems that High Heaven Pavilion knows it has provoked a disaster and has long since made preparations. On one side, there are 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters standing guard. On the other side, there are many people gathered together. They should be the younger generation of High Heaven Pavilion disciples. It seems like they're about to leave." Wishful thinking. Xiao Meng coldly snorted, "Send some people to capture those 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Kill without mercy. Everyone else, follow me." Yes. Because Bai Yunfeng had previously reported the existence of Ling Tai Su, a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, the Qiu family had directly dispatched 4 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. With these 4 people present, Qiu Meng believed it would be enough to capture Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya. The large group of people suddenly split into 2 groups and moved in an orderly manner. The 4 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were followed by 7 or 8 other Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, all of them heading straight towards Ling Tai Su and the others. The rest of the group, under the leadership of Qiu Meng, rushed towards the coiling dragon stream. Under the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai and Su Yan were enjoying a moment of peace when suddenly, his expression changed and he looked up in a certain direction. "What's wrong?" Su Yan noticed the change in Yang Kai's expression and quickly asked. "Someone's coming." Yang Kai's expression sank. He quickly shouted, "Hurry up, those people have already discovered us." Above, there were still 20 or so disciples who had not yet been brought down. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, the several martial uncles and martial aunt quickly circulated their yuan qi, increasing their speed significantly. The disciples of the younger generation were sent down one by one, disappearing into the void passageway. A moment later, everyone had been properly arranged. Martial nephew. The several martial uncles and martial aunt flew to the side, their expressions extremely vigilant, as if they were facing a great enemy. "You go first." Yang Kai shouted, "I'll bring up the rear." N. The several martial uncles didn't hesitate and dove into the void corridor. "Where do you think you're going?" In the distance, an angry roar rang out, and before the voice had even faded, a bright light shot out from the distance. The speed of this group of people was beyond Yang Kai's imagination. Yang Kai and Su Yan's expressions both changed slightly as they jointly circulated their yuan qi and simultaneously sent out a palm strike towards the approaching light. With a muffled bang, the light dispersed and the figures of 20 or 30 people suddenly appeared. Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies both shook violently as they were pushed back several dozen meters, nearly falling down. "Yang Kai, we meet again." Among the crowd, Bai Yunfeng, dressed in white robes, roared fiercely. Meeting his enemy, Bai Yunfeng naturally wouldn't give Yang Kai any face. "You're that Yang Kai?" Luo Xiaoman swept her eyes over him and curled her lips, "You don't look that good. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out you're just average." Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly, her eyes filled with curiosity, but after seeing Su Yan, her eyes couldn't help narrowing slightly. From this young woman, who was as cold as an eternally frozen snow mountain, Qiu Yimeng felt a strong sense of pressure. A master. Moreover, her strength was no less than her own. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, never having expected that such a small place like High Heaven Pavilion would have such a talent. On top of that, this young woman was not only strong, but also beautiful. Compared to her, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help coldly snorting as she quickly dispelled the faint jealousy in her heart. "Two friends, this time I came to your noble sect because I have something I wish to consult with you about. I hope you two can act sensibly." Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and spoke to Yang Kai and Su Yan while her beautiful eyes stared towards the dark void corridor. Even with her knowledge and identity, she didn't know what this thing was for, so she couldn't help feeling a little curious and stared at it a few more times. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously, "So what young lady is asking for is to attack High Heaven Pavilion with such great fanfare." The sounds of Ling Tai Su and the others fighting could be heard coming from the other side. Obviously, many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had arrived and were fighting without even saying a word. Xiao Yimeng didn't care, still smiling faintly. If I don't show some strength, how can your noble sect obediently cooperate? This is just a small trick, I advise you not to resist, otherwise I'm afraid you'll suffer a lot. Yang Kai's expression was gloomy. There were 20 to 30 people on the other side, many of whom had reached the Immortal Ascension boundary. Many of them had locked onto him and Su Yan with their divine senses. Once he and Su Yan made any movements, they would immediately be ruthlessly strangled. The void corridor was only a few dozen meters away and was still open, but it wouldn't be long before it closed again. Could they rush out? Yang Kai wasn't sure, so he turned to look at Su Yan. Her expression was as calm as an ancient well, indifferent as water, even in the face of 20 to 30 masters. The two of you don't seem to be willing to cooperate. If that's the case, then we'll have to offend you. Go seal their cultivations and bring them back. Xiao Yimeng decisively issued an order. From beginning to end a faint smile hung on her face, her expression as calm as ever. Yes. Immediately, 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters flew out from behind her, sneering contemptuously at Yang Kai and Su Yan as they approached. Yang Kai squeezed Su Yan's hand and whispered, "You go first, don't worry about me, they won't dare do anything to me." Su Yan hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. In this moment of crisis, she didn't act like some reckless woman who wanted to stay behind with Yang Kai because she knew that Yang Kai's true identity was the greatest protection. If she also stayed behind, it would only make the situation worse. In an instant, the two of them had reached an agreement. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were now within 5 meters of them. At that moment, suddenly, the demonic chi below the coiling dragon stream surged and more than a dozen ink-black dragon-like demonic chi rushed up, striking the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters like lightning. The demonic chi contained an unparalleled demonic chi, so although the direct impact didn't cause much damage to the 2 masters, it still had the effect of affecting their souls and affecting their minds. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were obviously stunned, their faces filled with pain, their eyes suddenly turning scarlet as they lost all sense of reason. Like beasts that had been imprisoned for hundreds of years, they immediately attacked each other. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, immediately realizing that the old demon had sensed the urgency in his heart and was using some kind of method to help him. Unfortunately, this was all the old demon could do. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted, quickly pulling Su Yan towards the void corridor. The sudden change caused the Chiu family, Bai family, and Purple Fern Valley's 3 forces to be shocked. Feeling the demonic chi contained within the dozen or so flood dragons, all of them couldn't help but pale. Before they could react, Yang Kai and Su Yan had already rushed out of the blockade and quickly approached the dark passage. "Stop them!" Xiao Yimeng shouted, taking the lead, sending out a series of fierce attacks as she flew forward. "Where do you think you're going?" Luo Xiaoman also hurriedly followed. She was determined to capture Yang Kai and bring him back to Purple Fern Valley so Fan Hong could defeat him. How could she allow Yang Kai to escape? As soon as the 2 women moved, everyone else also used their movement skills. In an instant, Yang Kai and Su Yan had entered the void corridor, Su Yan in front while Yang Kai brought up the rear. After entering the chaotic passage, Yang Kai quickly turned around and pushed his Yuan Qi fiercely, bombarding the surrounding area. He wanted to destroy this passage in order to ensure the safety of the people from High Heaven Pavilion. However, the speed of Xiao Yimeng and the others was also extremely fast, so before Yang Kai could destroy the void corridor, more than half of them had already entered. Xiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman took the lead, looking around at the chaos around them, their pretty faces filled with horror. The 2 women didn't know where they were. However, since Yang Kai dared to come in, there was certainly no danger. Thinking quickly, Xiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman simultaneously launched their killing moves towards Yang Kai. In the void corridor, Jin Yuan was in a mess. The violent collisions produced shockwaves that scattered in all directions. The chaotic space suddenly began to squirm. A moment later, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he exited the void corridor. The next moment, Xiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman appeared not far away. The 2 of them had appeared not far from each other, but now that they had suddenly arrived in an unfamiliar environment, their beautiful eyes filled with confusion as they stared around, completely forgetting to attack young Kai. Asterisk schwa, asterisk another figure appeared, and after the three people in the field saw who it was, they couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. This person was one of the family masters brought here by Qiu Yimeng, an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage master. But at this moment, only half of his body had been sent out, the other half was nowhere to be seen, as if it had been cleaved in half by a peerless master's sword. As his body fell, his 5 viscera and 6 organs scattered all over the ground, blood spattering everywhere. How? Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared at this scene in disbelief. Luo Xiaoman's face went pale and she almost vomited, covering her mouth as she moved closer to Qiu Yimeng. Was it you who did this? Qiu Yimeng suddenly raised her head and stared at Yang Kai coldly, her yuan qi also slowly becoming unstable. She didn't know the mysteries of the void corridor and only thought that Yang Kai had set up some kind of trap in this chaotic place, allowing him to kill her family's master, so naturally she was furious. An immortal ascension boundary 5th stage master was not easy for the Qiu family to cultivate, but now he had died so carelessly. Yang Kai ignored her and instead looked around with a gloomy expression. Besides himself and the 2 women opposite him, there was no one else here. Not to mention the High Heaven Pavilion marshal uncles and his brothers and sisters who had left the void corridor, even Su Yan, who had arrived earlier, was not here. Moreover, this place was completely unfamiliar, not the place where Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su had last crossed the void corridor. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined everything within a 20-kilometer radius. A moment later, his heart sank to the bottom. There were indeed other people within this 20-kilometer radius. However, none of them were from High Heaven Pavilion, but rather the Yuan Qi and Immortal Ascension boundary masters brought by the 2 women. Opposite him. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened. The place where they had emerged from the void corridor was a bit far from here, scattered all over the place. There weren't many people, only a dozen or so, of which only 2 or 3 were Immortal Ascension boundary masters. Is it because of the battle in the void corridor? Yang Kai's face sank as he pondered. There was only one possibility. The collision of true essence in the void corridor had caused the void corridor to collapse, and then the people inside had been teleported to an unfamiliar land. And the half-corpse on the ground should be the result of a part of the body being intercepted in the void corridor. Yang's is. However, Su Yan should have already safely met up with the other members of High Heaven Pavilion, after all, she was ahead of him. Considering all this, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Luo Xiaoman's face was a little pale, seeing Yang Kai just standing there, she couldn't help feeling disgusted. A disciple of a small sect. What arrogance! Even if he had some means, they were still very limited. Elder Sister Qiu was beautiful and famous. Even if the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families tried to talk to her, she would usually ignore them, but now Elder Sister Qiu had taken the initiative to talk to him. Yet he didn't say anything. She had given him face, but he didn't want it. Yang Kai looked up at the 2 women opposite him with a gloomy expression, a cold light flashing across his eyes. If it weren't for this group of people suddenly appearing, he and Su Yan would already be thousands of kilometers away. They had just agreed to travel the world hand in hand, but because of these 2 women's sudden appearance, they had been separated from each other. Not knowing where to find Su Yan, Yang Kai's depressed mood could be imagined. What is this place? Qiu Yimeng raised her delicate brow, standing there calmly, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai as she asked softly. Her figure was tall, her legs were long and slender, her waist was slender, and her face was delicate and moving. Especially that graceful waist that seemed to be boneless, it was tightly bound by the purple girdle. It could only be held with one hand, and it was the most enticing. Moreover, as the first young lady of the central capital's Qiu family, her temperament was noble and arrogant. Any young man who saw her would feel a faint sense of pressure, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Every question that came out of her mouth always had an answer. Yang Kai's face showed a trace of disgust and impatience as he sneered, "Where is this place? How would I know where this is?" As soon as these vulgar words came out, the 2 women opposite him froze slightly. Luo Xiaoman's beautiful face paled, her chest trembling as she ground her teeth and shouted, "Smelly brat, you dare speak to us like that?" Qiu Yimeng's bright face flashed a mocking smile as she calmly chuckled, "Interesting, no man has ever cursed at me like this, you're the first. If you don't want to answer, it doesn't matter. Once I capture you, I'll slowly interrogate you." She took it for granted that all of this was Yang Kai's doing, but little did she know that Yang Kai really didn't know where they were. Yang Kai coldly snorted and took a step forward, his yuan qi surging as he activated his self-created movement skill, leaving behind an afterimage as he quickly approached the two women. He could perceive that the three nearby Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had already discovered Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's whereabouts and were quickly rushing over, so Yang Kai had to capture one of them as a bargaining chip, otherwise, he would be surrounded by these Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Seeing him act so boldly, Luo Xiaoman shouted, "You're asking for a beating." A series of blue halos suddenly burst forth from her tender body, each of them containing a soft and flexible energy, blocking Yang Kai's speed while eroding into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's momentum didn't falter as he pushed his yuan qi fiercely. Luo Xiaoman's martial skill couldn't stop him at all. Seeing him rush towards her like a meteor, Luo Xiaoman finally paled slightly. "Be careful," Qiu Yimeng quickly warned, at the same time waving her hand and using some kind of martial skill. She grabbed Luo Xiaoman's shoulder and quickly retreated. Yang Kai's footsteps suddenly came to a halt and fiercely punched to the side. Yuan Qi collided in midair with a loud bang. The rebounding force actually caused Yang Kai's body to tremble slightly. Before he could react though, Qiu Yimeng suddenly giggled, her delicate body like a leaf floating in the air, her feet lightly stepping on the void, seemingly without any trace. She quickly closed in on Yang Kai. This was a set of profound footwork, and when it was displayed, Qiu Yimeng's entire body seemed to be both real and fake, completely untraceable. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he released his divine sense and instantly discovered Qiu Yimeng's hiding place, sending out a burning sun's three-layer blast. Qiu Yimeng suddenly appeared, a trace of astonishment flashing across her beautiful face as she pushed her yuan qi fiercely. With a grunt, Yang Kai couldn't help retreating a few steps. On the other hand, Qiu Yimeng's expression remained indifferent, a calm smile hanging on her face as she swept her eyes over Yang Kai, calmly saying, "You've got some skill, but it's nothing more than this. If that's all you've got, I advise you to obediently surrender, otherwise I won't show any mercy." Troublesome. Listening to her words, Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. He had wanted to capture Luo Xiaoman as a hostage, but this Qiu family's first young lady really wasn't easy to deal with. If he used his full strength, he should be able to defeat her, but not in a short time. The other three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were rapidly closing in, so Yang Kai didn't have much of a chance. "You want to leave?" Qiu Yimeng's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly flashed a touch of pride and slyness, clearly seeing through Yang Kai's thoughts. Not waiting for him to answer, she once again rushed forward, "With me here, do you think you can escape? Get out of my way." Yang Kai roared, pushing out his palms as he simultaneously used his white tiger seal and divine ox seal. The tiger seal and the ox seal roared as two fiery red monster beasts leapt out, baring their fangs as they pounced towards Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng wasn't frightened but instead smiled happily. "Sure enough, no wonder Bai Yunfeng was defeated by you." Saying so, she waved her two white hands, releasing a burst of yuan qi that was visible to the naked eye, transforming into a giant hand that slammed down from the sky. Before the two monster beasts could reach Qiu Yimeng, they were scattered. Yang Kai grinned as he gripped the Azura sword in his hand, his true young yuan qi retreating back into the dantian as the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton burst forth. As the evil qi descended, Yang Kai's entire body was wrapped in a black fog, only his pair of scarlet eyes exuding a terrifying light. With the Azura sword in hand, Yang Kai seemed to have transformed into a completely different person. Feeling the surging evil aura, Qiu Yimeng's expression finally changed as she cried out in horror, "High Heaven Pavilion really has evil secret arts." Saying so, she stretched out her hand and condensed a huge ball of lightning at the tip of her finger, throwing it towards Yang Kai. Flashing arcs of lightning crackled as they exploded, containing a terrifying power. Yang Kai slashed out with his sword. With a single sweep of his sword, the ball of lightning shattered, and the tiny arcs of lightning slithered out like snakes, covering a radius of more than a dozen meters. Qiu Yimeng quickly retreated, no longer daring to show the slightest contempt, her expression becoming extremely dignified. Yang Kai walked through the world of lightning arcs, his body flashing but unable to hinder him in the slightest. Accelerating his pace, he instantly arrived in front of Qiu Yimeng and slashed down towards her. Feeling the murderous intent and evil intent contained in this attack, Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face paled as she cried out, "Block!" A simple and unadorned shield suddenly appeared in her small hand. The shield was suffused with a dense light, enveloping her within it. This was obviously a defensive artifact, and with the Qiu family's wealth, the grade of this artifact was definitely not low. With a loud clang, the azure sword struck the shield, and the two yuan qi collided violently, rolling up a gust of wind. With a light snort, Qiu Yimeng retreated more than a dozen meters, her tender body swaying. In this confrontation, she had obviously suffered a small loss. Gritting her teeth and looking at the shield in her hand, Qiu Yimeng chuckled, "You really do have some skill. Just a trivial yuan qi third stage, yet you were able to put me in such a difficult position. It seems I underestimated you." Saying so, she took back the ancient shield into her body and quickly formed a series of hand seals, releasing a series of energy fluctuations of different attributes from her body. Wind, cloud, thunder, lightning, these four attributes gathered together to form a terrifying energy around her. She stared deeply at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with unyielding arrogance. "I don't have time to play with you." Yang Kai roared, waving his hand and sending out a sword wave, leaping into the air in an attempt to escape. However, while Qiu Yimeng was delaying him, a nearby Immortal Ascension Boundary Master had arrived, and before he could even appear, an attack was already flying towards him. Yang Kai cursed in his heart, dodging while quickly displaying the first half of his 10,000 swords returned to one. With a clanging sound, countless sword chi suddenly appeared around his body. Waving the azure sword, Yang Kai sent out countless sword chi to protect himself while the other half shot forward, trying to open up a gap. "Stay here." A voice called out from this side, carrying with it a sense of superiority, daring to disrespect the young lady, "You're courting death." Facing this tyrannical attack, all of the sword chi in the air were shattered. Not only that, but Yang Kai's momentum was also slightly suppressed. In front of him, a figure flashed and an Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Master blocked his path, staring coldly towards Yang Kai. "Let's see if you have the ability." Yang Kai didn't show any fear, sneering as he once again sent out countless sword chi bolts towards this enemy. At the same time, a series of blood-red petals suddenly flew out from his body, each one a deadly weapon. 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. Since refining this falling flower's cult's hallowed artifact, Yang Kai had not used it until now. Finally, Yang Kai had no choice but to use his full strength. 1,000 blood-red petals wrapped around his body, and with a single thought, they transformed into a flurry of red light that shot towards the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Master. A heaven-grade artifact. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Master's eyesight was profound, immediately seeing the extraordinariness of the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. The strength of the Heaven's Gate boundary was not held back at all. A rich and pure yuan qi burst forth from his body as he pushed out with both hands. A mountain-like figure suddenly appeared in front of him and pressed down on the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. With a crash, the 1,000 petals scattered. As they scattered in all directions, the mountain-like illusory figure swayed in midair before suddenly dimming down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai rushed forward with his sword and slashed down at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Master. His opponent had just used a martial skill that consumed a great deal of yuan qi and was now completely out of breath. Feeling the evil aura from the azure sword, his expression changed greatly and he hurriedly dodged. Who knew that Yang Kai was just making a feint? It brushed past his body and flew out. "Where do you think you're going?" Qiu Yimeng's tender voice rang out, mixed with a trace of pride and coldness. Suddenly, a huge suction force came from behind, and Yang Kai involuntarily paused, turning his head to look, only to see Qiu Yimeng's wind, cloud, thunder, and lightning attributes gathering together to form a destructive force. It was as if he had been transformed into a muddy swamp, pulling at his body, making it impossible for him to break free. "Bitch!" Yang Kai's face changed greatly as he waved his sword and sent out countless sword chi blades towards Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng remained unmoved, a beautiful smile appearing on her face. Her simple shield appeared in front of her again, blocking Yang Kai's attack for her. However, the 1,000 petals that were scattered outside were now silently closing in on Qiu Yimeng. Elder sister Qiu. Dodge. Luo Xiaoman shouted as she waved her hands, sending out a series of flashes of light that transformed into a variety of weapons mid-air and collided with the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. You won't be able to escape, just obediently surrender. Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly, shouting as she fought with Yang Kai. Yes, evil demon brat, you can't escape today. 2 figures flew over, the other 2 immortal ascension boundary masters had arrived. Yang Kai's face was gloomy to the extreme, and a faint sense of powerlessness filled his heart. Facing a single immortal ascension boundary master, he had to use his full strength and use all of his artifacts and methods in order to have a chance to escape. Now that all 3 of them had arrived, how could he resist? His strength was still not enough. Yuanqi 3rd stage was really not enough. The 2 immortal ascension boundary masters who had rushed over weren't polite at all. As they spoke, they began to attack Yang Kai with their respective martial skills. Yang Kai tried his best to resist, but was still unable to fully defend himself. Both his chest and shoulder were struck at the same time, the sound of bones breaking resounded, and the pain was unbearable, causing him to fall like a broken kite. Stumbling to his feet, Yang Kai found himself surrounded from all sides. 3 immortal ascension boundary masters, plus Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, all of them were glaring at him. Looking at the azure sword in his hand, even Qiu Yimeng couldn't help coveting it, the others even more so. As for the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia flying around him, both of them were precious treasures. You can't run now, can you? Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai with a sneer. The 3 immortal ascension boundary masters also looked at him with hostility, coldly snorting as they simultaneously exerted pressure on him. Demon brat, waste your own cultivation, or this old master will do it himself. One of the immortal ascension boundary masters shouted coldly. Facing this adversity, Yang Kai sneered, his demonic chi fluctuating wildly. Although he had been surrounded, it wasn't impossible for him to escape. Yang Kai thought that if he suddenly used unyielding will and Yang inflammation wings at this time, he would have a chance to escape. The speed of Yang inflammation wings was much faster than an average immortal ascension boundary master, so as long as he could cope with the first wave of attacks, he would be fine. With the myriad drug milk, even if he was injured, he could quickly heal. The key was, could he cope with the first wave of attacks? Moreover, it was a joint attack. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Why haven't you started yet? The immortal ascension boundary master saw that Yang Kai hadn't moved yet and became impatient, angrily shouting as he took a step forward. Just as Yang Kai made up his mind to take this risk, the 3 immortal ascension boundary masters' expressions suddenly changed as they stared up at the sky. Yang Kai also frowned. He felt a tyrannical pressure coming from not far away, one that was much stronger than the 3 immortal ascension boundary masters in front of him. 2 young ladies, be careful. The 3 immortal ascension boundary masters didn't pay any attention to Yang Kai and quickly stood in front of Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, their expressions extremely dignified. Soon, a bright red figure suddenly appeared. Everyone looked up and saw a graceful figure standing in the air only a few dozen meters away from them. This figure belonged to a woman who looked extremely enchanting. She was wearing a fiery red robe that was tightly wrapped around her body, outlining her graceful and charming figure. Her appearance was beautiful, and her posture was graceful. Her 2 jade-like arms were exposed, and 2 silver bracelets were worn on her soft and smooth wrists. Her skin was snow white, her legs were long and slender, and her waist was slender and full. She was wearing a pair of shoes made of jade, and her 10 delicate toes were exposed mischievously. She had moon-like phoenix eyebrows, a pair of bright eyes that could captivate souls, and a pair of watery eyes that seemed to contain a myriad of emotions. She had a tall nose, cherry lips that exhaled like orchids, and a face that was as white as cream. Her figure was slender, like a willow tree, a gentle breeze that seemed capable of snapping her in half. At the corner of her eye was a small mole the size of a grain of rice, adding to her charm. Standing in mid-air, a faint blush could be seen on her cheeks, causing one's imagination to run wild. In contrast to Su Yan's icy beauty and Xiao Ning Cheng's naivety, this young married woman was the kind of woman who was enchanting to the bone. Even if she just stood there, she still exuded an air of grace. When the several men in the field met her eyes, whether they were young or old, all of them involuntarily gulped, their breathing instantly becoming heavy. Her watery eyes seemed to contain an infinite magical power that tugged at everyone's soul. Even Qiu Yimeng's eyes became slightly blurred, her cheeks blushing slightly as her heartbeat accelerated. Soon, Qiu Yimeng sobered up, her heart secretly trembling as she glanced around, gritting her teeth and muttering, "Men really are nothing good." The 3 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all blushed and laughed dryly. However, they didn't dare show the slightest bit of carelessness. A woman who could make them feel so pressured, how could her strength be low? The woman's pair of watery red eyes swept over the several men in the field before finally settling on Yang Kai, biting her red lips lightly, her brow furrowed slightly as she hesitated for a moment before asking, "Which sect are you a disciple of?" Her voice was sweet and soft. When everyone heard it, they felt as if a gentle little hand had reached into their hearts and was caressing and teasing what was hidden in the bottom of their hearts, making them follow their instincts. This time, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were no exception, the 2 women's cheeks flushing bright red as they involuntarily let out a soft moan from their throats, causing their hearts to flutter and their hearts to flutter. "What?" Yang Kai frowned and asked curiously. He didn't understand what this woman meant. The woman's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light, seemingly not having expected that Yang Kai would be able to sober up so quickly. In her current state, if she didn't speak it would be fine, but once she opened her mouth, no matter who it was, they would be affected, so how was it that this young man with such an evil aura seemed to be able to get rid of his instincts? What she didn't know was that Yang Kai had been tortured by the joyous unification art for many years, so compared to others, he was much better at suppressing his impulses. "Forget it, I don't have time to talk to you." The struggle between the woman's eyebrows became even more apparent as she muttered to herself. Without waiting for Yang Kai to respond, she stretched out her hand and threw out a pink ribbon that shot towards Yang Kai's waist like a snake. Yang Kai's expression changed, and just as he was about to raise his Azura sword to counterattack, the woman had already arrived in front of him, opened her cherry mouth, and spat out a fragrant breath towards Yang Kai. As this orchid fragrance hit him, in an instant, Yang Kai felt his whole body go soft and completely lose the strength to resist. So strong. This woman must have reached the peak immortal ascension boundary. She doesn't look very old, so how could she be so strong? Since you've seen it, I can't let you live. The woman sighed faintly, flicking her wrist and sending out a silver bracelet towards the immortal ascension boundary masters opposite her. With a flash of silver light, the 3 immortal ascension boundary masters who had just forced Yang Kai into a dead end fell into a pool of their own blood, unable to put up any resistance and were killed in a daze. The momentum of the silver light did not diminish as it continued to chase after Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. At this critical moment of life and death, Qiu Yimeng's delicate earrings emitted a faint light which rushed into her mind, instantly waking her up. In a flash, Qiu Yimeng quickly took out her ancient shield and placed it in front of her. With a ding sound, Qiu Yimeng coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, finally stopping the silver light. The woman's brow furrowed as her tender body trembled, blood dripping from her red lips. It seemed that just touching her yuan qi had caused her to feel even more unbearable. Not continuing to attack, she hurriedly picked up Yang Kai who was tied up by the ribbon and leapt away. Seemingly unable to wait any longer. Luo Xiaoman's face was flushed red, her pair of beautiful eyes blurred, her throat constantly emitting soft moans as her 2 beautiful legs were tightly clamped together. The boundless pleasure spread like an electric current, numbing her lower body, causing her tender body to tremble involuntarily as a pool of white liquid rolled out from her lower abdomen, soaking her underwear. A high-pitched, stifled moan escaped from her mouth as Luo Xiaoman's body softened and she fell directly to the ground, her cheeks flushed red as she gasped for breath, her chest heaving up and down as she basked in the aftershocks of her orgasm. "Xiaoman, cough cough." Qiu Yimeng called out weakly. "N." Luo Xiaoman suddenly recovered and realized that she had lost control of herself and that her lower body was wet. Immediately, her beautiful face paled in shock. She didn't know what had happened. Just now, the woman in red had only said a few words, and she had fallen into a dreamy and charming illusion. In that illusion, she had abandoned her self-esteem and shyness, as if she had become a resentful woman who was unsatisfied with her desires, constantly demanding. She had an extremely unbridled instinct. And the object of that demand was actually young Kai, the man they had chased all the way here. Recalling the scene just now, Luo Xiaoman was filled with shame and resentment. Her pair of beautiful eyes trembled. Very quickly, boundless hatred and humiliation flashed across them. Xiaoman, come and give me a hand. Qiu Meng's Yuanqi tumbled as her blood flowed in reverse. Unable to move at all, seeing Luo Xiaoman still frozen in place, he couldn't help calling out again. Oh! Luo Xiaoman staggered to her feet, the wind blowing over her lower body causing her to feel a slight tingling sensation, causing her to tremble slightly. What's wrong with you? Qiu Meng looked at her suspiciously, seemingly feeling that something was wrong with her. No. Nothing. Luo Xiaoman hurriedly replied, blushing as she hurried over to Qiu Meng and took out a bottle of pills from her sleeve. He poured one out and put it in her mouth. Staring at the corpses of the 3 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in front of her, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help feeling a bit of fear. After a long time, Qiu Meng let out a long breath. Elder Sister Qiu, who is that woman? Luo Xiaoman asked as she sat on the ground, hugging her knees. She asked with some lingering fear. Qiu Meng slowly shook her head, I don't know, but no matter who she is definitely a dragon lady. Next time we meet her, we must be careful. Oh. Luo Xiaoman responded somewhat guiltily. A simple sentence was enough to turn an innocent young girl into a resentful woman. Obviously, that woman had cultivated some kind of extraordinary seductive technique. How good could a woman who cultivated such a technique be? Not long after, the dozen or so Yuanqi masters who had been scattered around finally arrived. They had all heard the sound of fighting and had come over. Bai Yunfeng was also among them. This little brat's luck was pretty good. Not only had he not died in the collapsed void corridor, he had also not been involved in the battle just now, so he was lucky enough to survive. As soon as the two sides met up and learned about each other's situation, Qiu Meng's heart sank. There were less than 10 people left on her side, and all 3 of her immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had been killed. Let's see what this place is first, then we'll decide what to do next. Qiu Meng calmly ordered. High up in the air, a red shadow flashed by. It was the enchanting woman from just now. Her strength was indeed very strong, and her flying speed was as fast as the wind. Yang Kai was bound by a pink ribbon, unable to exert any strength and could only passively allow himself to be carried by her hand. Just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den, Yang Kai thought to himself. This woman didn't even bat an eyelid when she killed those people, not even asking for a reason. Clearly, she wasn't an easy person to deal with, so why did she want to kidnap him? Yang Kai was puzzled. Secretly circulating his Yuan Qi, Yang Kai found that he couldn't use his Yuan Qi at all, only his divine sense could be used. However, in front of such a master, how could Yang Kai dare to release his divine sense so easily? Don't waste your energy. After being hit by my soul-blowing incense, you'll only feel powerless. Your Yuan Qi will be sealed, unless your strength is higher than mine. The woman's soft voice came from above his head, causing Yang Kai's heart to skip a beat. Soul-blowing incense? Yang Kai grinned, what a good name. Why does this name sound like an aphrodisiac? Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Sure enough, this woman was a wanton dragon lady. Just now, her face clearly showed a hint of lust, as if it was surging. Now that he had fallen into her hands, he didn't know whether or not his Yuan Qi would be sucked dry and he would die of dehydration. Yang Kai instinctively felt that this woman should have cultivated some kind of evil secret art that harvested yang to supplement her yin. If he really died like this, it would be too tragic. You don't know what soul-blowing incense is? The woman was slightly surprised. Should I know? Yang Kai didn't answer but instead asked, immediately taking a deep breath and suppressing the roiling blood in his heart, forget it, you'd better not talk to me first, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and will take you. The woman was originally enduring with great difficulty, but when she heard Yang Kai's shameless and presumptuous words, she couldn't help giggling. Her beautiful eyes glanced down, thinking to herself, this little brat actually doesn't know what soul-blowing incense is he not a disciple of the Holy Land? As she glanced down, she saw Yongkai also looking up at her. The woman smiled sweetly, her blushing cheeks incomparably alluring. Yongkai's gaze involuntarily shifted, just in time to catch a glimpse of the enchanting scenery under this woman's skirt. His heart beat even more fiercely. This woman's underwear was actually a pair of hollowed-out black-laced panties, and the fragrant grass below her was faintly discernible through the hollowed-out area. It was incomparably beautiful, and her two slender legs were like fine jade, pure white and flawless, glowing with an alluring luster like porcelain. These two beautiful legs didn't seem to belong to this world, they were like the spirit of heaven and earth, drawing out the most primitive instincts in Yongkai's heart, causing his eyes to instantly fill with confusion and emptiness as he panted heavily. Not knowing where he got the strength from, Yongkai actually reached out a hand and directly touched the woman's calf, rubbing and playing with it for a while. The woman felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was already enduring with great difficulty, so when Yongkai touched her so intimately, her beautiful face suddenly changed, and the blush on her cheeks became even more alluring. She couldn't help but let out a groan as her delicate body trembled like a quail in winter. "Smelly brat." The woman was flustered and exasperated, gritting her teeth as she cursed. Although she knew that Yongkai's offensive actions weren't his own intention and that she had a large part to play, this kind of touching and pinching still made her somewhat uncomfortable. Wherever his rough hands touched, it seemed to produce an electric current, causing the woman to feel a burst of paralysis. Even though she was an immortal Ascension boundary master, she was no longer able to fly steadily. Dragging Yongkai along, he staggered through the air, as if he was drunk. "Let go." The woman gritted her teeth, lifting one of her jade feet and kicking Yongkai's shoulder, then pulling the ribbon in her hand, she directly pulled Yongkai to her side. Yongkai's dazed eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of madness and cunning, grinning towards her, he used all his strength to reach out and embrace her slender waist. "You." The woman's face paled, as if she hadn't expected that Yongkai would still be able to maintain his sanity. Kai Yang was completely unrestrained, his two hands firmly gripping the woman's tender waist. A soft and fragrant feeling spread through his body. This woman's waist really didn't seem to have any bones, it was extremely flexible to the touch, if he used just a little bit of strength he would be able to break it. His 10 fingers flicked up and down, doing everything possible to tease and caress her, his big mouth not holding back at all, directly biting down on the left side of the woman's full red dress. This bite didn't have the slightest yuan qi, Yongkai didn't even use much strength, but it was still a deadly attack. The hot male breath penetrated her clothes and scalded the woman's tender body, causing her to go completely limp and tremble. The biting seemed to turn into a sucking action, the woman's yuan qi was unable to circulate properly, and both she and Yongkai fell to the ground. "Let go of me." The woman clenched her teeth and cried out, resisting the throbbing and stupidity in her heart. Her bright red lips were almost bitten through, her hands holding Yongkai's head, wanting to push him away, but the numbness attacked her, causing her to be unable to use much strength, but this position made her even more fanciful. "I won't let go." Yongkai's mouth was chewing on a small red bead, constantly blowing hot air into it, his tongue like a snake as he vaguely answered. This dragon lady's current state was not right, as if she had been drugged with the most overbearing aphrodisiac in the world. Even the slightest touch and caress could make her unable to control herself. Her strength was too high, and there was no way to match it. If he wanted to live from her hands, Yongkai could only use this kind of dirty method. "Do you want to die? If you don't let go, both of us will die an unnatural death." The woman lightly trembled and moaned. The two were getting closer and closer to the ground. Falling from a height of 300 meters, no matter how strong the woman was, she would still be smashed into a pile of meat paste. "Hee, if I die under a peony, I'll still be a romantic ghost." Yongkai recklessly teased, not caring about life and death at all. The woman's expression finally changed, and she secretly cursed the stinking brat for being shameless. She took a deep breath, resisting the discomfort in her body and the impulse in her heart, and secretly condensed her yuan qi, abruptly slowing down her falling momentum. But this yuan qi was quickly dispersed by the impact of the sensations in her body. With a bang, Yongkai and the woman fell to the ground. The two were entangled in each other's arms, rolling several times before gradually coming to a stop. Fortunately, the falling speed was reduced a lot, so even though they were in a sorry state, neither of them was injured. But after this struggle and resistance, Yang Kai's strength increased a lot. In the midst of the flying dust, he recklessly pressed the woman under his body and reached out a hand to cover the other full breast. He accurately found the protruding cherry and wantonly kneaded it. The red clothes were a little messy, and the woman's chest revealed a breathtaking snowy white. The two large breasts trembled as if they were about to break free from their restraints and burst out of the clothes. The elasticity was also amazing. Under the two-pronged attack, the woman seemed to have completely lost the strength to resist. Her beautiful eyes were closed, and her long eyelashes kept trembling. Her soft and delicate body twisted under Yang Kai, and there was a burst of suppressed longing in her throat. She seemed to have accepted her fate and no longer resisted. Her hands gently held Yang Kai's head and pulled him up from her chest. Then her cheeks flushed red and she pressed a pair of red lips on his. Yang Kai was secretly wary of her soul-blowing incense, but he didn't expect her to be so cooperative. He was no longer polite and kissed her. A sweet and wonderful taste spread on the tip of his tongue. Just as he tasted something wonderful, the woman suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, and there was a hint of slyness and pleasure in them. Feeling that something was wrong, Yang Kai quickly raised his head. You. Just as he spat out a word, Yang Kai felt the world in front of him turn upside down. In an instant, he lost all consciousness and fell on the woman's chest. The woman kept gasping for breath, calming the rolling blood in her heart. After a while, she recovered some strength. She reached out and pushed Yang Kai away from her delicate body. She slowly sat up, clenching her teeth, and her heart was filled with hatred. After a while, suddenly, she laughed again, pursing her red lips, and said to herself, "Stinky brat is very skilled, he's definitely not a good thing. Humph, this king's beauty is not something that just anyone can taste." Saying that, she stood up and tidied her clothes. She looked at the unconscious Yang Kai on the ground with hatred and lifted him up with one hand. She jumped up again. Yang Kai woke up. Groggily. He only felt pain all over his body, as if he had been pricked by needles. There was not much light in the surroundings, only a torch stuck diagonally into a mountain wall, the flame flickering. A delicate fragrance, like orchids and musk, lingered at the tip of his nose. This fragrance was somewhat familiar. It was the smell of the flirtatious woman from before. He didn't know if it was her body fragrance or something else. It was neither too thick nor too light, and it was a pleasant smell. It also had some aphrodisiac effects. Thinking of the dragon lady, Yang Kai suddenly sobered up and vigilantly looked forward. He saw that woman sitting cross-legged not far from him. His yuan qi surged fiercely, and his eyes were closed. It was unknown what kind of martial art he was using. Sensing the current state of his body, Yang Kai's expression darkened. Yuan qi had recovered a lot of her strength, and she could also swim. But at this moment, his entire body was imprisoned in place by a mysterious force, and he couldn't move at all. Moreover, he seemed to have been poisoned. When he used his yuan qi, he felt a little dizzy. Yang Kai panicked and quickly calmed down, not daring to move. This should be a cave. The cave was not deep, only about 100 feet or so. He was sitting cross-legged in the innermost part of the cave, and the woman not far from him was blocking his way, clearly not wanting to let him leave. Looking at this woman, Yang Kai had to admit that she was extremely beautiful, and charming to the bone. Every part of her body seemed to be made for flirtatious beauty, especially the mole under the corner of her eye, which made her look extremely charming. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's presumptuous gaze, the woman slightly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were blurred, containing a touch of lust, watery and seductive. Her cheeks were still red, and the breath she exhaled was boiling hot. "You're awake?" The woman showed a beautiful smile, and looked at Yang Kai with interest. "Hee, what is the meaning of this, elder sister?" Yang Kai looked at her indifferently, and chuckled, "It's fine if you imprison me, but why are you blocking my way?" The woman smiled and said, "If I don't block you, what if you run away?" Yang Kai said shyly, "Why would I run away? The night is dark, and this little brother doesn't want to leave elder sister alone. In fact, elder sister doesn't need to do this, you only need to say one word, and this little brother is willing to go through water and tread on fire for you, even if it means death." The woman glanced at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Recalling how he had taken advantage of her, her body suddenly went limp, and she couldn't help gritting her teeth in anger. Yang Kai's eyes were burning hot, licking his dry lips as he wantonly wandered around the woman's body, his eyes full of incomparable aggression, as if he wanted to strip her naked, whispering in a low voice, "Actually, I won't hide it from elder sister. This little brother feels like an old friend at first sight, so why don't elder sister let go of me so we can talk? I really like elder sister. This heart of mine can be seen by the heavens, the sun and the moon." The woman couldn't help giggling, her body shaking as she cursed this little brat in her heart, but her white neck was slightly red. Seeing that she wasn't angry at all, Yang Kai's courage grew a lot. In any case, things had already come to this, and this woman's strength was too high for him to escape, so he might as well see what she wanted to do first. If she really wanted to kill him, there was no need for her to hold back until now. The woman slowly restrained her smile, her small white hand covering her red lips, and with a seductive look, she whispered, "If you like me, then why did you use such a heavy hand just now? Are you that willing? What if you hurt me? Seductress." Yang Kai cursed in his heart, almost losing his mind once again. Quickly stabilizing his mind, he chuckled, as the saying goes, the first time you're unfamiliar with the road, the second time you're familiar with the road. This little brother is inexperienced and doesn't know how to please elder sister, so I was indeed a bit abrupt, but now that I have experience, I don't know if elder sister is interested in giving it another try. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Little rogue. The woman bit her teeth and softly cursed, her eyes blurred. Yang Kai's face was the thickest she had ever seen in her life, his ability to lie with a straight face was top-notch. His skillful flirting, how could he be considered inexperienced? He was clearly a veteran in the field of love, she didn't know how many girls he had ruined. Although she could be considered a cheerful woman, Yang Kai's blatant flirting still made her a little shy, not to mention, her body wasn't in good condition right now, so she couldn't bear to hear such words from others. Just as her heart was filled with hatred, she saw Yang Kai's face turn serious and ask, "Is elder sister under the influence of an aphrodisiac?" Her state was clearly one of lust, wanting to find a man to relieve her feelings, but being able to endure for so long, Yang Kai was puzzled. The woman was slightly stunned, her expression somewhat unnatural, but she forced a smile and said, "You can say so, but you can also say no. Then is it true or not?" Yang Kai was confused. "Let's just say it is, but this aphrodisiac is because of me." The woman looked at Yang Kai with a smile, not intending to hide it. "It's because my secret art is about to break through. Every time I break through, it's like this, but this time I was ambushed on the way here and suffered some injuries, so it's more violent than before. I don't know if I can resist." "So you captured me?" Yang Kai suddenly realized. But in his heart, a storm was set off. What kind of secret art would cause a woman to feel lust when breaking through? An evil secret art. An absolutely evil secret art. It was most likely a secret art that harvested Yang to supplementing. Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. If he was really harvested by this dragon lady here, then his life would be too sad. "I was just in case." The woman nodded slightly, not denying it. Yang Kai was imprisoned at this moment, so he couldn't do anything, so she had no reason to lie. "Then why did you find me? Besides you, there were only 3 old men and 2 women. If I didn't catch you, who would I catch?" The woman replied with a faint smile. "Damn, so unlucky. Why didn't that brat Bai Yunfeng follow me? If he had followed me, I might not have been caught. To be able to work for Big Sister, it's little brother's honor." Yang Kai smiled, looking at her affectionately. "Why don't you stop resisting? Let's rest early, every moment is worth 1,000 gold. The woman covered her mouth and laughed, saying angrily, "You wish. The secret art I'm practicing is special, although I can continue to practice it after losing my virginity, but before I reach large success, my cultivation speed will be greatly reduced. I'm only 1 step away, how can I waste all my efforts here?" Yang Kai's eyes sparkled, flashing with light. "So Big Sister is flawless. Good, 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 this little brother is also a virgin, we're a match made in heaven. You don't have to resist so hard, if you really can't resist, just come find me." His heart was beating like a drum, although he didn't know what the consequences would be if this woman took him, but seeing how evil her secret art was, the consequences would definitely not be good. So even in front of such a beauty, Yang Kai didn't dare to have the slightest bit of restlessness. The woman stared deeply at him, a trace of pity flashed through her blurred eyes, and asked in a trembling voice, "What's your name?" "Yang Kai." "Yang Kai." The woman lowered her eyes and whispered softly, then nodded seriously, "I'll remember this name, I'm Xianxia Luo." "That's a nice name." Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. This name, why does it seem like I've heard someone say it before? But this woman's strength was very high, she should be a famous expert, it's normal to have heard of her name, so Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. "I didn't imprison your Yuan Qi, you have to guard your mind, don't lose your mind." Xianxia Luo reminded with a smile, "Your mind is good, but I don't know if you can resist the next temptation. Also, you better pray that I can resist it successfully. Or else?" Yang Kai had a bad premonition in his heart. Hee. Xianxia Luo chuckled, but didn't answer. Her watery eyes stared at Yang Kai for a while, then said, "You're quite handsome, although you're full of nonsense and shameless, this isn't your nature, so big sister still likes you." As she spoke, her face turned red, and without giving Yang Kai time to react, she suddenly closed her eyes, her Yuan Qi surging again. Yang Kai pursed his lips, secretly paying attention to the changes on Xianxia Luo's side, his heart also extremely vigilant. From her words, it was not difficult for Yang Kai to infer that this was a critical moment for her, and also a critical moment for him. She had captured him, just in case. Once she could not resist the temptation of a breakthrough in her cultivation, he would definitely be taken by her. As for the result, even if he used his toes to think, he would know that it would not be good, otherwise why would she be so serious about warning him? Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he considered the way out. Looking up, Yang Kai saw that the true qi in Xianxia Luo's tender body was surging as streams of energy visible to the naked eye gushed out from her body. As soon as these streams of true qi came into contact with the surrounding air, they seemed to undergo some kind of incredible transformation, transforming into crystal clear white threads that shot out from her body. These silk threads were thousands of strands, scattered around Xianxia Luo's body, wrapping her up. As time passed, these silk threads became more and more numerous, more and more dense. Yang Kai's eyebrows jumped as he watched. These silk threads felt like spider silk, but also like silk. Each strand was full of elasticity and toughness, each strand contained a surging energy. In less than half an hour, Xianxia Luo's entire body was wrapped up by these silk threads, her seductive peerless face disappeared, and her graceful body was also hidden in the silk threads. All Yang Kai could see was a pure white oval like a silkworm cocoon. It also seemed like a tent, enveloping Xianxia Luo. Her beautiful body was reflected in this oval silkworm cocoon, hazy, making people unable to see through it. A faint fragrance slowly spread in the cave. As the fragrance entered his nostrils, Yang Kai's heartbeat slowly sped up, his blood slowly boiled, and his breathing gradually became heavy. The fragrance emitted from Xianxia Luo's body was the purest aphrodisiac. He felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly circulated the true Yang secret art, guarding his mind. The more he resisted, the more difficult it became. While he was working extremely hard, waves of stifled moans and murmurs came from the Xianxia Luo. When the voice entered his ears, Yang Kai's eyes instantly turned blank. The scene around him changed. The dark cave was gone, the dancing flames were gone, and the sparkling white silkworm cocoon and the Xianxia Luo inside were also gone without a trace. The place where he was standing suddenly became filled with a fragrant scent. In a room filled with flying petals. The ground beneath his feet was also covered with a layer of luxurious red carpet. A burst of giggles sounded in his ears. He looked around and saw that he was surrounded by more than a dozen scantily clad young girls. These young girls only covered their most important parts with some thin gauze, faintly revealing their delicate and beautiful features. Decadent voices rang out, and the dozen or so girls all smiled at Yang Kai. They danced and sang around him. These young girls were thin and round, with different body shapes, but no matter which one of them was beautiful, pure and clean, shy, bold and hot, charming and moving, elegant and quiet. The young girls danced around Yang Kai while looking at him affectionately. Their instinct to please him was to show their most moving side. Stifled moans came from their throats, and their red lips squirmed, exuding infinite desire. Yang Kai's breathing suddenly became rapid. This erotic and obscene scene seemed to be able to dig out the deepest part of a person's heart, turning a person into a beast that had lost its mind. A low growl came from his throat. Yang Kai recklessly grabbed a girl beside him and threw her to the ground while she screamed. The girl's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and she resisted the pain, but still looked at Yang Kai tenderly and sweetly. Murmuring moans came out of her mouth, and she stretched out two pink and soft hands to wrap around Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai grinned at her. With a struggling expression, he punched her in the head. With one punch, more than a dozen girls around him disappeared. Yang Kai's clothes were instantly soaked with sweat, and he couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. This kind of beautiful illusion was really a test of a person's mind. Fortunately, although Yang Kai was also affected, he was able to sober up for a moment at the critical moment. Yang Kai thought that he had broken through this illusion, but when he stood up again, he found that the scene before him hadn't changed. Although the dozen young girls had disappeared, there was a bed with a curtain hanging in the middle of the hall. On the bed, a woman with a plump figure lazily reclined, one hand supporting her head, and just happened to look at him with a smile. Through the hazy curtain, Kai Yang could see that she was only wearing a thin silk gauze, like a cicada's wing. A chuckle came from the other side, and the woman on the bed gently waved at Yang Kai. Her whispers contained endless magic, and Yang Kai's recovered consciousness was once again pulled back into the swamp. With scarlet eyes and heavy breathing, he walked to the side of the bed and rudely tore open the pink curtain. What he saw was Xianxia Luo lying on the bed. This dragon lady had a plump figure, her skin was crystal clear, snow-white, and flawless. Her curves were exquisite, and her plump buttocks were high. Half of her hair covered it, outlining the perfect lines, making people's blood boil. She chuckled and slowly got up, her eyes filled with flirtatious feelings. She pulled Yang Kai to the bed and slowly put him down. Yang Kai didn't respond, letting her do as she pleased. Xianxia Luo's eyes were filled with tenderness. She knelt on Yang Kai's body and slowly took off his clothes. Her face was flushed, and she seemed to be both shy and eager. After taking off his clothes, Xianxia Luo breathed like orchids. She bit her red lips, slightly swayed her buttocks, and sat down little by little. A soft and moist feeling came, and Yang Kai's eyes suddenly trembled. The art of yin-yang union of joy involuntarily operated, and a fierce suction suddenly came from his crotch. Xianxia Luo, who was sitting on top of him, let out an extremely mournful scream, and all the illusions collapsed in an instant. Suddenly opening his eyes, Yang Kai sat in the same place, sweating profusely, and gasping for breath. Looking up, he saw that not far away, Xianxia Luo was still in the pure white silkworm cocoon. He didn't know how much time had passed outside, but the art of yin-yang union of joy was still operating, and a huge amount of pure energy was pouring out of the pure white silkworm cocoon into Yang Kai's meridians. The dragon head under his crotch was high, showing a very powerful appearance. Yang Kai took a few deep breaths, slowly calming down his churning blood. He didn't know why the illusion suddenly collapsed. But he was sure that all of this was related to the art of yin-yang union of joy. The art of yin-yang union of joy was a dual cultivation technique, and should be able to restrain Xianxia Luo's art of yin-yang union of joy, so he could smoothly escape from the illusions. After trying, he found that he still couldn't move, and couldn't help but secretly hate. But he wasn't anxious. Xianxia Luo, this dragon lady seemed to be ruthless, but in fact, she wasn't difficult to get along with. Moreover, she didn't want to kill him. After he calmed down, Yang Kai simply ignored her. He wholeheartedly operated the art of yin-yang union of joy. Under the guidance of the art of yin-yang union of joy, a stream of energy was separated from Xianxia Luo's white silkworm cocoon, and poured into Yang Kai's meridians and dantian. Gradually, Yang Kai suddenly felt that he seemed to have a subtle relationship with Xianxia Luo inside the silkworm cocoon. As time passed, this feeling became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a cry of alarm was heard. Yang Kai quickly opened his eyes, and saw Xianxia Luo staring at him with a pair of charming eyes. Huh? Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. How did you get in? Xianxia Luo's small mouth slightly opened. What? Yang Kai frowned, suspiciously looking around. He didn't know when, but he was sitting opposite Xianxia Luo, in the middle of a vast ocean. No, this is my divine sense, you've entered my knowledge sea. Shanqing Luo exclaimed. Her charming face was filled with shock. How did you break into my sea of consciousness? I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head and looked down. Sure enough, he found that he didn't have a body, but his divine sense had inadvertently broken into the other party's knowledge sea. Curiously looking at the vast ocean below, it seemed that the sea here contained a very powerful destructive force. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder, this is your knowledge sea. Get out. Shanqing Luo hurriedly shouted. In a person's knowledge sea. It hid all the secrets of that person. Once the knowledge sea was spied on, that person's secrets would be exposed. Therefore, everyone would protect their sea of consciousness very well. Moreover, it was not so simple to break into someone's knowledge sea. Not to mention some defensive soul-type artifacts, there were also some special soul skills. These could prevent others from using their divine sense. How could a master like Shanqing Luo not have a soul-type artifact? How could she not cultivate a defensive soul skill? However, Yang Kai had still quietly invaded her knowledge sea. Shocked, seeing Yang Kai still stay in her knowledge sea, looking around, she couldn't help feeling anxious and angry, gnashing her teeth and saying, if you don't leave, I'll make you stay here forever. Yang Kai was startled and quickly said, don't, I'll leave now. I haven't seen what a knowledge sea looks like, I'm just looking. Saying so, he quickly left. When Yang Kai's divine sense left, Shanqing Luo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Only the heavens knew how dangerous it was just now. If he had really seen all her secrets, she would have been completely naked in front of him. This was a person's most private place. Not only that, but if their divine senses had intersected, it would have been very troublesome. Unlike physical contact, divine sense fusion was even more erosive, making people forget to return. It was a taste that was thousands of times more pleasurable than physical contact. Once you tried it, you would become addicted and would never be able to give up. Shanqing Luo was really afraid that Yang Kai had some perverted thoughts and wanted to have a soul intercourse with her. Fortunately, he was tactful and didn't go too far. What was going on with him? Although Shanqing Luo had a lot of questions in her heart, now was the time for her to break through, so naturally she didn't dare to take it lightly. She could only suppress her doubts and concentrate on circulating her secret art. Yang Kai was also circulating his joyous unification art. A clear energy flowed out from the white silkworm cocoon and into his meridians, becoming stronger little by little. As if peeling silk from a cocoon, Shanqing Luo's silkworm cocoon gradually became smaller, and her plump body slowly became visible. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and moved his stiff body slightly. A burst of popping sounds came from all parts of his body. His entire body seemed to contain an endless amount of energy. The yuan qi in his body surged, and he was in a wonderful state like never before. Yuan qi level 4. These 10 days of meditation, plus the pure energy he obtained from Shanqing Luo's pure white silkworm cocoon, allowed him to break through to this level in one fell swoop. His harvest was huge. Opposite him, 2 pairs of eyes looked over. Yang Kai looked up and saw the dragon lady lazily leaning against the cave wall. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked at him with a complicated expression. Yang Kai was shocked. The yuan qi in his body involuntarily circulated. Shanqing Luo smiled and bit her red lips. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. Even if you had several lives, it wouldn't be enough to keep you alive. Yang Kai's expression became awkward. He thought that this was indeed the case. Immediately, his expression relaxed. He laughed and cupped his hands. Thank you, sister, for not killing me. Shanqing Luo shook her head. I didn't want to kill you. I had no choice but to kidnap you. As she spoke, she couldn't help but cough lightly. Her face was slightly pale. What's wrong with you? Yang Kai frowned and looked at her. This dragon lady's aura was much weaker than before. Moreover, she seemed to be injured. Isn't it all because of you? Shanqing Luo bit her teeth lightly. Her pair of red phoenix eyes revealed a miserable expression. Me? Yang Kai pointed at himself with a confused expression. He didn't understand. What did you do to me? I didn't do anything. Kai Yang replied. In a daze. Then why did you take away so much of my energy? Shanqing Luo gritted her teeth hatefully. Yang Kai's expression froze as he recalled what had happened before. He frowned and said, I fell into an illusion and slept with you on the same bed. Then, I used a set of cultivation methods and escaped from the illusion. Shanqing Luo blushed. She looked at him in disbelief. With me? Yes, you're very proactive and bold. Yang Kai nodded fiercely. Recalling the Shanqing Luo's performance on the bed, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil. What a pity. Yang Kai sighed, somewhat vexed. Little bastard. Shanqing Luo spat softly, her face flushed red. Does it affect you? Yang Kai frowned and asked. What do you think? Shanqing Luo took a deep breath. Her full breasts heaved up and down. His red clothes were almost torn apart. I was on the verge of breaking through, and my energy was diverted by you. Haha, don't you think it affected me? Yang Kai suddenly felt embarrassed. Really? I didn't know. If you knew, I would have killed you a long time ago. Shanqing Luo looked at him hatefully. Why would I let you live until now? Then you didn't break through? Yang Kai's eyes flashed. No. Not only did I not break through, I also suffered from the backlash of my technique, and my strength fell greatly. I don't know when I'll be able to break through again. Tell me. Is this your fault? How can you blame me for this? Yang Kai rubbed his nose, but when he heard her say that her strength had fallen greatly, his expression became more relaxed. He looked at her meaningfully and said, Then what's your current level? Yuan Qi level 1. Are you satisfied? Shanqing Luo replied unhappily, giving Yang Kai a flirtatious look. You should have said so earlier. Yang Kai laughed loudly, and the last trace of caution and cautiousness he had completely disappeared. He was completely relieved. This dragon lady was only at Yuan Qi level 1, which was even lower than his own. Now he didn't need to be afraid of her anymore. However, even though her level was lower than his, she still had the foundation of an expert. If he really fought with her, it was hard to say who would win. Fortunately, no matter who it was, they didn't have any killing intent towards each other, so they shouldn't fight. AI, it's not all your fault. If I didn't kidnap you, you wouldn't have met with this misfortune. I brought this upon myself. Shanqing Luo sighed faintly. Hearing her sincere words, Yang Kai felt a bit guilty and nodded awkwardly. If that's the case, then I should thank you for saving my life before. Stinky brat, you still have some conscience. Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled lightly. It seemed that the failure of her breakthrough this time didn't affect her at all, nor did it bring her the slightest bit of bad mood. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai suddenly stood up and said, You rest, I'm going to find something to eat. Be careful. Shanqing Luo softly exhorted. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. He didn't know why this dragon lady was so concerned about him, but he didn't think too much about it and turned around to leave the cave. After Yang Kai left, Shanqing Luo let out a soft sigh, her expression becoming slightly strange as she placed her hand on her chest, her cheeks blushing slightly as she muttered to herself, So he's a sentimental man, huh? Shanqing Luo's body was special and her cultivation method was special. Although she was flirtatious and charming, she would only like one man in her life and would only have sex with that man once. Before that, she had to plant a seed of love in her heart. When the time was right and the seed was full, it would be time for the two of them to make love. That night, that man would die without a doubt. At the same time, her cultivation method would reach the grand accomplishment stage. Yang Kai had been impudent to her before, unintentionally entering her knowledge sea and leaving a trace of his divine sense. Without a doubt, he had inadvertently planted a seed in her heart. This was a love seed. Her cultivation method was a very pitiful and sorrowful one. Every generation was passed down to only one woman. But every generation of women had to experience this kind of inhumane torture. Shanqing Luo still remembered how her mother missed her father for the rest of her life. What kind of torment and torture? She suffered in her heart? In the end, she was depressed and died. Because the love seed would only be complete when the love was strong. In order to reach the grand accomplishment stage, the women of Xianxia Luo's cultivation method had to give all their sincerity. It was an unforgettable love. In one night, her beloved died. What woman could accept this kind of thing? And now, this kind of thing was about to happen to her. Lightly biting her red lips, Xianxia Luo was a bit at a loss. She wasn't mentally prepared at all. Originally, she wanted to wait a few years and find a suitable man to fall in love with, but she didn't expect this to happen so suddenly. Crackling sounds came from not far away. The tip of her nose was still lingering with the faint smell of meat. Xianxia Luo fluttered her dense eyelashes a few times and slightly opened her eyes. Yang Kai was sitting not far in front of her. A bonfire had been lit, and a half-cooked game was being roasted over the bonfire. "You're really not worried?" Yang Kai chuckled. When he came back and saw that this dragon lady had actually fallen asleep, he couldn't help but be surprised. "What's there to be worried about? Don't tell me you're going to eat me?" Xianxia Luo looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Yes, as long as you don't mind." "I'm afraid you don't have that good fortune." Xianxia Luo laughed again and again. After a while, the game was roasted. Yang Kai tore off a piece of meat and handed it over. Xianxia Luo took it. She slowly tore off a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. She elegantly chewed it with her mouth, her posture elegant. On the other hand, Yang Kai held the rest of the game and ate heartily, his eating manners rough. "Barbaric." Xianxia Luo glared at him. Yang Kai chuckled and asked while eating, "Where is this place?" "I didn't have time to ask you. You don't even know where you are?" Xianxia Luo looked at him suspiciously. "You're not a disciple of the Holy Land?" "Holy Land? What Holy Land?" Yang Kai's head was confused. Xianxia Luo had asked him before which leader he was a disciple of. Now that he thought about it, he was probably related to this Holy Land. He was stunned. Yang Kai said in shock, "This place isn't Dahan?" Xianxia Luo giggled and said, "Are you really confused or pretending to be confused? This place is naturally Dahan." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I really don't know, I just randomly stumbled into this place." Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Xianxia Luo straightened her face and said, "This is Changyan Holy Land." "Changyan Holy Land? Changyan Evil Land?" Yang Kai was shocked and stared at Xianxia Luo in shock. "You really aren't a disciple of the Holy Land?" Xianxia Luo frowned and said with some annoyance, "What evil land? Don't make it sound so unpleasant. The evil land you speak of is the Tao in our hearts. It's just that everyone's ideas are different, so why do you have to make such a clear distinction? It's just that there are so many disputes in this world." Changyan Evil Land. Xianxia Luo. Yang Kai's mind flashed and he suddenly stood up, staring at the dragon lady opposite him, his eyes narrowing as he called out, "Beguiling demon queen Xianxia Luo?" Changyan Evil Land, under the demon lord, there were 6 great evil kings. Thunderclap Beast King, Tyrannical Force King, Profounding Ghost King, Beguiling Demon Queen, Lightning Flash Shadow King, and Annihilating Poison King. Because of the appearance of the demon lord, Yang Kai had learned some information about the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land some time ago, so he had naturally heard of the 6 great evil kings. Of the 6 great evil kings, only one was a woman. That was the one in front of him, the one with the charm of a femme fatale, Xianxia Luo. No wonder he felt this name was familiar when he heard it before. Seeing Yang Kai so surprised, Xianxia Luo chuckled and calmly said, "Yes, it is this queen." "What's wrong, are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Yang Kai suddenly grinned, his expression becoming indifferent. "What's there to be afraid of? It's just that the rumored #1 seductive woman in the world is right in front of me, so it's a bit unreal." Yang Kai stared at Xianxia Luo from top to bottom while clicking his tongue in wonder. "So this is what the rumored beguiling demon queen looks like." Sure enough, hearing about her is not as good as meeting her in person. "Haven't you seen enough, little bastard?" Xianxia Luo felt his fiery gaze making her feel uneasy, so she waved her hand and threw the piece of beast meat towards him like a hidden weapon. Yang Kai leaned to the side, causing her to miss and then sit back down with a grin, frowning deeply. This time, the collapse of the void corridor had actually sent him to the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land. This place was the opposite of where Su Yan and the others had settled down, so it would be impossible to find them in a short time. Moreover, since this place was the ash-gray cloud evil land, there would definitely be many evil demons here, so how could he leave? He first had to establish a good relationship with the dragon lady Shanqing Luo. With her identity and means, it would be easy for her to send him away from the ash-gray cloud evil land. Making up his mind, Yang Kai tore off another piece of barbecue meat and handed it to her. Shanqing Luo shot him a disgruntled look and snorted, "This thing is stained with your saliva. I don't want to eat it." "It's not like you haven't eaten it before." Yang Kai grumbled but didn't force her. Shanqing Luo suddenly became angry, her chest heaving up and down as she recalled the time she had been forced to kiss him, grinding her teeth so hard they almost broke. End of chapter 300. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.